Chapter 26. The nature of all organizations. As it neared nightfall, the sun on the edge of the horizon looked like blood. The afterglow rays poured into the school, where around 50 students sat upright. On the stage above, the academy elder was reading out names one by one, distributing allowance to them. This was the academy's weekly subsidy, where every 7 days allowance would be distributed. One could say it was financial aid for these young teens. After all, with their capabilities, to feed and raise their own Gu was a lot of financial pressure. Gu Yu Fang Yuan. The elder read aloud. Fang Yuan got up from the seat by the window at the last row. He walked up the stage, receiving 2 money bags. In one bag was 3 primeval stones, the clan's allowance. The other bag held the reward of 10 primeval stones. Work hard, the elder said. He gave Fang Yuan a deep look. Fang Yuan had continuously achieved number 1, and this had let those elders who were originally disappointed in him start paying slight attention. Fang Yuan nodded his head and took the purse into his arms, returning to his seat. Damn it. He actually got number 1 again. Gu Yumo fixed his gaze on Fang Yuan firmly, his heart rather furious. Those 2 moonblades consecutively hit the neck of the puppet. Is this because of sheer luck or real skill? Gu Yuqi Chung narrowed his eyes. Since the end of the assessment until now, this question had been hovering in his mind. It was not just him. Many students unconsciously drifted their sights towards Fang Yuan. This question haunted them. Although they had lost, their hearts were unsatisfied and they wanted to question what actually had happened. When the day was about to end, the academy elder announced a matter. You all have been in the academy for an amount of time now, and you are familiar with how to use your vital Gu as well. In the next few days, I will teach you all how to warm and nourish your aperture, advancing a Gu master's cultivation realm. The higher the realm of a Gu master, the more concise your primeval essence becomes. A rank 1 Gu master has green copper primeval essence, a rank 2 Gu master has red iron primeval essence, and a rank 3 Gu master possesses white silver primeval essence. A portion of red iron primeval essence is comparable to 10 portions of green copper primeval essence. Similarly, a portion of white silver primeval essence equals 10 portions of red iron primeval essence. You must all remember, the Gu are just tools that we use. Cultivation is the foundation of US Gu masters. The higher your rank, the stronger the Gu you are able to use. In the next 3 months, whoever can take the lead and promote to rank 1 middle stage will receive a reward of 30 primeval stones. At the same time, he will be able to choose the second Gu first. After 3 months, we will elect a class monitor and 2 vice-class monitors based on the results. The class monitor will enjoy a subsidy of 10 primeval stones, while the vice-class monitor will have an allowance of 5 pieces. All right, that's all for today. You can all leave. The elder's words made the academy burst with noise. Time to elect the class monitor and vice-class monitor. Someone clenched his fist in excitement. The class monitor receives 10 primeval stones every 7 days, and the vice-class monitor gets 5 pieces? If I am able to be the first to reach rank 1 middle stage, I will definitely be able to become the class monitor. Another had lights in his eyes. The primeval stones are not the important focus. What matters here is the position of class monitor and vice-class monitor. It represents glory and places one's identity over others. When normal students sees the class monitor, they must all bow and greet him. Gu Yumo Bei and Chi Chung did not lack primeval stones, but they deemed the glory of the position very important. To become the class monitor, without mistake, it is the first person who promotes to rank 1 middle stage first. That means when Big Brother see me in future, he would have to bow and automatically greet me. Hold up, where's Big Brother? Gu Yufang Zheng subconsciously looked back, but Fang Yuan's seat was empty. The students walked out of the academy. Where's Gu Yufang Yuan? Gu Yumo Bei wanted to look for Fang Yuan and ask him face to face. However, Fang Yuan was 1 step ahead and had long left. Humph, he sure ran away fast. Is he afraid? Looks like he got lucky again in today's test. Gu Yuqi Cheng sneered. Whatever, it's just 10 primeval stones. I don't need to care about this small matter. Right now what's important is to advance to middle stage and get that class monitor position. Gu Yumo Bei narrowed his eyes, looking at his side where Gu Yuqi Cheng and Gu Yufang Zheng were. These 2 figures were his real enemy, while Fang Yuan was just a small C-grade talent. He was not on par. In the first 2 times, Fang Yuan got lucky and got number 1. However, this time it is a cultivation test, and the focus is on the talent of cultivation. When the talent is higher by a grade, the advantage becomes much greater, Gu Yuqi Cheng thought, depressed in his heart. His real grade talent was only a C grade. It was only because of cheating that let him gain the illusion of having B grade. Just a mere class monitor and 2 vice-class monitor positions got them itching their fists. How hot-blooded and naive they are at this age. Fang Yuan sneered as he leaned against the gateway of the academy. The so-called glory was just a valuable tool the upper levels used to motivate those below them. In the end, It was just a layer of illusionary glory. It was useless. His 500 years of experience had long allowed Fang Yuan to understand some of the secrets of life. Whether it comes to a clan, sect, or demonic group, whether it is this world or Earth, all organizations are like this. The high and low positions are established, making the law of promotion clear, letting those in the organization climb up nonstop from the bottom. Because chasing after profit is the nature of humans, and positions of authority often make people have superiority, creating the illusion that oneself is living a more valuable life than others. Power is like the carrot dangling in front of a donkey. The desires of humans are stimulated by it, and each of them secure their personal gains with someone with authority for it. After climbing up one level, there will be a higher level. While they are busy currying favor for personal gain, their hard work is squeezed out from them, and their value is exploited by the upper position. In every organization, as long as there is a chain of command, it is to give serve to those at the upper ranks. The so-called class monitor and vice-class monitor position is like the smallest carrot, luring everyone else into the structure of the clan. And to stop those below from realizing the truth, those at the higher positions integrate shared values, clear-cutting the idea of glory, meritorious deeds, etc. The establishment of high and low positions are made along with unequal benefits. Sometimes the use of religion is done to dominate people's hearts. This is the real truth, yet it is a pity that too many people in the world do not understand. They foolishly work hard for others. And for every organization in the world, the most fundamental of its essence is just one thing, and that is the redistribution of resources, where the higher the position, the more resources they can enjoy. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had founded the Bloodwing Demon sect in the Middle Kingdom, where he taught up to tens of thousands of people. He erected the positions of demon soldiers, demon generals, demon sages, etc. Each position gave their corresponding benefits, letting countless people flock over like ducks, letting Fang Yuan order them around. This kind of experience allowed Fang Yuan to understand clearly the way of thinking in this principle. Thus, any organization is just a representation, while the real basis is just one word: resources. Without food resources, one will die of starvation. Without water resources, one will die of thirst. Without cultivation resources, one will become weak and sooner or later be bullied to death. And for a Gu master, primeval stones are the most important resource. Fang Yuan's two orbs were deep like an ancient pond, and as his mind reached this point, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, creating the outline of a sneer. He had long left the academy, and right now he stood at the gate entrance of the school. He saw the first batch of students coming out, gradually walking closer towards him. It's Fang Yuan. What's he doing at the middle of the gate entrance? Humph, every time I see his dead dysfunctional state, I feel so pissed off. Don't worry about him. He's probably waiting for someone. The young teens paid no attention to him. Just as they were about to walk over, Fang Yuan strode across and blocked them. I'm plundering. Everyone must surrender a piece of primeval stone before they can leave. T/N, robbing time. What a pain this chapter was to translate. Chapter 27, outright extortion. The young teens were instantly shocked and angry. What? I didn't hear wrongly, did I? Fang Yuan, your head must have overheated and gone confused. You would actually stand at the gates of the academy and blackmail us. Have you gone mad? Who gave you the guts to put your ideas on us? Scram, you're just a petty C grade. How dare you block my way? If you don't scram, I will send you flying with my... Fang Yuan suddenly lashed out. His right palm furiously cut forward. His movement was quick and precise, his slice of his palm hitting the left side of someone's neck. This unlucky teenager was totally not expecting Fang Yuan to suddenly attack him. While he was still cursing at Fang Yuan, he suddenly suffered a heavy blow. His two eyes instantly rolled up, and he fainted on the spot. Fuck, you actually dared to strike? The crowd jumped, and the young teens subconsciously retreated backwards. Guyu Beiju fainted. What do we do? Some of them were terrified and scared, shouting around in horror. What else can be done? There's so many of us, and Fang Yuan is alone. We should all rush at him together and beat him up. Some people were shouting, their rage erupting. That's right, he sure doesn't know his place. How he dares to provoke us by himself. He's definitely digging his own grave with his overambitiousness. Everyone get on him together. Yet before they could do anything, Fang Yuan had already struck. He strode a few steps forward, rushing into the group of teenagers. He slashed his palm, and the edge of his hand cut onto a youth's neck. The young man rolled his eyes upward and fell. Ah! Another teen yelled loudly, swinging his fist at Fang Yuan, sweeping through the air. Fang Yuan lowered his body and dodged. Then he lifted his leg and kicked the boy's crotch area. HHOWWWWWW. The youngster's loud roar was originally sonorous and indignant, but after he took the blow, his voice instantly rose higher and became sharp and shrill, filled with a kind of misery and pain. Thump! He covered his crotch with his 2 hands, his knees giving way as he dropped to the ground. He rolled around on the floor screaming loudly, the pain so great his entire body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan swung his 2 fists around like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. He had 500 years of battle experience, and these youngsters were just a bunch of soft green kids. They had only just started cultivating not long ago. How could they possibly be his opponents? In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan put down the entire group of young students. If they had not fainted, then they would be lying on the ground, the pain making them drained and their bodies hurting all over. What's going on here? Gu Yumo Bei arrived and exclaimed. He saw that Fang Yuan stood at the entrance of the academy gates, and there were 5 to 6 students on the floor around him. This Fang Yuan. He wants to extort our primeval stones. One of them lying on the floor shouted angrily while clutching his belly. Wow, still full of energy, huh? Fang Yuan's expression was flat as he kicked fiercely at the abdomen of the boy, who just yelled. Ow! The youngster immediately cried out in pain, his body curling up like a shrimp. Fear emerged from his face, his tears streaming down as he dared not to speak again. As they saw this scene, the students that came over all felt Fang Yuan's fierce savageness and cruelty, their hearts throbbing. All right, all of you be good and hand out a piece of primeval stone. Then I'll let you go, or else, these people on the ground here will be your fate. Fang Yuan made a big step forward, his tone callous. In your mother's face. You petty little C grade would even dare to win me. A B grade. Gu Yumo Bei flew into a rage, swinging his fists as he rushed toward Fang Yuan before they knew it. With a slight turn of his ankle, Fang Yuan swerved gently sideways and let Mo Bei's fist fly past. Then he stretched out his left hand, lifting the index and middle finger toward the center of Mo Bei's clavicle, accurately jabbing at the area below the throat. Mo Bei immediately blacked out, falling onto the ground with a thump, fainting on the spot. Hiss. As they saw what just happened, the young students that planned to rush forward quickly stopped, each of them releasing a mouthful of cold air. In the eyes of these youngsters, Fang Yuan's attacks were suddenly too profound to be understood. They did not pay attention to basic martial arts, but in reality, it was vaguely mentioned during class. The human body had many vulnerable parts, and several parts that Fang Yuan had struck were one of those vulnerable places. When these parts were struck, it would easily make a person faint on the spot, and a heavy blow would induce a life-threatening crisis. However, Fang Yuan had proper restraint when he attacked. Those that he had tackled down were either knocked out or suffering in immense pain, losing the ability for combat in a short amount of time. There was no one who was really seriously injured. This was the terror of 500 years' worth of combat experience. Are you going to give me your stones or not? Fang Yuan did a step forward, forcing the other youths. They looked at each other for a moment. Then half of them gritted their teeth while the other half roared angrily, all of them swarming towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged about while striking at the same time. His cultivation base was lowly, but his realm was still there. His heart was cool as ice, his movements quick and precise. Thump, thump. After a few breaths, bodies fell down onto the ground again. It's too vicious. Too terrible. They're not going to die, are they? There were still a few young girls left behind. They did not rush forward. Their eyes were open wide, and after seeing what had happened so far, their bodies trembled more and more. Fang Yuan swept his gaze to them, and their faces turned pale as they quickly waved their hands and retreated. No, don't come over. We'll surrender the stones. After Fang Yuan received a few pieces of primeval stones, he let them go. They stumbled out of the academy gateway, while in succession several students came over. To leave the academy, this gateway was the only route. With Fang Yuan blocking this path, he would be able to block out all the students. Damn, what's going on? The new wave of students stared in amazement. Isn't that Gu Yumo Bei? Gu Yuqiqing stared at the unconscious Mo Bei on the floor, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. When Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spoke, the youngsters were instantly angered and they attacked him. Then they fell. Sir Elder, we're just going to keep watching all of this and not stop them? What if someone loses their life? How are we going to salvage the matter? The guards were worried. Some of the guards were indignant, saying, this Fang Yuan has too much guts. He would actually dare to extort his classmates at the academy school gates under our eyelids. This is acting with utter disregard of the law and discipline. As long as Sir gives the command, we subordinates will take away this kid. The violent matter of Fang Yuan blocking the gateway and openly extorting his classmates had long attracted attention since the beginning. But mortal guards had no right to punish the students, so they could only go first to the academy elder and report. When the academy elder heard the news, he did not immediately command for them to stop it. Instead, he went up the pavilion and observed from afar. Looks like this child has fighting talent. The longer the academy elder watched, the more interested he felt. Fang Yuan's use of the moonblade today had already caused some uncertainty in the elder. Right now he watched as Fang Yuan with his strength alone, making an enemy out of the entire batch of students, bearing a sort of unstoppable fighting style of graceful demeanor. With this, the doubts in his heart were cleared. In this world, there were those who were particularly keen and sharp towards battles. These were hidden gifts. They were good at fighting, and they loved battles. In the battles, they were often inspired, and always created surprising and even unbelievable accomplishments. He's a natural battle Gu master. Pity his talent is only C grade. In the end, he just lacks one step of a grade. The academy elder heaved a sigh. Sir, are you not going to stop this farce? Letting him go on with this nonsense. I'm afraid the consequences wouldn't be too good. The guards beside him had worried expressions on their faces. T/N. They really do curse and swear in this novel, by the way. Hope you guys don't mind the vulgarities, though that's probably the least of your worries in future. Chapter 28, Capital-Free Business, Why Stop It? The academy elder lifted his eyebrows and laughed. He lifted a finger and pointed it at Fang Yuan, who was far away, and said, This young man has taken control of the entire situation, and his attacks are fully restrained. Look at the way he cuts at the neck. He only acts on the left or right side, but never cutting at the nape. This is because he knows that striking the neck sides can make a person faint on the spot. Meanwhile, attacking the area at the back of the head and neck could cause death, so he automatically abandoned that way of attacking. Look at all those youths on the ground. Which one of them is actually heavily injured? None. Even if they were badly hurt, so what? Are you saying that our academy's treatment Gu masters won't be able to cure this sort of traumatic wound? But Sir Elder, that child is just too arrogant. He blocked the entrance. This is obviously not acknowledging our existence as guards. Being ignored isn't the main problem, though. The important matter is how the clan will think of our academy. To actually allow a small petty C-grade student make a fuss in the academy and not stop it. If word goes out, we're afraid this might affect your reputation, Sir Elder. The guard squinted as he said this. Humph. In reality, is that because you all were disregarded by the boy, so your own dignity feels challenged? The academy elder was not too happy. He sneered and shot a gaze as sharp as a sword edge at the guards. They all lowered their heads, all of them disagreeing. What's wrong with fighting? As long as lives are not lost, it will stir up the competitive side of the students and temper their will to fight. To stop this kind of fight is to stifle the students' fighting passion. Was there no fighting in the past batches? Every batch had their own battles, and it happened very often. The only difference was that it usually happened in the latter half of the year when the students had already mastered some means of fighting. With strength they itched to fight, and at the same time it is an aggressive age. Why didn't you stop those people back then? The academy elder questioned in a cold voice. Maybe it was because the fights in the previous years were all single battles. There were rarely huge-scale fighting like this one. But this Fang Yuan is really good at creating a disturbance. The chief of the guards replied. No. The academy elder shook his head. That was because you all did not dare to stop it. Because after half a year, a Gu master will have the ability to fight beyond a mortal's strength, and with your petty mortal bodies, how are you supposed to stop it? Right now you all want to stop Fang Yuan. Perhaps it is because he just started cultivating, so he doesn't have enough power. It's also because you feel that he ignored your existence and offended your dignity. But you must all remember, these students all bear the surname of Gu. They are my Gu clan's clan members, your masters. Even if they are still of young age, no matter how weak, they are still your masters. The elder's tone had turned sharply. Your surnames are not Gu. What is your worth? Because of your loyalty, you were all given the position of guards, rewarding you with some sweet benefits. But in reality, you are still slaves. Just slaves. A slave dare give preposterous opinions of their masters, caring about the matters of their masters. The elder's face was dark like water. This was not your subordinate's idea, not my meaning. I wouldn't dare. The guards were ashen-faced as they kneeled down to the ground, spouting non-stop. The academy elder gave a cold snort and pointed at the chief guard who had just called Fang Yuan a person good at creating disturbances. You gave an outrageous comment on your master. You are relieved of your position. After a while, the elder said to the others, after half a month, there will be a re-examination to determine the new chief. The other guards immediately had eyes that shone, their hearts pumping with enthusiasm. The position of chief of the guard. Every month, I'll be able to receive half a primeval stone more. To be able to become the chief is to become a man above men. Aside from the masters, I dare to see who else would show displeasure at me. If I became the chief, how cool that would be. All right, what are you all pestling here for? Get downstairs and wait for the battle to end. Then sweep the field. The elder roared. Yes. Your subordinate takes his leave. The guards left in reverence and awe as they went down. One of the guards on the stairs lost his footing and fell down. Immediately, there was a series of sounds implicating a chain of people falling and knocking down. However, under the academy elder's power and influence, the The guards reddened their faces and endured in suffering, not letting out a single noise. Oomph. Those minions are just like dogs. Every once in a while they get this itch to misbehave. You'd have to smack them so that they know fear and respect. Then just throw some small victories and bones to them, letting them fight amongst themselves like dogs, letting them compete amongst themselves to serve my clan with their life. To hold a stick in one hand and a carrot in another. This is the unique way of the upper echelons. As the academy elder heard the quiet movements below, he sneered in his heart and turned his head, looking through the window and at the school gates. A fresh group of 10 or so students were on the ground at the entrance. Fang Yuan stood proudly, and there were 3 young girls back to back, huddling at a side opposite him. You better not come over. If you come over, we'll shoot you with the moonblade. In their hands were a layer of blue radiance. It seemed like they were compelled to the point they would actually mobilize their primeval essence and use the Moonlight Gu. Fang Yuan's body was still that of a normal 15-year-old boy, and if they attacked him with the moonblade it would not do him any good. Yet he was not afraid. Instead, he sneered at them and walked step by step towards the girls. You girls have pretty big guts, huh? Have you forgotten the rules of the school? Inside the academy, fighting using Gu is forbidden, or else the penalty will be expulsion. If you girls want to be expelled, then just do it. The young girls hesitated. Indeed, there is such a rule. The blue light in their hands faded away. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he caught this opening and dashed forward, his palms waving in the air, cutting down 2 of them without a shadow of doubt. Being the last one, her morale dropped and her knees turned weak. She collapsed to the ground crying heavily, begging Fang Yuan. Don't you come over, Fang Yuan. Please let me go. Fang Yuan stared down at the young girl with a condescending look, his cold voice sounding in her ears. A piece of primeval stone. The girl's body fluttered and she quickly opened her money pouch, realization taking hold of her. She took out 3 to 4 pieces of primeval stones and held them in her palm, stretching out her hand to Fang Yuan. Don't hit me. I'll give them all to you. I'll give all my stones to you. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he slowly reached out with his right hand. He lifted his forefinger and thumb, gently pinching at a piece of primeval stone from the girl's hand. The young maiden could not stop trembling. Fang Yuan's hand had a youth's pale and slender form, but in her eyes his hand was horrifying like a ferocious claw of terror. I've said it earlier, I will only take 1 piece of primeval stone. Fang Yuan paused for a moment. Then he said plainly, you may leave. The girl stared at Fang Yuan for a good while. Then she finally got up. But her limbs were still weak and she could not properly stand. Her heart was already full of fear towards Fang Yuan, and she was afraid to the point that she could not muster a single breath of energy. When the academy elder saw this, he could not help but shake his head. One of his reasons to remain an observer was to borrow the chance to see each of the students' respective fighting talents. This girl who collapsed on the ground was only a C-grade talent, but with this kind of mentality, she could only become a logistics Gu master. She would be able to be productive in the clan, but there was no expectation for her to be on the battlefield. As for this Fang Yuan, the academy elder rubbed his chin, his eyes squinting with a flash of light. He felt that Fang Yuan was very interesting. Not only did Fang Yuan possess fighting talent, he even had a sense of propriety. To just extort for a piece of primeval stone was not beyond the bounds in the elder's heart. But if Fang Yuan wanted to blackmail for 2 pieces, that would be too much and he would need to intervene. The academy's allowance was originally 3 pieces. To have a piece taken away would still be considered harmless. But if he extorted away 2 stones, then what is the point of giving out subsidy? He might as well just give everything to Fang Yuan. Very quickly the last group of students arrived. There were only 5 people, and among them was Fang Yuan's twin younger brother. Big brother, how could you be like this? You are too bold to actually beat up your classmates at the gates and take away their primeval stones. Gu Yufeng was wide-eyed as he looked at the scene. He could not believe what he was seeing before him. I advise you to quickly go to the academy elder and take the initiative to admit your mistake, or else with you making such a huge matter, it's not a joke. You might actually get expelled. Fang Yuan laughed and said, you're right. Fang Zheng heaved a relieved sigh. Seeing that his older brother hadn't gone insane and could still be persuaded, that was good. But very quickly he heard Fang Yuan say again, every one of you, a piece of primeval stone. What? Fang Zheng opened his mouth wide with surprise. Even I need to pay up? My dearest little brother, of course you can choose not to. Fang Yuan's tone was very gentle. But you will end up just like them, he said and pointed at those fallen on the ground. Some of them had fainted, and some of them were moaning in pain. Even his own younger brother isn't spared. This Fang Yuan is crazy, he's too vicious. We cannot defeat him. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. We better hand it over and overcome the trouble. That's right, we'll just pass up the primeval stone first. It's just 1 piece anyway. When we go back and report to the teachers, he'll be getting it. With the lesson drawn from their classmates' mistakes, the remaining youngsters obediently accepted Fang Yuan's blackmail with gazes of defiance. Hold up. Just as they were about to leave, Fang Yuan shouted at them to halt. Fang Yuan, are you actually going to go back on your word? The youths started to become nervous. Fang Yuan faced the teenagers on the ground, gently sighing. Do you guys really think that I would squat down and search through their bodies one by one? The youths stared blankly. Then they were hit by realization one by one. Each of them turned red in the face and stood at the spot hesitatingly. Fang Yuan stared at them, narrowing his eyes. There was a flash of cold light in his gaze. Immediately the 5 youngsters felt their heart beating fast, their scalps going numb at the same time. All right, Fang Yuan. We understand your meaning. We'll just help you this once. Under Fang Yuan's despotic aura, they could only lower their heads and search through each of the young teens' money pouches on the ground, taking out a piece of primeval stone from each bag. Then they brought it together and passed it to Fang Yuan. The entire class had a total of 57 people. By extorting a piece of primeval stone from every single one of them, Fang Yuan held 56 pieces. He originally had 20 pieces, but he spent 10 to buy a few jars of green bamboo wine. Adding the number of primeval stones from his own allowance and reward, the total number of primeval stones he had in his possession amounted up to 79 pieces. This sort of capital-free business that consists of extortion and plundering is really the most profitable business. Fang Yuan pocketed his money pouch that had suddenly expanded greatly into his bosom and strutted away, leaving behind a floor full of teenagers, lying like corpses on the ground. And a few teenagers, Fang Zheng among them, blankly stared after Fang Yuan's gradually disappearing shadow. Get out there fast. All of you, faster. Arrange the little masters properly. The treatment Gu master, where is he? Ask him to come over fast. The guards were yelling as they all rushed forward, falling over each other in their eagerness to present themselves. They willingly gave their all for the small position of being the chief guard. Author's note, there were some problems with the layout yesterday, but they've been corrected now. Really sorry about it. I gave you all obstacles to your reading. With my new book on the list of new books, I'm really happy. This is all due to all my new friends' support. I've seen the power of you all. The popularity is also rising. Due to the uniqueness of the book's style, I hope those of the same type will support it. This book will be written all the way and will have stable updates. All my books have always been finished. The aspect of integrity in this matter is full drop. T/N, translating author notes to let you understand him more. And like he said, he claims to have finished all his books. At the time of this chapter I'm translating now, Reverend Insanity hasn't ended yet. But the author has said he plans to end it this year, after 4 to 5 years of writing this novel. And sorry for the delay, while I do plan to push out a chapter every 2 to 3 days, I try not to release on the 3rd day. Haha. Chapter 29, Unscrupulous. 1. Put all the wine jars under the bed. Fang Yuan pointed and directed 4 workers from the inn. In each man's hands were jars of green bamboo wine. Right after Fang Yuan successfully extorted his peers, he went to the inn and bought 20 jars in one go. Each jar cost 2 pieces of primeval stones, and Fang Yuan pumped in 40 primeval stones for the sake of the liquor worm. The money pouch that had bulged out not long ago inflated by half in an instant, leaving 39 pieces of primeval stones behind. However, it was worth the money. These wine would be able to support the liquor worm for a long time. All right, the workers immediately replied. They would not dare to show any hint of disrespect to a Gu master. Add on to the fact that Fang Yuan had bought so much wine, he could be said as the inn's big customer. With just a casual word before the innkeeper, the workers were able to easily put down their current activities and workload. After the inn's servants left, Fang Yuan closed the dormitory door and sat cross-legged on his bed. It was already nighttime. The stars and moon in the sky were bright, and the night breeze flowed with a hint of scented fragrance. There was no light in the room. Fang Yuan calmed his state of mind, letting his focus slip into the primeval sea. The waves of the primeval sea rose and fell, the seawater giving out green copper-colored light. Every drop of seawater was the green copper primeval essence that a rank 1 Gu master specially had. The primeval sea took up 44%, too, of the entire aperture. This was Fang Yuan's C-grade talents limitation. The 4 walls of the aperture were a thin layer of white light, supporting and encasing the aperture. In the sky above the primeval sea there was nothing. The spring Autumn Cicada had already hidden itself away under Fang Yuan's command, restoring itself under a deep sleep. Floating on the primeval sea was a cute and chubby white liquor worm. It frisked about with its heart's content on the seawater, sometimes diving into the sea, other times shaking its head and tail, splashing and splattering water droplets around. Fang Yuan sent a thought through his mind, and the liquor worm immediately responded. It stopped playing and curled up into the shape of a rice dumpling, leisurely floating into the air. It rose up to the middle of the aperture and out of the green copper sea. Go! Fang Yuan mobilized a tenth of his primeval essence, transforming it into a narrow flow, thrusting it all into the liquor worm. The liquor worm had already been refined by him, so this time it did not resist. It took in the entire jet of primeval essence and absorbed everything into its body. Immediately the sea surface dropped by a small cut. The curled-up liquor worm turned the primeval essence into a driving force and began to radiate out white light. Inside the soft light, an enshrouding mist of wine fumes were gradually produced, finally converging into a pale white wine mist. The wine mist was marvelous. It did not drift apart, instead enveloping around the liquor worm. Rise! Fang Yuan gave a thought, transferring another 10% of his primeval essence. The green copper seawater dived into the wine mist. As the wine mist melted into the seawater, it gradually lessened, and eventually there was no trace of it left. As for that 10% of green copper primeval essence, it also lost its general volume and was left with 5%. However, this 5% of primeval essence was even more condensed than before. The original primeval essence was a jade green, giving out a copper luster. Right now, although this new primeval essence had the same copper luster, the green was a darker shade. It was pale green. Pale green-colored primeval essence was the primeval essence that only a rank 1 middle-stage Gu master would have. The liquor worm's use was to condense the primeval essence and increase it by a small realm rank. A Gu master had 9 great realms, from the bottom, rank 1, rank 2, all the way to rank 9. Every great realm was split into 4 smaller realms, which were initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. Fang Yuan was only a rank 1 initial stage Gu master right now, but with the liquor worm's help he had 5% of a rank 1 middle stage Gu master's primeval essence. If I want to condense out 5% of middle stage primeval essence, I would need to use 20% of initial stage primeval essence. I want to convert all the 44% of my primeval C into middle stage primeval essence, so I'd need to use around 180% of initial stage primeval essence. To reach this target as soon as possible, I need to borrow the help of primeval stones. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and took out a complete primeval stone the size of a duck egg from his bag. The primeval stone was a sort of ellipsoidal-shaped, translucent gray stone. As the natural essence inside it is consumed, its size would continue shrinking. His right hand slowly closed, the primeval stone tightly clenched in his palm. He absorbed the natural primeval essence inside the stone, continuously replenishing his own aperture. The level of the sea surface that had fallen in his aperture slowly began to rise. The primeval stone was meant to be used. Fang Yuan was not stingy by one bit, and he would not save it up. I do not have someone to back me up, and I do not have support from friends and family. Thus I can only rely on extortion and plundering. Today was just the first time, but after this, every 7 days when the academy gives out the school allowance, I will continue blocking the academy gates. How could robbing and blackmailing once satisfy Fang Yuan's appetite? In a Gu master's cultivation, the primeval stone was the most scarce thing. As for the consequences of his plundering actions, Fang Yuan was not the least worried. This world was not the same as Earth. On Earth, schools would always prohibit fights to mainly stabilize harmony. But in this world, fighting was the main theme. No matter a Gu master or common mortal, they would fight for survival. Sometimes it would be a fight with a scary wild beast. Sometimes it would be a battle against the raging weather, and other times it could be a fight against other Gu masters over resources. As a result, moderate fighting was instead encouraged and advocated by people. From young to old, from simple brawls to battles determining life and death. This was the portrayal of most of the human lives here. This surface of this world was boundless. Just the southern border alone that Fang Yuan stayed in now, it was bigger than 7 to 8 times the entire surface of Earth itself. The living environment here was hostile and cruel, so humans would often construct mountain villages in the form of clans, holing up together. Every now and then there would be waves of beasts, or perhaps extremely bad weather assaulting a village. The Gu master would become the core force of a village's protection, and every year the situation of attrition would become more serious. Surviving requires men with strong fighting will. A clan needs battle Gu masters. There is never too much. Moreover, Fang Yuan's attacks were within the proper limit. He never attacked the lower jaw, as this would easily cause the skull to fracture and cause the loss of a human life. He also never struck the back of the head. When fighting, he did not use his fists or elbow, or even jabbing with his fingers, but he used his palm. The number of kicks he used could also be numbered. The students that fell were not heavily injured. At most, they were lightly wounded. Fang Yuan was not bloodthirsty. He just treated killing as a type of means. Every time he acted, he would have a clear goal. Whatever the type of method, whichever would let him reach his goal the fastest, he would use it. In other words, he was unscrupulous in doing things. The clouds floated over, covering the moonlight. A shadow enveloped over the Guyu village. The watchman banged on his clappers, prompting people to know that it was already deep in the night. Be careful of fires, be on guard of beast assaults, as well as the possibility of foreign Gu masters sneaking into the village. There were still a lot of lights in the village. In the Qi family branch home, Guyu Qi Lian stayed in his study, the lights radiantly bright. This high-authority old man spoke with a gentle tone, expressing sympathy as he asked his own grandson Guyu Qi Cheng. I heard you were beaten up by that Fang Yuan today? Guyu Qi Cheng had a black right eye, and he angrily said, Yes, Grandpa. That Fang Yuan was just a petty C grade, yet he dared to act so arrogant. He blocked us all at the entrance, not caring about the friendly sentiments of his classmates, and he robbed us of our primeval stones. What's more, the academy just opened one eye and closed one eye over the incident. It was only when Fang Yuan strode away that the guards hurried over. Grandpa, this time you have to help me expel this angry resentment of mine. Instead, Guyu Qi Lian shook his head. This is between you and your juniors. You were blackmailed to lose a piece of primeval stone, and you did not suffer heavy injuries. Grandpa cannot act without any justifiable excuse. Even if you were heavily wounded, I will not stand up for you. Do you understand why? Guyu Qi Cheng was stunned. He struggled to think, and after a long while he hesitatingly said, Grandpa, I think I understand your meaning. You are hoping that I will rely on my own strength to find my way, right? You only understood one aspect. Guyu Qi Lian nodded his head and added, You must remember, you are not just an individual representative, but you are the image on behalf of our Qi family branch. For many years we have confronted the Mo family branch, and your every move will represent the hope of the future of the Qi family branch. Grandpa may help you in the shadows, but you must stand up and erect a self-reliant and strong image. Otherwise, the elders who are supporting our family will not see the hope for our future, and they will abandon the Qi family. As he said this, Guyu Qi Lian heaved a sigh. This is also why Grandpa helped you to cheat and let you impersonate a B-grade talent. Our Qi family needs a strong successor to hold on to those who are supporting us. Guyu Qi Cheng was then enlightened. Grandpa, I understand now. Guyu Qi Lian shook his head. Just understanding won't do any good. You must work hard. Fang Yuan is just small trouble. Next up, you must study hard and train diligently on your basic martial arts and get your dignity back. At the same time, do not forget to work hard on cultivating, promoting to middle stage as soon as possible. The best you can do is to win the position of class monitor. This will be great honor and a kind of help to our Qi family. All right, Grandpa, Guyu Qi Cheng replied loudly. Ha. This spirit is how the heir to our Qi branch should be like. Grandson, you must work hard. I will do my best to help you. 1. Unscrupulous, having or showing no moral principles, not honest or fair, unethical, immoral, shameless. Will go through any means necessary to achieve or do something. 2. 44%, formerly known as 4x4 or 4x4. T/N. That's final. If anything, I am clear about the measurements of the aperture sizes now. It's all percent. This was confirmed by Chinese readers. So if you remember all that 4x4, 5x6, 9x8, or 4x4/5x6/9x8, it's 44%, 56%, 98%. Really sorry for any confusion regarding these measurements and aperture primeval C sizes. Chapter 30, Fang Yuan, you're robbing again? Almost at the same moment, in another place. Honorary father and mother, that was pretty much how things went. Fang Zheng stood straight, his tone respectful and cautious. In the hall, Fang Yuan's uncle Gu Yudong too, as well as his aunt sat in their wide-back huge chairs frowning. Aunt gnawed her teeth. While feeling injustice for Fang Zheng and at the same time gloating over the matter, she said, Fang Yuan, that bastard son, him extorting others is one thing, but to think he would not even spare his own younger brother. How heartless and unfeeling. However, this time with such a huge crime, I expect he will be expelled from the academy soon after this. That's enough, you should talk less. Uncle heaved in a deep sigh and told Fang Zheng, you only lost a piece of primeval stone, don't worry. Go to the treasury and pick up a stone. There is no business for you here now. You must go and work hard in cultivating. With your grade talent, becoming the first middle stage Gu master is a huge possibility. Do not waste the talent that heaven blessed you with. For your mother, and I look forward to seeing you become number one. Yes, father and mother. Your son takes his leave. Fang Zheng left with a heart full of trepidation. He secretly thought, Big Brother robbed all the students when he blocked the academy gates today. He created such a terrible aftermath. I'm afraid he might really be expelled. If that happens, should I plead on his case for him? Two voices appeared in his head. A voice said, no need to plead for him. He even robbed your primeval stone away, although you were his own young brother. Even if he was expelled, that was his own fault. If heaven commits a sin, It can be forgiven. But if one commits a sin himself, he deserves to die. Another voice said, but he is your very own older brother. He shares a similar face, his blood thicker than water. All right, even if you do not acknowledge him, you still must plead his case. If you do not do so, how will the outsiders look at you? I'm afraid they might think of you as a heartless and ungrateful person. Seeing Fang Zheng leave the hall, Aunt could not help but exclaim happily, husband, we cut off Fang Yuan's living expenses. This little bastard finally couldn't stand it and went off committing a huge error. To actually dare to block the academy gates and fight in public, not to mention extortion, this is the equivalent of provoking the academy elder. I dare say the time for him getting expelled is very near. However, Uncle shook his head. You think too simply of things. Fang Yuan will not be expelled. In fact, there may not be any punishment. Why? Aunt was puzzled. Uncle snorted. Brawls and fights are encouraged as long as there are no heavy consequences. Did any students die in this fight? No. Aunt refused to comply. Husband, how would you know there weren't any casualties? There are always accidents happening from fighting. Uncle closed his eyes, leaning against the back of his chair. Woman, you are really naive. Do you really think the academy elder is just for show? When did the guards start acting? They came out at the last moment. This means that the entire scene was under control. If someone was heavily injured, they would have rushed over a long time ago, not at the last moments. You are not a Gu master, so you won't understand. The academy does not forbid brawls among the students, but in fact they maintain an encouraging attitude towards it. The more brawls there are, the more helpful it would be for battles. Some students can even create strong bonds through fighting. The elders will not pursue this. It is already a routine. If anyone wants to take action on behalf of their offspring, it would break the rules. Aunt was dumbfounded as she heard this, and she replied in an unsatisfied manner. Then nothing's going to happen to Fang Yuan who robbed away such a huge amount of primeval stones? He's just going to be let go like that? With such a big number of primeval stones, it will bring a lot of help to his cultivation. Uncle opened his eyes, his face cloudy. What else can we do? Are you expecting me to go over by myself and snatch away all his primeval stones? However, this matter is not something that we cannot exploit. For Fang Yuan to rob and extort even his own brother Fang Zheng. This is the key to his fall. Fang Zheng is an A-grade talent. He will definitely be stronger than Fang Yuan one day. We will use this matter to divide and sow discord in Fang Zheng. We'll lead Fang Zheng away from Fang Yuan for our own use. And with that, 3 days passed. The disturbance that Fang Yuan caused from his robbery and extortion did not spread nor grow bigger, but instead it gradually died down. No elders broke the rules and came to find trouble for Fang Yuan, and the academy elder naturally closed one eye and opened one eye, acting like nothing happened. Although in this period of time, there were 2 to 3 youngsters who refused to accept the truth of having their primeval stones taken, and they challenged Fang Yuan. But after Fang Yuan knocked them down easily, everyone became aware that if they did not train hard in martial arts, they would never beat Fang Yuan. Among these teenagers, a burst of mass fervor towards training hard in martial arts erupted. The martial arts instructor was overjoyed. He had never seen a batch of students so enthusiastic and dedicated towards martial arts. Before this, when he was teaching, the students were all lacking in interest, yawning all day. But right now they would constantly seek advice with eyes brimming with radiating vigor. The academy elder specially came over to inquire about his situation. The martial arts instructor had an excited tone as he reported, the students have been showing unexpected enthusiasm, and this change is too great. Only one student among them, called Fang Yuan, remains as lazy as ever. The academy elder laughed and patted his shoulders. He said, this student that you speak of is the cause of the other student's transformation. The martial arts instructor was puzzled, but of course the changes were more than this. After the incident, Fang Yuan had undoubtedly become the public enemy of the entire student batch. Everyone was hostile towards him, and he was isolated. No longer did anyone speak to him, and no one greeted him. The youths exerted full force, training their basic techniques privately. With their parents' and elders' encouragement and inspirations, they had decided that they must reclaim their honor by their own hands. Under the calm surface, the undercurrent was surging. Another 4 days passed. The academy elder passed out the primeval stone allowance once more, and the time for Fang Yuan to act came again. Fang Yuan, once wasn't enough for you. You still want to rob away our primeval stones again? The students were shocked and angry as Fang Yuan blocked them at the gates once more. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the entrance, his hands behind his back, his expression cold and tone flat. A piece of primeval stone per person, and you'll be spared of physical pain. Fang Yuan, your bullying is excessive. I want to challenge you. Gu Mo Bei roared angrily, coming out first. Oh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Mo Bei raised his fists and rushed forward. After a few rounds, he fainted onto the ground. Mo Bei, you're too useless. Watch me. Gu Yu Chi Chung yelled loudly and dashed towards Fang Yuan. After a transition of attack and defense, he joined after Mo Bei's footsteps. Fang Yuan's battle experience was 10,000 times more than theirs. Although he only started cultivating, every force inflicted was used properly. Meanwhile, this bunch of students had only started their journey. If they came at him together, they might still be able to bring him a little trouble. But with them coming up to challenge him one by one, it was more relaxing than the first time of extortion. After 15 minutes, Fang Yuan leisurely walked away with a bulging money bag, leaving behind a floor full of youths. Some of them were lying motionless, and some were holding their bellies or clutching their crotch as they moaned and howled. Brothers, time to come up and sweep the field fast. The guards shouted, and all rushed over. T/N, just a notice. All measurements regarding aperture sizes in all the S, and especially the rate of recovery in Chapter 10, have been changed to percent as how it should have been. Chapter 31, Fang Yuan. You're in huge trouble. I've trained hard in basic martial arts for 7 consecutive days, but to think I only managed to endure 2 strikes from Fang Yuan and lost consciousness afterwards. Shame, unforgivable shame. Gu Yu Mo Bei exclaimed, full of anguish and regret. In the family garden, he faced the wooden puppet, unleashing punches and kicks that were resulting in resounding echoes. Suddenly, he heard a laughing voice. Little brother, do you have deep hatred for the puppet? Why the great resentment? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Gu Yu Mo Bei relaxed and stopped his attacks. He turned his head. Sister, you're back. The family council sent me out for an investigation mission which lasted more than 10 days. Gu Yu Mo Yin laughingly replied. She was Mo Bei's blood-related sister, a rank 2 middle-stage Gu master. But soon, her face turned grim, her eyes sharply gazing at Mo Bei. Brother, what's the matter with those bruises on your face? Who bullied you? It's nothing. I accidentally tripped and fell. A hint of panic flashed across Mo Bei's face as he came up with an excuse. He did not wish for his sister to know of such an embarrassing event. The truth of the Mo family's future heir and the family head, Gu Yu Mo Chin's beloved grandson, consecutively knocked out twice in combat. But the fortunate thing was that he wasn't the only unlucky one. The others had suffered as well. Oh, you have to be more careful in that case. As for your combat training, this won't do. You do not have a Gu that enhances your defense right now, so use thick towels to cover yourself. This will protect your limbs from getting hurt. Gu Yu Mo Yin instructed before leaving. Hello, young miss. Good morning, young miss. Young miss is back. Your servant greets you, miss. Gu Yu Mo Yin hastily walked with a cold demeanor, and the servants she met on the way bowed and paid respects to her without fail. She walked to the study room. Without any warning, Mo Yin pushed the door and entered through. Inside the room, Gu Yu Mo Chun was practicing his calligraphy art with his back facing her. You're back? Gu Yu Mo Chun asked directly without turning his body. After investigating for half a month, what is the situation with the wolf's den? How did you know it's me, grandfather? Mo Yin gasped, slightly taken aback. Humph. In the entire family, you're the only person that dares to enter my room without even knocking the door once. Who else can it be besides you, my beloved granddaughter? Gu Yu Mo Chun reprimanded, although his face showed traces of concern and warmth, and he looked at Mo Yin with a smile. Mo Yin pouted. When it comes to doting, you actually adore little brother more. However, since he's the future family head, you are more strict on him, so others cannot sense your concern for him. After a while, she asked, Grandfather, little brother was beaten up. I asked him, and he lied about the situation, so I had no choice but to ask you. Gu Yu Mo Chin's face turned serious. You have not answered my question. He put down his brush and sat down. Mo Yin reluctantly reported. The wolf's den is almost full, so according to the current rate of breeding speed, although there won't be an outbreak this year, there will definitely be a wolf tide next year at our mountain village. Gu Yu Mo Chun inquired again. Generally, there's an outbreak every 3 years, so this is no surprise. However, within that horde, how many Thunder Crown wolves are there? Around 3. Gu Yu Mo Chun nodded, feeling assured. The Thunder Crown wolves were the head of the pack, and were the most troublesome to deal with during an outbreak. 3 wasn't a large number since Qingmao Mountain had 3 clan villages. Each village could handle 1 wolf, and the pressure of the outbreak would be greatly reduced. Grandfather, you have not told me about my little brother's matter. Yet. Mo Yin pursued again. I suppose there's no matter telling you, but he was beaten up. The first time was 7 days ago, and the second time happened today. It happened in front of the school gates, and he was beaten until he sprawled on the ground and fainted on both occasions. Gu Yu Mo Chun laughingly replied, Who has the guts to knock out my little brother? Mo Yin stared, wide-eyed. He's a classmate of Mo Bei called Fang Yuan. He fights really well. Gu Yu Mo Chun sniggered. Gu Yu Mo Yan's eyes grew larger, and she was perplexed as she replied, Grandfather, what are you saying? He is your own blood-related grandson. Gu Mo Chun stared deeply at his granddaughter and spoke meaningfully. Mo Yin, my dear, you are a girl, so you may not understand. Defeat and humiliation only serve as fuel for improvement. Without failure, one can never develop and grow into a true, mature man. Mo Bei was defeated, and that is his own failure. Once he wakes up, he will ask fighting techniques from the teachers. This is a sort of improvement, and this improvement comes from Fang Yuan, who beat him into realization. As his sister, if you really care and want to protect your brother, you should not interfere with his growth. Fang Yuan is just a boy with C-grade talent, while Mo Bei has B-grade talent. With us supporting him, he will step over Fang Yuan and drive him into the ground eventually. Leave this opponent to Mo Bei. In a woman's life, she needs a family and a lover. But for a man, a family is not a necessity, yet what he cannot lack is a rival. Do not find trouble with Fang Yuan, do you hear me? This is a matter between the youths. If you get involved, this will be perceived as bullying. Breaking the rules like that will cause our Mo family to be looked down upon. Mo Yin gasped wordlessly, but under Gu Mo Chen's gaze, she finally lowered her head. Yes, grandfather, your granddaughter understands. She staggered out of the study room, but even Gu Mo Chen did not notice. Her eyes shined ominously. Grandfather, this is your way of loving your grandson. And I, Mo Yin, have my own methods. Mo Yin's heart already had different plans. In the inn's dining room, several tables were occupied and people were having dinner, thus the environment was rather lively. One or two waiters served dishes rapidly, traversing between tables. Fang Yuan sat at the table near the windows. He ordered a few dishes and ate while gazing out of the window. Looking out, the sunset looked like fire, slowly burning away. Half of the sun had already set. It longingly gazed at the lands, its afterglow being the sun's reluctance. Far up the mountains, it was already veiled by the seeping nightfall. The streets nearby were gathered full of people who were going home. Some of them were barefooted, some muddy farmers, some of them herb pickers, some hunters holding mountain pheasants, wild boars and other animals, and some were Gu masters. They wore a blue uniform, looking clean and spirited, a headband and a waist belt completing their appearance. The belt had a specific function. For rank 1 Gu masters, it was a blue belt. There was a bronze plate at the front, and the number 1 could be seen. For rank 2 Gu masters, their belt was red, and the steel plate in the middle showed the number 2. Sitting at the side of the window, Fang Yuan observed that there were 6 to 7 rank 1 Gu masters, and they were mostly young men. There was also a rank 2 Gu master, a middle-aged man. As for rank 3 Gu masters, they were the family elders. And 4th rank would be the clan head, the lord of a village. Rank 5 Gu masters were hardly seen, and in the entire history of the Gu clan, there were only the 1st generation clan head and the 4th generation clan head who had reached this level. Actually, finding out a clan's strength is very simple. Just find a spot in the village, settle down, and observe the people for a few hours. See how many rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters there are, and you'll be able to see the clan's strength and wealth. Fang Yuan came to a conclusion with his accumulated knowledge of 500 years. Using the Gu village as an example, there were around 20 people walking on the streets, and 6 were Gu masters. In these 6, there was a 50% chance of having one rank 2 Gu master. With this strength and capital, the Gu clan managed to monopolize one of the best resource locations in Qingmao Mountain. But the mountain was just a small corner in the entire area of the southern border. The Gu clan could only be considered as a middle-low tier clan. I have only started my cultivation, and with rank 1 initial stage, I do not even have the qualification to roam the southern border. I need at least rank 3 cultivation to be able to further roam the world. Fang Yuan sighed as he consumed his dinner. Qingmao Mountain was too small. It could not contain his ambitions, and he was determined to leave. Haha. Gu Fang Yuan, I have finally found you. At this moment, a middle-aged man laughed deviously as he approached. Fang Yuan turned slightly to see a man with a yellowish skin tone and hanging brows, but he had a huge body size and developed muscles. He strode several steps to Fang Yuan with his arms folded and proudly stared at the youth who was still consuming his dinner with a hint of hostility. Fang Yuan, you've gotten yourself into huge trouble, do you know that? Ha ha ha, you have dared to hit our young master of the Mo family, and now our young miss is here to settle the score with you. The middle-aged man snickered continuously. He constantly stared and sized up Fang Yuan, faintly emitting a threatening aura. Chapter 32. Making fun. If a normal person was stared at by this middle-aged man, they would have probably developed fear in their hearts already. However, Fang Yuan lost interest after looking at him for a second and continued focusing on his meal, treating this man as if he were invisible. Who's that guy? He wears the clothing of a family servant, and he is not a Gu master. Why would he dare to question young Master Fang Yuan? An employee wondered as he hid at the corner of the inn, sensing that the situation may turn ugly. He's like a fox assuming a tiger's ferocity. By using the Mo family as his backing, this servant man dares to clamor at a Gu master. If it were any other mortal man, they wouldn't have the guts to do this, someone beside the employee replied in disdain. Even so, as a mere mortal, he has the guts to cause a ruckus towards a Gu master. TSK, this kind of experience must feel really great. TCH, you shouldn't think that a Gu master is always high and mighty. Young Master Fang Yuan is merely a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, and he has just managed to refine his vital Gu. If they were to fight now, he may not be the opponent of this muscular and strong mortal. Sigh, let's just hope that when they fight later, they will spare our inn and the furniture. The employees chattered back and forth, but none dared to take a step forward, only staring from a distance. You still have the mood to continue eating? Seeing as how he did not manage to intimidate or scare Fang Yuan, the muscular middle-aged man had a hint of doubt in his eyes. Do you think I'm lying to you? There are already people reporting to young miss, and she will be here shortly. Do not attempt to run away, young lad, because you won't be able to get away. My job here is to make sure you stay put. There will be much suffering for you later. Fang Yuan paid no heed to the man and continued eating his meal. The middle-aged servant frowned as he did not see a hint of panic or shock from Fang Yuan. This made him feel ignored, and his pride was severely offended. He had been a servant in the Mo family for over a decade, and he had acquired the trust of his master. Over a long period, he would naturally come to learn about the details of Gu masters. Rank 1 Gu masters mostly relied on their physical combat skills. In battle, a Gu worm's worth was attributed more to its deterrence factor than as a fighting force. He knew especially that for a young Gu master like Fang Yuan who had just started cultivating, his physical strength was far inferior when compared to a grown man. If it came down to close combat, he who had trained for many years would gain the upper advantage. At the same time, Fang Yuan had supposedly only refined the Moonlight Gu, so at the max, he would only be able to shoot out several moonblades. The middle-aged man was used as a sparring partner from a long time ago, so he knew deeply that if a rank 1 initial stage Gu master were to use his primeval essence to unleash the moonblade, the most it could do was cut several palm-sized wounds and cause limited damage if it managed to hit the human body. Additionally, the man had the backing of the Mo family, so when he confronted Fang Yuan he had no fear, and was wholeheartedly trying to show off his worth to his masters so that he could be rewarded and deemed more useful to the family. Young lad, you sure are courageous, huh? The middle-aged man's tone was turning unfriendly as he folded up his sleeves, revealing his well-toned and muscular forearms. His 2 arms were large and full of scars. The forearms had thick protruding veins and were even thicker than Fang Yuan's legs. The inn employees watched in fear, and several customers were already getting up, paying the bills, and leaving this land of conflict. Fang Yuan has been found. Suddenly, the door emitted a proud, loud female voice. Mo Yin strode forward in big steps and entered the inn. Behind her were numerous family servants. Her body figure was decent, slightly tall, and had the proper curves. But a long face like a horse's, an inherited gene from the Mo bloodline, caused her looks to be greatly affected, and thus she was only a middle upper tier beauty. However, she wore a dark blue uniform and a red belt, affixed with a square steel plate, tied around her waistline. The steel plate was engraved with a 2. Additionally, she had just returned from after a clan mission, so there was still lingering traces of the hardship that she had just gone through. These added up to create a field of pressure and threat that was emitted to her surroundings. Thus, once she stepped into the inn, the entire place went silent under her aura. Your servant greets you, young miss. The middle-aged man changed his attitude completely upon seeing Mo Yin. He tried to smile charmingly, and he bent his body as he walked a few steps and knelt on the floor, greeting Mo Yin. Upon seeing this change in behavior, the workers in the inn could only stare in shock with their mouths wide open. The tall and muscular figure, as opposed to his humble, groveling attitude, was a great mismatch and was seemingly amusing. But the employees of the inn did not laugh, as his behavior only greatly showed off Mo Yin's imposing pressure and status. Some of the inn workers could not help but worry for Fang Yuan, as he was their major customer. If something were to happen to him and made him unable to patronize the inn any further, it would be a huge loss. More of them were secretly praying for Fang Yuan to surrender. If a fight really broke out and destroyed the inn's property, that would be worse. Mo Yin did not even take a look at the groveling Gao Wan. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan. She took a few steps forward and demanded in a fierce tone. So you are Fang Yuan? You seem to be having a good meal. Hee. Have you ever had a knuckle sandwich? I'll give you a taste of it. It might be even more delicious. Even though she said that, Mo Yin did not make a move. Fang Yuan's actions were too calm. It was strange. Did he have any secret backers that were protecting him? But it shouldn't be so. I've checked before coming. This Fang Yuan only has an uncle and aunt that dislike him. While both his parents are deceased, and he even got chased out of the house by his uncle and aunt. In addition, he only has C-rank talent, so how could such a weak young man have any sort of background? Mo Yin thought in her mind. Regardless of this, the situation was still too peculiar. She had to test and probe further. Fang Yuan laughed and squinted at Mo Yin, saying, "Who told you I was Gu Fang Yuan?" Mo Yin was momentarily stunned. Then she took a look at Gao Wan. He had just stood up, but upon seeing this he immediately knelt back down with sweat pouring out of his forehead. He stammered and could not give a coherent reply. "Master, your servant, your servant." They had a drawing of Fang Yuan, but they did not know that Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng were twins that looked almost identical. No wonder this young man looked like he had no fear. He is actually Fang Zheng and not Fang Yuan. Mo Yan's servants guessed in their minds. Fang Yuan cannot be compared to Fang Zheng. The former is merely a C-ranked loner with no background. The latter, however, has a ranked talent and was pulled into the clan head's faction at the awakening ceremony, and as long as he grows smoothly, he has a bright future ahead. Mo Yan did not get proper a reply from Gao Wan, causing her to be even more hesitant. At this point, the only ones who knew Fang Yuan's identity were the inn employees. However, they could not afford to offend either parties, so they only kept their mouths shut. Fang Yuan was satiated from his meal. He stood up and glanced lightly at Mo Yan. "You want to find Fang Yuan? Come with me. I'll bring you to the school hostel to look for him. If the person in front of me is Fang Zheng, I would not want to offend him. However, even if he is really Fang Yuan, I will follow him closely on this trip, so I have no fear of him impersonating Fang Zheng." In an instant, Mo Yan made up her mind. "All right, I will go together with you to the school hostel. After you." Mo Yan turned her body to make space for Fang Yuan, stretching out her arm and indicating for Fang Yuan to take the lead. Fang Yuan laughed nonchalantly and strode forth. Mo Yan followed closely behind with her servants trailing at the back. So close, they're finally gone. Even if they start fighting, it is none of our inn's business anymore. The employees that were left behind all sighed in relief as they patted their chests. A group of people approached the school hostel. "Halt. Stop right there. The school hostel only allows our clan's Gu masters to enter and leave." The two guards at the door stopped Fang Yuan, Mo Yin, and her gang. "Insolent. Do you not recognize who I am? How dare you stop me?" Mo Yin stared at the two and screamed. "We dare not." The two guards hurriedly gestured. "Young Miss Mo Yin, this guard holds you in high regards. However, the clan rules are absolute, so how about this? You can bring one servant in. This is the most we can do for you." An elderly guard politely responded. Mo Yin clicked her tongue. Her heart was full of dissatisfaction, yet in the presence of the clan rules, she did not dare to break them. The Mo family was prosperous, and thus they had many enemies. Do not forget that aside from the Mo family branch, there was also the Qi family to contend with. Apart from the Qi family, the clan head's faction also wanted to get a hold on the Mo family. "All of you stay behind. Gao Wan will follow me." Thinking about it, Mo Yin gave her orders. Gao Wan immediately held his chest up high with a look of joy on his face. "Thank you, young miss, for the opportunity. Let's go, Junior." Mo Yin smiled at Fang Yuan with a questioning look. Fang Yuan remained unfazed as he led them in. He reached the dormitory door, opened the lock, and pushed the door open. He then took a step into the room and stopped. Within the room, there was nothing extra. It was all simple furniture, and there was no one else. Mo Yin stood at the doorstep, took a look inside, and her face turned grim. "Junior, you better explain yourself well. There is no one in the room." Fang Yuan smiled faintly. "Aren't I someone?" Mo Yin stared at Fang Yuan, a glint flashing in her eyes as she suddenly seemed to have understood. "I am looking for Gu Yu Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan snickered. "You know, I never said that I wasn't Gu Yu Fang Yuan. T/N. Here's a special double chapter release for your pleasure. Happy weekend. That will come in 2 days as per normal. Chapter 33. Go ahead and scold away 'em." Mo Yin frowned. Then her rage burst forth almost instantly as she suddenly understood that she had been fooled by Fang Yuan. "You are tremendously brave to even consider lying to me." While speaking, she stretched out her right hand to grab hold of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood firmly on the spot. He raised his head and laughed. "Mo Yin, you better think this through." Mo Yin stopped her actions. While she still stood right outside the door, her outstretched hand paused in midair and her face showed a sign of hesitation and resentment. Within the family, there were relevant rules. Students in the dormitories were protected, and any other person would not be allowed to intrude upon the hostel to capture the students. Mo Yin only wished to teach Fang Yuan a lesson and let him bear a taste of suffering. She definitely did not want to risk getting punished for breaking the rules. If it's only me who broke the rules, that would still be fine. However, if this would affect the family and even grandfather's honor, thinking of this, Mo Yin reluctantly withdrew her arm. She looked at Fang Yuan, who was inside the house with her bloodshot eyes. If her death stare could be converted into fire, it would burn Fang Yuan to ashes in a second. I never lied to you. I said I would bring you to Fang Yuan, and now you have already found him here. It seems you have something to say to me. Fang Yuan smiled faintly with his arms behind his back, ignoring the pressure of a rank 2 Gu master, fearlessly making eye contact with Mo Yan's furious gaze. He was just a step apart from Mo Yan. One stood within the house, and one stayed outside. But this same distance had also become as far as the east was from the west. Oh Fang Yuan, you sure have studied the clan rules well and thoroughly. Mo Yan, suppressing her anger, said with a sinister smile. She added, unfortunately for you, even while relying on the rules, all it will do for you is to stall for time. There is no way you are staying in the dormitories forever. I'll see how long you can stand hiding in there. Fang Yuan laughed refreshingly and looked at Mo Yan with disdain. Then all the more I want to see how long you can disturb me. It is already late. I have a bed to sleep in, but what about you? If I do not show up for class tomorrow and the elders come to investigate, what do you think I will say? Mo Yan flew into a rage, her fingers pointing at Fang Yuan, barely restraining herself. Do you really think I wouldn't dare come in and take you down? Squeak. Fang Yuan opened the doors of the hostel wide open, his lips breaking into a grin, his eyes dark like the abyss, and his tone full of confidence, as if the situation was within his grasp. He challenged Mo Yan, then show me. Mo Yan calmed down instead upon seeing this. Her eyes squinted as she looked at Fang Yuan, and she said, do you think I'd fall for your goading? Fang Yuan shrugged. He had already seen through Mo Yan's personality. If he had closed the door, or even half shut it, Mo Yan had at least a 50% probability of breaking into the house. But when he purposely opened it fully, it had instead made her more wary and calm as a result. Thus there was barely any chance of her forcing her way in anymore. 500 years of experience had already made him fully aware of the human nature and their weaknesses. He grandly turned around, exposing his back fully to Mo Yan. If Mo Yan struck now, she would definitely be able to capture him in one swift action. However, Mo Yan stayed still outside the door as if there was an invisible mountain blocking her way. Even after Fang Yuan sat in his bed, Mo Yan only stared at him in anger, gritting her teeth. But regardless of this, she did not make a move. This is the pathetic side of humans. Fang Yuan sat up and stared at Mo Yan, who was outside looking like a fool, thinking to himself, at times, the things preventing people from taking action is not physical difficulty, but instead it is the restrictions they have placed on themselves subconsciously. When comparing cultivation levels, Fang Yuan was definitely not her match at this point in time. But even with her rank 2 cultivation level, she could only stare at Fang Yuan and had no courage to make a move. Her distance from him was only a few steps away, and the door was wide open with no hindrance. The only thing that was truly restricting her was none other than herself. Humanity sought for knowledge relentlessly to understand the world and to comprehend the rules, and ultimately to use them. If one is constantly bound by the rules, thus being restricted by the very knowledge they sought, that is the ultimate tragedy. Fang Yuan took a final look at Mo Yan before closing his eyes and letting his consciousness sink into the primeval sea. This Fang Yuan dares to cultivate right in front of me. He is simply doing so as he pleases. Looking at this sight, Mo Yan felt a sense of frustration erupting from her chest, making her almost wanting to vomit blood. She badly wanted to go ahead and give him a few punches, but she knew she couldn't. Mo Yan suddenly felt a hint of regret. Standing outside the door, she felt the awkwardness of not being able to back down. She was indignant to give up now, but she would be devastatingly humiliated. She mobilized her servants with the intention to come and teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Yet in the end, she was the one who ended up becoming the laughingstock. Especially when there was a servant looking at her now. Damn it. Fang Yuan is way too uncooperative. He's too sly. Mo Yan furiously thought, and started to provoke him with all sorts of insults, hoping to force him out of the room. Fang Yuan, you brat. Come out if you're a man. Fang Yuan. As a man you must own up to your own doings. Now you're being a coward hiding in that room. Do you not feel ashamed of yourself? Stop pretending to ignore me. Get out if you know what's good for you. You cowardly, spineless trash. Fang Yuan shut his ears and did not give a single response. After scolding for a while, instead of venting all her anger, she felt even more irritated. She was starting to feel like a clown or a shrew. Blocking the door was just way too embarrassing. This is getting to the death of me. Mo Yan was about to go crazy, and she finally gave up on provoking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you can hide now, but you can't hide from me forever. She furiously stomped the ground and left indignantly. Before leaving, she gave a final order. Gao Wan, stand there and watch him. I do not believe he will not leave the house. Yes, master. The muscular servant, Gao Wan rapidly replied and sent Mo Yan off. Within his heart, he was feeling bitter. The mountain was chilly and breezy at night. He would have to stand guard the entire time, catching a cold easily like this. It was not an easy task. Swish swoosh. Within the primeval sea, ebb and flow of the tides raged on. The green-copper primeval essence gathered like water, forcing a tidal wave rolling about. Under Fang Yuan's mental guidance, the waves endlessly crashed towards the surrounding aperture walls. A rank 1 initial stage Gu Master's aperture walls resembled a white barrier. At this time, with the green-copper primeval essence crashing towards them, it produced shadows of light, creating an indescribable feeling. Time passed gradually, and the level of the green-copper primeval sea slowly declined. From the original 44%, it dropped to 12%. If a Gu Master wants to raise their cultivation level, they would have to expend their primeval essence to nurture the aperture. Initial stage Gu Masters have light barriers as their aperture walls, while middle stage Gu Masters have water barriers as their aperture walls, and for upper stage, they have stone barriers. For me to cultivate from initial stage to middle stage, I will have to nurture the light barrier into water. Barrier aperture walls. From his 500 years of memories, Fang Yuan had complete familiarity with the current stages of cultivation, and the methods were as clear as day to him. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see that it was already late into the night. The crescent moon hung high in the night sky, the moonlight shining pure as water. The door was wide open and the moonlight shone in, letting Fang Yuan think of a famous poem from Earth. On a quiet night, I saw the moonlight before my couch, and wondered if it were not the frost on the ground one. The night winds blew with a hint of chilliness. Fang Yuan did not have any warmth-type Gu, and with just the body of a 15-year-old, he could not help but shiver slightly. The night in the mountain was very cold. Scoundrel, you finally opened your eyes. How long are you planning to be cultivating there? Get out, you'll be punished regardless. You beat up our young master Mo Bei, so it was only a matter of time before young miss teaches you a lesson. Seeing that Fang Yuan had woken up, Gao Wan, who was standing at the door, got his spirits up. Fang Yuan squinted. It seemed that the rank 2 female Gu Master had left. Scoundrel, did you hear me? Hurry and come out here. You have a room to stay in and a bed to sleep, but I had to stand here all night. If you don't come out anytime soon, don't you believe I might just barge in? Seeing no reaction from Fang Yuan, Gao Wan threatened. Fang Yuan remained unfazed. Scumbag, come out and surrender yourself. You've offended the Mo family. You will not have any good days from now on. Hurry and apologize to young miss, and maybe she might just forgive you. Gao Wan continued to chide. Fang Yuan did not listen to a single word. He took out a primeval stone from his storage bag and held it in his hands, finally closing his eyes again. Seeing that he was going to continue cultivating, Gao Wan was anxious and broke into a fit. You mere C-rank talent. The most you can achieve in life is a rank 2 Gu Master. What is there to cultivate? You are no match for the entire Mo family by yourself. Kid, are you deaf? Did you listen to a single word I said? 1. A famous poem from Li Bai, a Chinese poet. Chapter 34, Suppressive Beating. Fang Yuan paid no heed to the man and started to multitask. He simultaneously absorbed the natural essence from the primeval stone and observed his aperture. The primeval sea level, which had originally fell drastically within the aperture, with help from the constant stream of natural essence, began to slowly rise up again. This form of recovery speed was inevitably slow, but Fang Yuan was in no hurry. Cultivation was meant to be accumulative. It could not be rushed. The urgent matter at hand was in fact the middle-aged servant outside the house. After half an hour, Fang Yuan's green copper primeval sea reached 44%, the maximum capacity it could hold. But this was not the end. At this point, the primeval sea showed a jade-green color. This was only a rank 1 initial stage green copper primeval essence. The primeval essence that Fang Yuan had previously used to nurture the aperture wall was no longer initial stage primeval essence. It had been turned into middle stage primeval essence, refined by the liquor worm. Liquor worm. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the liquor worm within the primeval sea instantly flew out and hovered in midair, its body curling into a ball form, resembling a white rice ball. Swoosh. 10% of his initial stage primeval essence was deployed and sent into the liquor worm's body, and soon the essence was fully absorbed by it. Soon after, a surge of liquor mist emerged from the liquor worm's body and congregated into a lump. Once more, Fang Yuan deployed 10% of his primeval essence and invested it into this liquor mist. Once the mist had been fully expended, the original 10% of initial stage primeval essence shrunk by half physically, and at the same time the color changed from jade green to pale green. This is middle stage primeval essence. In order to advance in their cultivation, ordinary students all use initial stage primeval essence. However, I'll be using middle stage primeval essence, and the efficiency is at least twice of theirs. Similarly, When using middle stage primeval essence to activate the Moonlight Gu and throw a moonblade, it will be far stronger than activating it using initial stage primeval essence. Only when all the primeval essence in the primeval sea had been converted to middle stage primeval essence did Fang Yuan open his eyes. Time passes in the blink of an eye when cultivating, and at this point it was already midnight. The sky was no longer a pure black, but it had turned a deep dark blue color. The moon was no longer visible, and only a few lingering stars remained. The door was open almost throughout the entire night, and a corner of the wooden door was already wet, showing a dark color as the water tainted it. The school hostel had this disadvantage. It was not as comfortable as an ordinary wooden lodge that was built above the ground. But it was directly built on the ground, and thus it had high humidity. Coming back to reality, Fang Yuan felt a chill down his spine. After sitting cross-legged for such a long time, both his legs felt numb. He opened his clenched right fist and scattered a handful of white stone powder. This was the primeval stone after its essence had been fully absorbed, and what remained was only the leftover powder. After a night of cultivation, I had expended 3 primeval stones. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. He had C-ranked talent, but in order to pursue faster cultivation speed, he used primeval stones to replenish his primeval essence. What was more crucial was the liquor worm, as it had been used to refine his middle stage primeval essence. This had greatly increased the expenditure of his primeval stones. Although I plundered another sum of primeval stones yesterday, a night of cultivation cost me 3 stones. In this case, although it might seem that I have a lot of resources, it is unable to sustain me for a long time with my current cultivation speed. But this is the price I have to pay for pursuing cultivation speed and efficiency. Fang Yuan looked outside the room again, only to see Gao Wan, the muscular servant, squatting at a corner with his body curled up, seemingly fallen asleep. Looks like that rank 2 female Gu master had left long ago, leaving this Gao Wan here to keep a watch on me. Hee. Fang Yuan revealed a cold smile as he got off the bed and began to exercise his limbs. Once his body had warmed up, he left the hostel. Lad, you finally decided to come out. So how about it? Obediently surrender and leave with me to kowtow and apologize to our young Mississippi. Gao Wan's ears caught Fang Yuan's footsteps, and he stood up immediately. His muscular body was almost twice the size of Fang Yuan. The muscles in his body tightened and his brows knitted together, a pair of cruel eyes shining with evil light, resembling a starving hyena. Fang Yuan expressionlessly walked towards him. Lad, you should have came out earlier. By coming out now, do you know how much the great me had to suffer by watching over you? He snickered while approaching Fang Yuan, evidently planning something sinister. At this moment, Fang Yuan lightly cried out, and with a ferocious leap he aimed both fists towards Gao Wan. Bastard, you're courting death. Gao Wan's face distorted with rising anger within him, raised his brick-sized fist, and he punched towards Fang Yuan. The fist was extremely powerful, slicing through air, and the swooshing sound of the wind could be heard. Fang Yuan's eyes shone clear as crystal. Seeing that the fist was approaching close, he sidestepped and turned towards Gao Wan's rear. Stretching out a finger, he struck towards Gao Wan's waist. Gao Wan blocked with his retracted arm. Fang Yuan did not get a clear hit, and ended up hitting onto Gao Wan's left forearm. Fang Yuan's finger felt like it had hit a steel plate, painful and numb. This Gao Wan has already approached the limits of a mortal's physical prowess. Right now I can only use the Moonlight Gu to fight, and without any other Gu worms to assist me, I am not his match at basic close combat. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and he decided quickly to give up on attacking. Instead, he retracted a few steps and pulled some distance away from Gao Wan. In the Guyu village, only the Guyu clansmen had the rights to cultivate as a Gu master. The outsiders, regardless of whether they had cultivation talent or not, had no rights to attend the awakening ceremony. But these mortals could train in physical combat. Just like the Gao Wan here, although he was not a Gu master, he had trained vigorously in his punches and kicks, and his basic skill was steadfast. Additionally, he was a middle-aged man, and this meant being at the physical prime in a mortal's lifetime. Fang Yuan, other than having the Moonlight Gu to fight, had only the body of a 15-year-old teenager. Be it strength, agility, or endurance, he was not Gao Wan's match. Martial artists like Gao Wan were sufficient enough to kill a rank 1 initial stage Gu master. Even towards a rank 1 middle stage Gu master, they still posed a certain threat. This lad is too sneaky. Seeing that Fang Yuan had drawn some distance between them, Gao Wan felt anxiety within his heart. The waist was a vital point of the body, and if it was damaged by someone through brute force, the harm was not negligible. If the force was exerted beyond a point, it could also be deadly. Gao Wan had waited outside the hostel for the entire night, and thus his body was enshrouded by the moist atmosphere, causing his reaction speed to be slightly slower. Hence the strike earlier had almost succeeded. Fortunately, although he was a bootlicker, he had trained hard in his physical ability. So at the crucial moment his body's reflex instinctively reacted and allowed him to narrowly block Fang Yuan's attack. I can't be careless anymore. This lad behaves like a wolf, striking harsh and deviously, getting his way whenever I am even but a little careless. No wonder young master was knocked out by him twice. Gao Wan wiped the sweat off his forehead and swept away all hints of contempt. He started to take his opponent seriously. If I can capture this lad, it'd be a great accomplishment. Young Miss is sure to reward me. A rank 1 initial stage's Moonblade is at max only like a small dagger, so as long as it does not hit my vital points it'll merely be a light external injury. Thinking of this, Gao Wan's heart started to beat faster. Stretching out his shovel-like hands, he grabbed at Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan showed no fear and approached Gao Wan to engage in close combat. Exchanging punches and kicks, taking turns attacking and defending, loud impact sounds echoed through the area. When plundering the students, he had only used his palm with his objective being to control the crowd. But now when engaging with Gao Wan, Fang Yuan had gone all out. At times he used his fingers to jab at the eyes, sometimes strangling the throat, hitting the jaw with the base of his palm, chopping at the back of his opponent's head, using the knee to strike the pelvic area, or using his hands to grab at the waist. Gao Wan's sweat poured out like a river. Fang Yuan's moves were all aiming at the vital points, each strike devious and deadly, as if he wanted to end Gao Wan's life right there. Gao Wan was a mere mortal, and unlike the Gu masters, although he trained well in his physical combat, his vital points remained vital. Mortals were unable to train their eyelids to become steel-like. This was the limits of the mortal martial arts. In addition, Gao Wan did not dare to unleash any deadly moves on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a Guyu clansman, so killing him would incur public rage and he would be immediately executed. In fact, the Mo family will be the first to carry out his punishment. Thus his only thought was to capture Fang Yuan alive, and it would be good if he could make Fang Yuan suffer in the process of capture. One side has apprehension while the other side had killing intent. The situation thus became Fang Yuan suppressing Gao Wan in the fight. One Teojagjo, ordinary wooden lodge that was built above the ground. See image. Chapter 35. Go ahead and scream. Fang Yuan had the upper hand for now, but it could not sustain him for much longer. Exchanging blows back and forth, he was already panting in exhaustion. In contrast, Gao Wan's breathing was still smooth and in sync, reflecting the huge difference in stamina between the two. At the same time, as Gao Wan exercised his limbs, his body gradually heated up while his punching speed became faster and faster. The effect of the cold that caused him to be slow and numb had worn off, displaying the true skills honed by his training for decades. Lad, you are unable to beat me. There are clan rules stating that within the school hostel, you are forbidden from using the Moonlight Gu. You are dead meat, doomed to be my captive. Gao Wan laughed maniacally. His fighting experience was rich, so he attempted to use words to cause Fang Yuan's fighting spirit to waver. In the end, I'm only just a teenager and my body that hasn't fully developed cannot be compared to this servant. Fang Yuan's state of mind was calm as ice. Having sharpened his will for 500 years, there was no way his fighting spirit would waver. Moonlight Gu, he called out in his mind, activating his primeval essence, and at the same time leaping backwards to pull away from Gao Wan. Gao Wan wanted to chase after him, but he suddenly saw a watery blue light emitting from Fang Yuan's palm. His face darkened and he shouted, Lad, you are using the Gu worm to fight in the school hostel. This is against the clan rules. So what if I break the rules? Fang Yuan sneered. He learnt the clan rules and memorized it to heart, but it was not for the sake of obeying it. Immediately, his palm slashed an arc towards Gao Wan. With a ching sound, the blue moonblade flew towards Gao Wan's face. Gao Wan gritted his teeth as he raised both arms to cover his face, forming a protective shield. At the same time, he rushed towards Fang Yuan without pause, planning to endure the attack while ending the battle as quickly as he could. The moonblade struck his arm. With a popping sound, his flesh and blood poured out under the moonlight, a wave of extreme pain hitting Gao Wan's nerves. The unguarded man nearly fainted from the pain. How can this be? His rush towards Fang Yuan stopped, and he frightfully found out that both his limbs had been cut open with a deep wound. Fresh blood oozed out from the wound and from the side, while bloody muscles could be observed hanging around his flesh. Even the broken white bones of the forearm could be seen. Gao Wan was shocked beyond words. This is impossible. A rank 1 initial stage moonblade. The most it could do is to lightly injure my flesh. How could it cut through my bones? Only a rank 1 middle stage can do this. He had no idea. While Fang Yuan was a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, due to the liquor worm's refining, he possessed rank 1 middle stage primeval essence. The Moonlight Gu, activated using middle stage primeval essence, emitted a moonblade far superior to the initial stage that he originally predicted. This is bad, this boy is weird. Gao Wan, who was caught off guard, had already suffered a grave injury. His fighting spirit was gone, and he decisively decided to retreat. Are you able to escape? Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he started to give chase, the moonblades in his hands shooting out consecutively. Save me! Gao Wan shouted out in horror as he fled, his voice traveling far out beyond the school hostel. What is going on? Someone is asking for help. The voice alerted the school hostel guards who were nearby. It's the Mo family's young miss, Mo Yan's servant. The guards who arrived stopped in their tracks upon seeing the chasing scene. This is only a servant. There is no need for us to risk protecting him. Letting him stay here was already a favor towards the Mo family. We still have to be careful, just in case he hurts Fang Yuan in desperation. The anxious guards all gathered around, but no one lent a hand to Gao Wan. They only observed from the sidelines. This servant Gao Wan, even if he died, it had nothing to do with them. However, if Fang Yuan died or got hurt, it would be their responsibility. Seeing such a sight, Gao Wan despaired. He tragically screamed, "We are all outsiders. You cannot leave me to die." His blood loss was getting more severe, and his speed decreased. Fang Yuan caught up to him, his voice cold as ice, announcing Gao Wan's death sentence. "Go ahead and scream. It doesn't matter how loud you do so." While saying that, the blade in his arm rotated, and he fired 2 moonblades towards Gao Wan. Swoosh, swoosh. The moonblades flew towards Gao Wan's neck. The servant lost all hope, seemingly one step away into the abyss. The next moment, he felt that his world was spinning. He actually saw his own feet, chest, back, and that severed neck. Afterwards, total darkness awaited him. Gao Wan had died, beheaded by 2 moonblades. His head flew away from the impact, his body pushed back 10 meters before falling. The neck area spewed out a fountain of fresh blood, dyeing the surrounding grass a blood red. Murder! Fang Yuan killed someone. The guards could not help but scream out. They had witnessed the entire process, and they felt a sense of extreme trepidation and terror rushing all over their body. Fang Yuan was just a weak 15-year-old teenager, but he expressionlessly murdered a strong adult. This was the power of a Gu master. The victory had been set. Fang Yuan slowed in his footsteps and gradually moved towards the corpse. His face was calm, as if he had done nothing out of the ordinary. This expression further sent a shiver down the guards' spines. Gao Wan's head lay on the ground, both his eyes wide open, turning in his grave. Fang Yuan stared coldly. He raised his leg and sent the head flying. The guard's eyelids twitched. Fang Yuan approached the corpse and found that it was still vibrating. The blood spread through the ground, forming a small bloody puddle. He looked at Gao Wan's injuries with a grim expression. These injuries were deep enough to expose the secret to the fact that he had middle-stage primeval essence. Once this was exposed, it'll be quickly deduced that he had a liquor worm, and with that the family would naturally think of the flower wine monk. Thus, Fang Yuan had to keep this secret hidden. But there are too many onlookers. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the nearby guards. There was more than 10 of them. He had less than 10% primeval essence left, so there was no way to kill them all. After pondering for a while, Fang Yuan bent down and raised Gao Wan's ankle, dragging the corpse away. "Young Master Fang Yuan, you can leave this to us." The guards controlled their fear and approached Fang Yuan, politely speaking. The respect and politeness held a tint of obvious fear. Fang Yuan silently looked at the guards, and they all held their breaths, looking down. "Give me the saber." He stretched out his hand and lightly said. With authority in his speech, he emitted undeniable pressure. The guard closest to him uncontrollably handed him the saber on his waist. Fang Yuan took the saber over and continued walking, leaving behind a dozen stunned guards staring after his back. The sun rose from the east, and the first ray of light shone over the mountain peak, lighting up the school hostel. 15-year-old Fang Yuan, with the scrawny body of a teenager, a pale look upon his skin. Under the sunrise, he casually walked. In his left hand was a shiny saber. In his right hand, a headless corpse. His path left behind a trail of bright red blood traces dragged out on the road. The guards were flabbergasted, their bodies stiff due to the frightening scene. Even as the sunlight shone on them, they could not feel a sense of warmth and light. Gulp. Someone among them swallowed their saliva loudly. Author's note: he's just asking for readers to recommend his book to others. Second half is just trying to motivate the readers. For a book that is just written, there will be people who like it and people who don't. For those who don't like it, there is no need to struggle/force yourselves. You can just go and read another book. For those who like it, please do your best to support the book. On the first day of the new year, I ask for recommendations. Please bookmark this book. After the apocalypse, I implore everyone of the same Tao to display their strengths, gather our powers, and rise up as the demonic flames, and let the people of the world see the power of us demon cultivators. In the new year, those that defend the last remaining territory of the demonic ways let the demonic way rise up again and become legendary. Chapter 36. Gifting a Disseminated Corpse. Did you guys hear? Fang Yuan killed someone. A student whispered to his classmate beside him. I heard it too, he really killed somebody. The classmate clenched his chest with a pale face. There were many guards who saw him do it. Fang Yuan was chasing after that man. That guy tried to beg for mercy, but Fang Yuan paid him no heed and decapitated him immediately. That's not all. After killing him, Fang Yuan didn't even spare his headless corpse. He dragged it back to the hostel and chopped it into a meat paste. Are you for real? I'm serious beyond belief. I came early this morning, and I could still see the bloodstains left between the cracks of the green rock. Oh man, why would I lie to you? Earlier, the academy elder called Fang Yuan over for this matter. The youths in the academy did not pay attention to class as they held their little conversations. To this group of 15-year-olds, the concept of killing was too foreign and too scary. They had been under the protection of the clan since a young age and had at most experienced organized sparring or simply killing chickens and dogs. As for killing a person, it was still beyond them. Who did Fang Yuan kill? I heard it was a family servant of the Mo branch family. Yup, I'm the clearest about this matter. Yesterday, I personally saw the Mo family's Mo Yin bring a bunch of family servants to find trouble with Fang Yuan. The Mo family, that's not good. Mo Bei is in trouble now. A number of the youths turned to look at Gu Mo Bei. Mo Bei sat on his seat with a pale face. He had only heard about the news of Fang Yuan killing someone this morning. Additionally, it was the Gao one that Mo Bei was familiar with. As one of the more energetic family servants, Gao Wan was good at boot licking and had also put effort into his fighting skills. He was an able lackey. A long while ago, Gao Wan had even sparred with Mo Bei for a bit. To think that he was simply killed by Fang Yuan. It was precisely because of this that Mo Bei felt astonished. He was full of disbelief and felt twice the shock compared to the others. However, compared to his shock, he felt a greater sense of worry and fear. Facing a murderer like Fang Yuan, it would be a lie if Mo Bei said that he was not afraid. Actually, it was not just him, the other youngsters were afraid too. When Fang Yuan had robbed them twice previously, all of them had gotten physical with him. I actually fought with such a ruthless murderer? To think that I'm actually still alive. Many of them patted their chest, feeling a lingering fear. Fang Yuan killing someone was still somewhat acceptable, but the crux was that he even dissected the corpse and chopped the body into meat paste. That was way too cruel. The truth of such a horrifying crime had a strong impact on all of the youth's pure and innocent minds. Within the room, there was only the academy elder and Fang Yuan. The academy elder sat while Fang Yuan stood. Neither of them spoke a word, causing the atmosphere to be extremely tense. The academy elder silently looked at Fang Yuan, and a hint of complication flashed in his eyes. In the morning, the guards had reported to him about Fang Yuan's murder incident. This news had made him feel both shocked and suspicious. He was a rank 3 Gu master and was in charge of the academy. He obviously knew the fighting strength of a rank 1 initial stage Gu master. Fang Yuan being able to kill Gao Wan was like the weak defeating the strong. In truth, some guards had already reported to him that Mo Yin had trapped Fang Yuan within the academy by barging in the previous night. Back then, he had not paid attention to the matter and had not stopped them. He was the academy elder. His objective was to nurture future Gu masters, not to protect them. As long as there were no deaths among the students, he encouraged hidden conflicts. Mo Yin coming to find trouble with Fang Yuan was something that he was happy to see. For one, he knew that regardless of whether the fight was won or lost, it would be beneficial to Fang Yuan's growth. Secondly, he wanted to suppress Fang Yuan's influence. Fang Yuan had consecutively blocked the academy's gates and robbed the other students. His influence was too great, it had to be suppressed. However, he hadn't expected that Mo Yin would return fruitlessly and that the family servant that she had left behind would be unable to beat Fang Yuan. Gao Wan even got killed by him. In this world, strength was above all else. Killing someone was not something peculiar. Especially to a Gu master, it was something very common. But it was not so simple when it was a 15-year-old's first kill. The academy elder vividly remembered his first killing scene. Back then, he was already a rank 2 Gu master. At the age of 19, he had killed a Gu master from the Bai clan's village in a conflict. After killing the person, he vomited profusely and panicked in his heart. For a few days, he had no mood to eat and had no appetite. He could not even find peace in his sleep. The moment he shut his eyes, he would see the dead person staring angrily at him. But looking at Fang Yuan now, his face was calm as ice. Where was the fluster? Not to mention that he had no uneasy feelings. It was almost like he had slept perfectly well last night, as if the person who killed a man was not him at all, especially when the academy elder heard more about the matter. After Fang Yuan had killed the servant, he did not spare the corpse and had even dragged it back to the dormitory to chop it into meat paste in his rage. Such vicious methods, even hearing about it was a kind of terror. Thus, at this point, the Academy elder looked at Fang Yuan with complicated emotions. On one hand, he was amazed at Fang Yuan's indifference towards life. His attitude was as steady and as cold as ice. On the other hand, he was appreciative of the fact that Fang Yuan was a born battle freak. After familiarizing himself with the Moonlight Gu for a few days, he had managed to kill someone with it. An ordinary teenager, even those with great talents, may not be able to achieve this. This was a talent for battle. If he was well nurtured and fought for the clan, it would be all of their enemies' nightmare. Lastly, he felt worry and distressed. Worry because after this incident, Fang Yuan's reputation was sure to rise, and it would be impossible to suppress him. Fang Yuan was way too daring. Not only did he disobey the clan rules by using his gu in the academy, he even killed someone with it. There was a need to suppress his influence. Otherwise, how would the elder be able to manage this academy anymore? Distress was because he did not know how to perfectly resolve this issue. After all, it involved the Mo family's side. Fang Yuan, do you know why I called you here to meet me? The academy elder used a solemn and deep voice to break the silence in the room. I know. Fang Yuan nodded and replied. I used the Moonlight Gu in the academy, breaking the clan rules. According to the rules, as it is my first offense, I should compensate 30 pieces of primeval stones as punishment. He evaded the crucial point and did not mention Gao Wan's death. The academy elder was stunned for a second. He had not expected that Fang Yuan would answer like this. His expression darkened as he coldly snapped. Don't try to blur things in front of me. I'll ask you, what was the matter with Gao Wan's death? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and said, Humph. This Gao Wan went against his superiors. His intentions were vicious. Last night, not only did he block my room door, he even tried to kill me. In self-defense, I was forced to use the Moonlight Gu. Fortunately, I managed to kill this traitor. I suspect that there is a high possibility of him being a spy of the other mountain villages. I implore the elders to investigate this thoroughly. Upon hearing this, the academy elder frowned and became at a loss for words. Now that Gao Wan was dead, Fang Yuan could say whatever he wanted. After all, Gao Wan was just an outsider, not a member of the clan. Even if he was dead, it would not matter to the academy elder. However, he was worried about the Mo family's reaction. Gao Wan was their servant and he had died within the academy. The academy elder was in charge of the academy and had to give the Mo family an explanation. Thinking for a bit, the academy elder stared at Fang Yuan and questioned, Then let me ask you, Gao Wan's corpse, how did you deal with it? Fang Yuan's lips curled, revealing a cruel smile. I diced Gao Wan's corpse and put it inside a wooden box. When morning came, I put it at the Mo family's back door. What? The academy elder was stunned beyond words as he almost jumped from his seat. Not only did Fang Yuan kill their family servant, he had even chopped up the corpse and placed it at the Mo family's back door. This was blatant provocation. To the academy elder who was trying to resolve this peacefully, it was a true nightmare. Fang Yuan was just a small rank 1 Gu master. How would the large Mo family react? Thinking of this, the academy elder felt a headache as the matter had already developed out of his control. This Fang Yuan was a true troublemaker. Sigh, since it has already happened, there's no point in saying anymore. Leave first. The punishment will come within these few days. You should get mentally prepared. The academy elder was terribly upset. He waved his hand and signaled for Fang Yuan to leave. He needed to think through this calmly to come up with a solution. Chapter 37. Both a compromise and a threat. Meanwhile, at the Mo family. What were my instructions to you? See what you did. In the study room, Gu Yu Mo Chun slammed the table, exploding with a rage. Mo Yin stood opposite this old man, her head lowered. Her eyes were full of shock and rage. She had also just gotten the news that Gao Wan had been killed by Fang Yuan. That 15-year-old teenager. To think he had such methods and determination. Gao Wan was the proud servant of her Mo family, and Fang Yuan's act of killing him was a blatant showing of disrespect towards them. Grandpa, you don't have to be so angry. This Gao Wan was only a servant. His death is of no concern. He isn't a Gu Yu clan member anyways. But that Fang Yuan, he is too daring. You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Not only did he beat our dog, but he even beat it to death. Mo Yin said indignantly. Gu Yu Mo Chun furiously scowled. You still have the cheeks to say that? Have your wings grown so tough now that you don't even put my words to heart, What I told you before, you have forgotten all about it. Your granddaughter dares not. Mo Yin jumped in shock. She knew now that her grandfather was really angry and quickly kneeled down. Gu Yu Mo Chun pointed his finger out the window and scolded. Humph. So what if that servant died? But now you are still showing hostility towards Fang Yuan. This is really a matter of you being short-sighted and unclear of the implications. Do you know the significance of your actions? The fight among juniors is their own business. As elders, we should not interfere. These are the rules. Now that you want to find trouble with Fang Yuan, it means you are breaking the rules. I can't tell how many people are out there now, looking at this disgrace of our Mo family. Grandpa, please calm down. Anger will harm your body. It's Mo Yin's fault. I burdened the Mo family. Whatever Grandpa tells Mo Yin to do, Mo Yin will do it. But your granddaughter really cannot take this lying down. That Fang Yuan is too despicable, too shameless. First, he lied to me and entered the academy. Next, he hid in the dormitory, and no matter how much I scolded him, he would not come out. Once I left, he went ahead and killed Gao Wan. He is extremely sinister and despicable. Mo Yin reported. Oh, is that so? Gu Yu Mo Chen frowned. This was the first time he had heard this information, and a bright light shone across his eyes. He took in a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and he stroked his beard while saying, I've heard stories about this Fang Yuan. In his early years, he was able to make poems and songs, showing early intelligence. But to think that he only had C-grade talent. It was difficult for him to have a good future, and thus I gave up on recruiting him. But now it seems that it's slightly interesting. Pausing for a second, Gu Yu Mo Chen knocked on the table and ordered, Someone, bring that box over here. The servant outside the door quickly obeyed. Soon, he brought in a box. The box was neither too big nor too small, but it was slightly heavy. The servant used both hands to carry it, and stood beside the study table. Grandpa, what is this? Mo Yin stared at the wooden box and asked doubtfully, Why don't you open it and take a look? Gu Yu Mo Chen squinted his eyes and said in a complicated tone. Mo Yin stood up, flipped over the wooden lid, and looked inside. Immediately, her facial expression changed, and her pupils shrunk to a needle-like size. She could not help but take a step back and let loose an unsuppressed scream. The wooden lid in her hand also fell to the ground. Without the wooden lid, the thing kept within the wooden box was shown to everyone present. It was actually a pile of flesh and blood. The bloody flesh was obviously sliced off piece by piece and placed into the box. Bright scarlet blood had accumulated inside. There was some pale skin and flesh, while some were long strands of intestines, mixed in with a few pieces of bones, either leg bones or the ribs. In the pool of blood at a corner, there were also 2 fingers and half a toe floating in it. Black. Mo Yin's beautiful face changed color as she took another step backwards, her stomach turning as she almost vomited on the spot. She was ranked 2 Gu Master and had gone out to gain experience before. Despite that, this was the first time that she had seen such a disgusting and twisted scene, even though she had killed people before. The flesh and blood in this box were obviously the corpse of a person after being minced into pieces and stuffed in. The scent of blood burst into the air and rapidly permeated the air immediately, filling the entire study room. Both of the family servants' hands shook as he carried the box, his complexion pale. Although he had seen the box earlier and vomited before, he could still feel waves of palpitation and disgust as he held it now. Among the 3 people in the study room, only the family elder Gu Yu Mo Chen was unfazed. He lightly looked at the contents of the box for a moment and said to Mo Yin slowly, This box was what Fang Yuan had placed at our family's back door this morning. What, it's really him? Mo Yin was extremely shocked as images of Fang Yuan showed up in her mind. The first time she saw Fang Yuan, it was at the inn. At that time, Fang Yuan sat near the window, quietly eating his meal. His facial features were bland, and both of his eyes were dark and gloomy. His body was thin, and his skin had the special paleness of a teenager. He looked like such a normal and quiet youth. To think that he had done such a twisted and insane act. After her initial shock came a furious rage. Mo Yin yelled, This Fang Yuan is too outrageous. Who gave him the guts to do so? To dare to do such a thing. This is a provocation towards our Mo family. I will go ahead now and bring him here to question him for his crimes. After she said this, she headed towards the exit. You scoundrel, stop right there. Gu Yu Mo Chen was angrier than she was as he grabbed an ink slab on his study desk and threw it over. The hard and heavy ink slab hit Mo Yin's shoulder, and with a bang it fell to the ground. Grandpa, Mo Yin held her shoulder as she called out in alarm. Gu Yu Mo Chen stood up, his finger pointing at his granddaughter as he spoke with an extremely agitated tone. It seems like all these years of training were in vain. You have disappointed me greatly. Against a small rank 1 initial stage Gu Master, not to mention you involving so many people, but even getting led by the nose by the other party. Now that you've let your rage get the better of you, at this point, do you still not understand the meaning behind Fang Yuan's actions? What meaning? Mo Yin was puzzled. Gu Yu Mo Chen snorted. If Fang Yuan wanted to provoke us, he would have blown up this matter. So why did he place this box at the secluded back door instead of placing it at the front door where there are many people walking around? Maybe he wants to reconcile with us? No. If he wanted to reconcile, wouldn't it be better to apologize face to face? Why must he send us this box of minced corpse? This is definitely a provocation. Mo Yin said. Gu Yu Mo Chen shook his head, then nodded. He wants to reconcile, but at the same time, he is also provoking us. Placing the wooden box at the back door is his intention to reconcile. placing the corpse inside the box. That is a provocation. You see, the old man pointed at the box and spoke. This wooden box is not big, and it cannot hold a complete corpse. Therefore, there can only be a portion of the corpse inside. He is trying to tell us that he does not wish to blow up this matter and wants to settle this amicably. But if our MO family wants to pursue this matter, he will place the remainder of the corpse at our main entrance, thoroughly blowing up the issue. By that time, it would be a losing situation for both sides. The entire clan knows that our MO family broke the rules. First, into our MO family's future head, this would be seen as him being so weak since he actually required his elders' doting and protection. Upon hearing these words, Mo Yin was momentarily dumbfounded. She had never expected that Fang Yuan's actions would have such profound meaning. His method is really wise, Gu Mo Chun said with admiration. With just one action, he exercised both toughness and softness, capable of advancing and retreating safely. This is just a simple wooden box, but it not only expresses Fang Yuan's intention to compromise, but also his ability to pose a threat to our Mo family. And it so happens that he does hold on to the weakness of our Mo family. If the Mo family's reputation is tarnished, what follows after will be the Chi family's attack, as well as the assault from the clan leader's side. Mo Yin found it unbelievable. Grandpa, aren't you thinking too highly of him? Are you sure that he's capable of this? He is only 15 years old. Too highly. Mo Chen looked at his granddaughter unhappily. Looks like you've had too smooth a life in these past few years. Fostering your arrogant attitude, you are unable to clearly see the reality. This Fang Yuan was unfazed towards danger and deceived you to enter the school. Next, he used his wisdom in the face of danger and hid within the dormitory to avoid trouble. No matter what insult you threw at him, he did not respond. This is his ability to calmly endure. After you left, he killed Gao Wan immediately. This is his bravery and courage. Now he sent this box, clearly showing his wisdom and planning ability. Can you still say that I thought of him too highly? Mo Yin listened with wide eyes as she had not expected her grandfather to praise Fang Yuan so highly. Immediately, she said indignantly, Grandpa, he only has a C-grade talent. Gu Mo Chun sighed deeply. Yes, he is only a C-grade. Having such wisdom and yet only C-grade talent, it really is a pity. As long as his talent was higher, even if it was just a B-grade, he would certainly become an influential member of our Gu clan. What a pity, he is only a C-grade. The old man's sigh was full of emotion. His sigh held both regret and at the same time rejoice. Mo Yin was silent, and in her mind, Fang Yuan's image appeared once again. Under her psychological influence, Fang Yuan's frail expression was shrouded by a layer of mysterious and vicious shadow. This problem was created by you single-handedly. How are you going to settle it? Gu Mo Chun broke the silence as he started to test Mo Yin. Mo Yin pondered for a while before she replied in a cold and aloof tone. Gao Wan was just a servant, so there are no implications even if he dies. Fang Yuan is just a C-grade, so he is also a small matter. What's important is maintaining my Mo family's reputation. To appease this matter, we might as well kill Gao Wan's entire family to show the entire clan our attitude to protect the rules and regulations. You're able to think of the big picture. Setting aside your personal emotions to defend the interests of family, this is very good. However, your method is still flawed. Gu Mo Chun analyzed her response. Please enlighten me, Grandpa, Mo Yin implored. Gu Mo Chun said solemnly. This matter was instigated by you, so I shall punish you with 7 days of confinement. From now on, do not find trouble with Fang Yuan again. Gao Wan defied his superiors. A servant who dares to offend his master deserves death, so he should have been executed for his crimes. Because he is a servant of the Mo family, we are responsible for our inability to educate our subordinate, and thus we shall compensate that Fang Yuan with 30 primeval stones. As for Gao Wan's family members, give them 50 primeval stones as compensation and expel them from the clan. After a short pause, he continued, for the next 7 days, rest well at home, do not go out. At the same time, think about the profound meaning of why Grandpa chose to handle the matter this way. Yes, Grandpa. Chapter 38. Demon walking in the light from the layers of dark clouds in the sky, the spring rain fell. The raindrops were thin like hair. As they fell, they enveloped Qing Mao Mountain in a layer of fine mist. The dining hall on the first floor of the inn was rather empty. There were only 4 tables of guests. Fang Yuan sat at a seat by the window. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it a poetic atmosphere and the scent of flowers. The light rain from the sky is sleek and crisp. The color of grass is seen from afar, but disappears when close. Fang Yuan looked outside through a window and quoted a poem lightly before he turned his sights back to the inn. Before him was a table filled with good wine and dishes. The color, smell, and taste were all top-notch, especially the green bamboo wine which oozed with the fragrance of alcohol along with a hint of freshness. The dark green-colored liquor sat quietly in the bamboo cup. From his angle, it shone with an amber-like luster. A grandfather and his grandson were sitting at the table nearest to him. Being mortal humans, they wore modest clothes. The grandfather sipped his rice wine while looking enviously at Fang Yuan. He was evidently attracted to the green bamboo wine, but could not afford it. The grandson ate his braised beans, a crunching sound emitting from his mouth as he chewed. At the same time, he pestered his grandfather, shaking his arm. Grandpa, tell me about the story of Renzu. If you don't tell me, I'll report to Grandma that you secretly came out to drink. Sigh, I can't even drink in peace. The grandfather sighed, but his face showed a doting expression towards the child. With his twig-like arm, he patted the boy's head. Then let me tell you the story of Renzu who gave his heart to the Hope Gu. Escaping his predicament of being captured, Renzu's story was the most popular and widespread tale in this world, as well as the most ancient legend. The old man's story was something like this. The story mentioned that Renzu was able to escape his predicament because of hope. But eventually he grew old, and without strength and wisdom, he could no longer continue to hunt. Even his teeth fell off, making him unable to chew many wild fruits and vegetables. Renzu felt death slowly approaching. At this time, the Hope Gu said to him, "Human, you must not die. If you die, your heart will be lost, and I will lose my only place of residence." Renzu was helpless. Who wishes to die? But if the heavens and earth want me dead, I have no choice. The Hope Gu said, "There's always hope in everything. As long as you can catch a longevity Gu, you will be able to increase your lifespan." Renzu had heard of the existence of the longevity Gu long ago, but he waved his hand helplessly. When the longevity Gu stays still, nobody can detect it, and when it flies, it is faster than light. How can I possibly catch it? It's too hard. The Hope Gu then told Renzu a secret. "Human, don't give up hope no matter what. Let me tell you, on the northwest corner of this continent, there is a huge mountain. On the mountain, there is a cave, and in that cave, there is a pair of round and square Gu worms. As long as you can subdue them, there is no Gu in this world that you cannot catch, including the longevity Gu." Renzu had no choice. This was his last remaining hope. He braved all difficulties and finally found the mountain. He then risked his life and ventured through countless dangers to ascend the mountain. On the mountaintop, near the cave entrance, he used his last remaining strength to slowly make his way in. The inside of the cave was completely dark, and one would not be able to even see their own fingers. Renzu walked in the darkness. Sometimes, he would bump into things not knowing what they were. This caused himself to get injured and wounded all over. At times, he felt that this dark cave was huge beyond words, as if this was a world of its own. He felt as if he was the only person in the area. He spent a lot of time, but he could not walk out of the darkness. Not to mention subduing the two Gu worms. Just when he was at a loss about what to do, two voices spoke to him from the darkness. One voice said, "Human, you're here to catch us? Go back, for even if you had the strength Gu, it would be impossible." The other said, "Human, go back, we will not take your life. Even if you had the wisdom Gu to help you, you may not be able to find us." Renzu laid exhausted on the ground, panting. "The strength and wisdom Gu had left me long ago, and I do not have much lifespan left, so I'm at my wit's end. But as long as there's hope in my heart, I will not give up." Hearing Renzu's words, the two voices went silent. After a while, one of the Gu said, "I understand. Human, you have already given your heart to the Hope Gu. You will not give up no matter what." The other continued, "In that case, we shall give you a chance. As long as you can say our name, we will allow you to use us." Renzu was stunned. To find their names among all the words in the world, it was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, he did not even know how many words were in their names. Renzu quickly asked the Hope Gu, but it did not know either. Renzu had no alternatives and had no choice but to randomly guess their names. He said many names and wasted a lot of time, but the darkness did not respond to him, so evidently he was wrong. Eventually, Renzu's breath got weaker as he turned from an old man into a dying man. It was like the scene of the evening's setting sun. The sun that would slowly descending had already been lowered halfway across the horizon, becoming a sunset. The food he had brought was gradually reduced, his brain becoming slower, and he barely had any energy to speak anymore. The voice in the darkness urged, "Human, you are almost dead, so we will let you go. Using your remaining time, you can climb out of the cave and take a final look at the world. But you have offended us, and as punishment, the Hope Gu shall stay here as our companion." Renzu clenched his heart and rejected. "Even if I die, I will not give up hope." The Hope Gu was very touched and answered Renzu's call enthusiastically, emitting a bright light. At Renzu's chest area, a light began to shine. But this light was too weak, it could not illuminate the darkness. In fact, it could not even cover Renzu's entire body, but only engulfed his chest area. Yet Renzu could feel a renewed surge of energy gushing into his body from the Hope Gu. He continued to speak, shouting out names. But he was already muddled. A lot of names had already been said, but he could not remember that and repeated them, wasting a lot of effort in the process. As time continued to flow, Renzu's lifespan was almost over. Finally, when he was on his final day, he set out the word regulation. A sigh came from the darkness as a voice spoke. Human, I admire your perseverance. You have said my name, so from today onwards, I will obey your commands. But only with my brother can I aid you in capturing all the Gu in the world. Otherwise, with my ability alone, it is impossible. Thus, you should give up. You're almost dead. You might as well use this chance to take a final look at the world. Renzu was determined and shook his head. He made use of all his time to continue saying out names as he tried to guess the other Gu worm's name. Seconds and minutes went by, and soon, he only had 1 hour left. But at this time, he unknowingly said the word rule. Immediately, the darkness dissipated. The two Gus appeared before him. As the Hope Gu had said, one was cubic, called regulations. The other was spherical, called rules. Together, they made up rules and regulations. The two Gus said together, no matter who it is, as long as they know our names, we will listen to them. Human, since you know our names already, we will be at your service. But you must remember, it is important to not let others know of our names. The more people that know our names, the more people we have to obey them. Now that you are the first to subdue us, tell us your request. Renzu was overjoyed. Then I order you both, go and catch me a longevity Gu. The rules and regulations Gu worked together and captured an 80-year longevity Gu. Renzu was already 100 years old, but after consuming this Gu, the wrinkles on his face vanished and his frail limbs became muscular again. A vibrant aura of youth oozed from him. With a belly flop, he jumped up onto his feet. He ecstatically looked at his body, knowing that he had regained the body of a 20-year-old. That's all for today. Let's go home, grandson. The old man, having completed the story, finished his wine as well. Grandpa, continue telling me. What happens to Renzu after? The grandson was unyielding as he shook his grandfather's arm. Let's go. I'll tell you when there's another chance. The old man wore his straw hat and jacket, then gave his grandson another set that was a smaller size. The two walked out of the inn, stepping into the rain and slowly vanishing from sight. Rules and regulations. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark as he twirled his wine cup, looking at the liquor in his cup. His heart was touched. Renzu's legend was widespread throughout this world, and there were almost no people who did not know of him. Fang Yuan had naturally heard of him too. But no matter if it was a legend or a story, it was dependent on the knowledge of the reader. The grandfather and grandson earlier merely treated it as a story, but Fang Yuan could understand the deeper meaning. Just like that Renzu. When he did not know the rules and regulations, he explored in the dark. Sometimes he bumped into things, knocking into others, causing himself to get injured and look like a mess. And at times within a wider area, he got lost and confused, moving without a sense of direction or purpose. This darkness was not purely black or the absence of light. Strength, wisdom, and hope could not oppose it. Only when Renzu knew of the rules and regulations and said their names did the darkness dissipate and invite light into Renzu's life. The darkness was the darkness of the rules and regulations, and the light was also the light of the rules and regulations. Fang Yuan switched his gaze from his cup and looked outside through the window. He saw that outside the window, the sky was still dark, the greenery abundant, and the pelting rain flying by like mist. Close by, the bamboo tall houses were lined up in a row, extending far out. On the road, several people walked, their feet stained with the mud from the rain. Some of them wore grayish-green straw coats, while others carried yellow-oiled cloth umbrellas. Fang Yuan concluded, this world's heaven and earth is like a huge chessboard. All life forms are chess pieces, acting in accordance with their rules and regulations. The 4 seasons have their own rules and regulations, rotating between spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The flow of water has its own rules and regulations, flowing from high ground to low ground. Hot air has its own rules and regulations, floating upwards. Humans naturally also have their own rules and regulations. Everybody has their own standpoints, desires, and principles. For example, in the Guyu village, the servants' lives are cheap while their masters' lives are noble. This is a part of rules and regulations. Because of this, Shen Shui, who wants to get close to the rich and affluent, is doing her best to try and escape her servant status. Gao Wan tried all means and methods to please his master, using their authorities for himself. As for uncle and aunt, they gave in to greed, wanting to hoard my parents' inheritance. The academy elder wants to nurture Gu masters to maintain his position in the academy. Everyone has their own rules and regulations. Every profession has its own rules and regulations, and every society and group also have their own rules and regulations. Only by Understanding the rules and regulations, can we see the situation clearly from the side? Gone with the darkness and embrace the light, moving around the rules with much despair. Fang Yuan thought about his own situation, his heart already clear. To the Mo family's head Gu Mo Chun, it is to protect his family branch's prosperity and benefits. Mo Yin found trouble with me, and that would be considered spoiling the rules, so for the sake of his family honor, he will not do anything to me. In fact, he might even compensate me. Actually, the Mo family has great influence, so if they risk their reputation and are bent on punishing me, there is nothing I can do to resist them. However, Gu Mo Chun is afraid. He is not afraid of himself breaking the rules, but he is afraid that others will follow in his footsteps. In a junior scuffle, if the elders interfere, it would aggravate the situation. If it involved the higher-ups, it'd pose a threat to the entire mountain village. Gu Mo Chen's fear lied here. What if in future conflicts, others laid their hands on his grandson, Gu Mo Bei? In his entire family line, there's only one male, so what would happen if he died? This kind of fear, maybe he doesn't realize it himself. He is only subconsciously protecting the rules. Fang Yuan's eyes were clear as he had the perfect grasp and understanding of the matter from start till the end. Gao Wan's surname was not Gu Yu. Instead, he was an outsider, a servant. The master executing a servant was nothing to be alarmed about. In this world, it was normal. In the case of Fang Yuan killing Gao Wan's death was not crucial. The crucial part was his master, the Mo family behind him. However, Gu Mo Chun should be able to understand my intention of compromise and threat from the time I send a box of a minced corpse to them. This is also what I want him to think. If I'm not wrong, the Mo family will not pursue Gao Wan's death. Of course, if I had better talent and was at least a B grade, the Mo family would feel threatened. Even with the loss of their reputation, they would want to suppress a future threat such as myself. Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. Strength can be relied on, but weakness can also be used as an advantage. Although Fang Yuan was in the game of chess as a pawn, he was clear of the rules and regulations. Thus he already had the mentality of a player. An ordinary character would at most be like Gu Mo Chun or the Academy Elder, also knowing their own rules and regulations, but unsure of their non-expertise. Being like Fang Yuan, who had a clear view of the big picture and was clear of rules and regulations, was extremely difficult. To understand rules and regulations, one has to be like Renzu, stumbling around in the dark and wandering about aimlessly. At this point, strength, wisdom, and hope would be useless. One must spend a lot of time going through it themselves and gaining the experience. For Renzu to be able to say out the names of the rules and regulations this was after spending time. Under the threat of death, he had tried countless of times. Fang Yuan was an expert in rules and regulations due to his 500 years of experience in from past life. After his rebirth, he believed that he could create a brilliant future. Not because of the spring and autumn cicada, not because he knew many secret troves and treasures, not because he knew what the future held, but because of the 500 years of experience that he had gained as a person. Just like how Renzu controlled the rules and regulations and was able to easily capture all the in the world. And Fang Yuan was so familiar with rules and regulations. Thus he was able to look down upon the world and see through its truths and lies. Being meticulous and precise, or getting right to the heart of the matter. I proudly laugh as I stand on top of the world, coldly looking at the people in the world who behaved like pawns, obeying their respective rules and regulations, living their lives in a straightforward manner. The rules and regulations of the darkness is darkness, and the rules and regulations of the light is light. But the reborn demon had stepped foot under the path of light. Chapter 39. Toad Caravan Merchant. The month of May was a transition between spring and summer. The fragrance of flowers filled the air, the huge mountains evergreen, and the sunlight began to gradually release its ardent side. Under the clear azure skies, the white clouds drifted like cotton. On Qingmao Mountain, the bamboo forest was straight like spears as always, pointing towards the blue sky. Weeds grew wildly everywhere, and unknown varieties of wild flowers dotted the grass thicket. As the light breeze blew, the wild grass moved to and fro, the heavy fragrance of flower pollen and the smell of green grass assailing visitors. Halfway up the mountain was a huge number of terraced fields. Layer by layer, step by step, the soft green wheat sprouts were planted down. From afar, it looked like a verdant green sea. On the terraced fields were numerous farmers busily working away. There were some farmers cleaning the canal for the channeling of water to irrigate the fields, while some farmers were rolling up their trousers, standing in the fields and planting sprouts. These people were naturally all mortal outsiders, as the Guyu clansmen would never have do these lowly jobs. Ring ring. The sound of camel bells could be faintly heard in the spring breeze. The farmers straightened their bodies as they headed down the mountain, only to see a caravan moving like a colorful worm from the mountainside, slowly showing its head. It's the merchant caravan. Yes, it's already May, It is about time for the caravan to come. The adults caught on the situation at once, and the children stopped playing with the water and clay in their hands. Together, they energetically approached the caravan. The southern borders had 100,000 mountains. Qingmao Mountain was just one of them. On every mountain, there were villages after villages, which were maintained by everyone through their blood relationships and kinships. In between the mountains, the forests were deep and ominous, the cliffs steep and full of the dangerous falling rocks. Additionally, in the complex surroundings of the forest dwelled a large number of ferocious beasts and peculiar Gu worms. Mortals could not pass through it all. It was difficult to get past these obstacles alone. One had to at least be a rank 3 Gu master. Because of the poor economy, trading was difficult. Thus, the most important form of trading was through the caravan merchants. Only by organizing a merchant group in such a large scale could Gu masters come together with the power to help each other, conquering the difficulties in the traveling routes and traversing from one mountain to another. The merchant caravan's arrival was like a bowl of boiling water that poured into the peaceful and serene Qingmao Mountain. All these past years they would come in April, but this year they only arrived in May. At least they're here now. The owner of the inn let out a deep breath upon hearing the news. The inn's business was poor in the other months, so only when the caravan came could he earn enough profit to last the year. At the same time, there was some green bamboo wine within his storage that he could sell to the caravan merchants. Besides the inn, the business at the tavern would also boom as a result. The caravan merchants entered the Guyu mountain village one by one, led by a treasure brass toad. This toad was 2.5 meters tall, its entire body orange-yellow in color. The back of the toad was thick and full of warts and knots. It was like the lumps of bronze nails on ancient city gates. On the treasure brass toad's back, thick ropes were tied around plenty of goods. At a glance, it seemed like the toad was carrying a giant backpack. A middle-aged man with a circular face full of pockmarks sat cross-legged atop the toad. He was fat and had a large belly. Both of his eyes formed into slits when smiling. He cupped his fists as he greeted the surrounding Guyu villagers. This man's name was Fu of the Jia clan. His cultivation was at rank 4 and he was the leader of the merchant caravan this time. The treasure toad hopped slightly as it moved forward, but Jia Fu, who was sitting on its head, was stable and steady. When the toad hopped, his height would level with the windows on the second floor of a building. Even when he was back on the ground, he was at a height greater than the first level of the bamboo buildings. The originally spacious streets were suddenly rather packed and narrow. The treasure brass toad was like a beast that intruded into the midst of a great number of bamboo houses. After the treasure toad was a huge fat worm. It had 2 eyes that were similar to multicolored glass windows, the colors bright and gorgeous. The worm was 15 meters long, its body shape resembling a silkworm. However, the surface of the worm was covered in a thick layer of black porcelain-like leather armor. On the armor was another abundant pile of goods and merchandise, a hemp rope tied around it. In between the gaps and intervals of the goods, Gu masters sat one by one, some old and some young. There were also mortals who were robust and sturdy martial warriors, slowly moving forward on the ground following after a fat black beetle. After the fat beetle, there were ostriches with brightly colored feathers, hairy mountain spiders, winged snakes with 2 pairs of feathered wings, and so on. However, these were in small numbers. Most of the creatures were toads. These toads were all similar to the treasure brass toad, but they were smaller in size and had the build of cows and horses. The toads were carrying merchandise and people, their bellies bulging as they hopped forward. The merchant caravan wound deep into the village. Children on the road would look on curiously with wide eyes, calling out in joy or exclaiming in surprise. The windows on the second stories opened one after another, the mountain villagers observing the merchants from a short distance. Some had eyes that flashed with fear, and some others waved their hands to express a warm welcome. Old brother Jia, you came a little late this year. You must have had a hard journey. Approaching with the identity of a clan head, Gu Yubo came out himself to greet the leader of this year's merchant caravan. As Jia Fu had the status of a rank 4 Gu master, if a rank 3 elder were to be in charge of receiving him, it would be undoubtedly be seen as a kind of negligence and scorn. Jia Fu cupped his fists and sighed. This year's road was rather unfavorable. On the way we bumped into a group of secluded bloodbaths, and we lost quite a few good men. Then on Jubai Mountain we ran into a mountain fog, and we didn't dare to continue traveling at all. So we were delayed for quite a lot of time, and caused Brother Guyu to wait for quite a while. As they spoke, their tones were very polite. The Guyu village needed the merchant caravans every year to come and trade, and the merchant caravan also needed business to make money. Ha ha ha, it's good enough that you were able to come. Please, the clan has prepared food and wine. Let me host a welcoming dinner for you, old brother. Guyu Bo stretched out his hand and said invitingly. Clan head is polite, too polite. Jia Fu was flattered. The merchant caravan arrived at the boundaries of the Qingmao Mountain in the early morning, and by afternoon they were stationed in the Guyu village. When it was dusk, the surroundings of the village had formed into a widespread area of temporary shops and stores. All kinds of red, blue, yellow, and green lofty tents were built, and every inch between the tents was squeezed with numerous little street stalls. The night was descending, yet it was still brightly lit in the area. An endless stream of pedestrians spilled into the area from the village. There were mortals as well as Gu masters. The little children hopped around in high spirits, and the adults showed an expression of joy akin to celebrating a festival. Fang Yuan moved along with the crowd, walking alone. The crowd was bustling with activity. Groups of people either surrounding the stalls or endlessly pouring in and out of the entrance of the tents. The surroundings were filled with the shouts of merchants hawking their wares. Come, take a look. Top-notch blue sea cloud tea brick. Drinking this tea makes one as cheerful as a fairy. Even if it's not a person drinking, it can be used for feeding and raising tea gu. It is a cheaply priced item for its value. One piece only costs 5 primeval stones. Brute force longhorn beetle gu. A gu master who uses this gu will be able to burst out with the strength of a cow. You can walk away, but don't regret it. Intimate grass, high-quality intimate grass. Everyone look at this quality. It's as fresh as if a newly picked one. 1 caddy for 2 pieces of primeval stones. Very cheap price. As Fang Yuan heard this, his footsteps paused slightly. Then he followed the sound and walked over. He saw an ostrich pulling a handcart with 2 wheels. On the handcart was a heap of pastel green herbs. Every blade of grass was a meter in length, slender and long. Their average width was around that of a fingernail. On some of the pointed tips of the grass grew red heart-shaped flower buds. The intimate grass was one of a gu worm's supplementary food type. Its worth was stemmed from the fact that it could be used to pair up with a few other foods to feed a gu worm. For example, Fang Yuan needed to give 2 pieces of flower petals every meal to the Moonlight Gu when feeding it. If he mixed in a blade of intimate grass, the Moonlight Gu would be full just from eating 1 petal. The intimate grass only costs 2 pieces of primeval stones per caddy, while the moon orchid petal cost a primeval stone for every 10 pieces. With a simple calculation, one would know that mixing the intimate grass into feed the gu would be more cost-effective. Half a month ago, because I used the Moonlight Gu in the academy to kill Gaowan, I was fined 30 primeval stones. However, the Mo family paid me 30 primeval stones later as compensation, so I didn't really take any losses. In recent days I have robbed twice. My total number of stones amounts to 118. However, recently I continuously spent essence to refine middle-stage primeval essence and nurture the 4 walls of my aperture, and I would use up 3 pieces of stones every day. Adding on the costs of feeding gu, my own daily expenses, and successively buying green bamboo wine, I have 98 pieces at hand right now. Ever since Fang Yuan killed a person, the cruel and callous image had deeply rooted itself into the hearts of the students, and for a time no one dared to challenge him. This led to his plundering becoming much easier, as every time only a very small number would dare to resist. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. Then he moved his line of sight and continued walking deeper into the heart of the setup of temporary stores. The intimate grass stall was surrounded by a group of people. They were all either gu masters or students, holding primeval stones in their hands as they shouted and rushed to buy it. It was not that Fang Yuan lacked the money to buy intimate grass, but he had no time. If memory serves, that mudskin toad should be in that store. In my previous life, there was a gu master who got it from gambling on the first night, hence he earned big time. I must hurry. I cannot lose a great deal through trying to save a little. Chapter 40. Toad Gu slumbering within the purple gold rock. The further one walked, the more flourishing and prosperous it was. Small street vendors lessened while large tents increased in number. There were all sorts of large tents to be seen, red, blue, green, yellow, in different shapes and sizes, several being a cylindrical shape. Some erected 2-door pillars at the entrance of their tents, while others hung large red lanterns instead. Inside, some tents had vibrant lights, whereas others were dim and dark. Fang Yuan observed his surroundings as he walked, finally stopping near a gray-colored tent. It's here, he evaluated while looking at the tent. It had 2 pillars at the entrance, and there were carvings on the pillars, 2 lines of antithetical couplet. 1. The left side wrote, "Small display of courage, obtain good fortune during the 4 seasons." The right side wrote, "Large display of skills, obtain good prosperity in all 4 directions." In the middle there was still another line, "Luck changes with time." That's right, this is a gambling den. This gambling den took around 1 mu, 2, of land. It was considered a large-sized tent. Fang Yuan walked inside. Inside of the tent, there was 3 rows of counters on a side. On the counter were pieces of amber or fossils. Some were as big as a palm, others were as big as a face. There were also others which were even bigger, those were as tall as a person. It obviously could not fit on the counter, thus it was directly placed on the ground. Different from the other tent shops, it was silent in here. Several Gu masters stood before the counters, some meticulously observing rocks on the display counter, while others took the fossils and rubbed it in their hand to get a feel of it. There were some that were discussing quietly with their companions, and some were discussing the price with their shop clerks. But no matter what they discussed, they spoke softly, doing their best not to disturb others. This was a rock gambling den. In the Gu world, there were all types of Gu, coming with different shapes and sizes and all sorts of effects. Gu worms have their respective food to consume. Without food, they can only last a short amount of time before dying. But nature, towards life forms, was both uncaring and benevolent. If they lacked food, the Gu worms still have a chance of survival. That was to hibernate, undergoing self-sealing. For example, if the Moonlight Gu did not have moon orchid petals to consume, it may undergo self-sealing. It will try to maximize the conservation of its strength, like winter hibernation, falling into a deep slumber. At this time, not only would the blue glow on its body dissipate, it would also turn from a transparent crystal state into a gray rock, covered in a layer of rock shell. Eventually, the rock crust will get thicker and turn into a boulder. Or for example, the liquor worm. If it underwent self-sealing, it would form a white cocoon around it, curling its body and falling into a deep sleep within the cocoon. Of course, this situation of sealing and hibernating may not happen to every Gu worm. It has a small chance of occurrence, and in most cases, the Gu worm will not fall into hibernation but instead starve to death. Only a small number of Gu worms may, under specific situations, undergo self-sealing. A few Gu masters who accidentally obtained these sealed Gu worms' rocks or cocoons would awaken the Gu worms that were slumbering within. Thus, they would have a stroke of fortune. Some of the Gu masters became successful due to this, it being a turning point in their lives. These situations happen frequently in the Gu master world, often being fake or real rumors, giving people hopes and dreams. The source of the idea behind this rock gambling den originated from these rumors. Of course, these rocks all looked alike on the outside. Only after opening them can one determine if there really is a Gu worm hidden inside. In a small-sized rock gambling den like this, 9 out of 10 rocks are solid core, having no Gu worms inside. Even if there are Gu worms inside the rock, they may not be living worms. Most of them are dead Gu. But once someone hits the jackpot of a live Gu, under most situations, one would be able to earn a huge fortune. If the Gu worm is a rare species, they either become a successful person in life or get murdered and robbed of their fortune. Fang Yuan was clear about this in his heart, being very familiar with the situation beyond these doors. In his past life, he had participated in a merchant caravan before, being a clerk in the rock gambling den. Sometime later, he even operated his own rock gambling den, even larger than this one. It was a medium-sized rock gambling den. He managed to con some gamblers and also misjudged at times, allowing other gamblers to win a precious Gu worm. Fang Yuan stood at the door for a while, taking a glance around him before slowly walking to the counter on the left side. Behind the counter, there was a shop assistant every few meters, both males and females. On their waist hung a green-colored belt, showing that they were not ordinary people but rank 1 Gu masters. Most were initial stages, while a selected few were middle stages. Seeing Fang Yuan before a counter, a female Gu master who was nearest by walked towards him and smiled, softly saying, "Young master, what Gu worm do you need? Every rock on this counter is sold at 10 primeval stones each. If this is your first try, just for the sake of it, why don't you go to the right counter? The rocks there are sold at only 5 primeval stones. If you are seeking thrills, you can go to the high-end counter at the middle. The rocks sold there are at 20 primeval stones each." This was an experienced female Gu master, having worked at the rock gambling den for quite some time already. She looked at Fang Yuan who entered and determined that he was a student from his appearance, age and height, etc. Those that came to gamble were all Gu masters. Students were only considered second-rate Gu masters, just starting their cultivation. Because they're often tight on finance due to feeding their Gu worms, where would they find the money to come and gamble rocks? Students like this, normally they just came to take a look and to get an eye-opening experience, satisfying their curiosity. Most were only window shoppers, though if some had well-to-do families, they might attempt to buy one to try. But most only bought the cheapest fossil. Thus, the female Gu master had no expectations towards how many rocks Fang Yuan could buy. "Let me look around first." Fang Yuan nodded at her expressionlessly, then started to look seriously into the pile. In his memory, it should be at this counter in this particular rock gambling den. But it had been 500 years, it's been too long. Many things were vague to him already, especially when 500 years of memory was a huge capacity. So to be honest, Fang Yuan could not remember distinctly. He could only vaguely recall that during this year on the first night the caravan arrived, a lucky bird spent 10 primeval stones to buy a fossil with purple gold luster. After he opened it on the spot, he obtained a mudskin toad. Afterwards, this toad Gu was bought by another person, thus causing him to earn a small fortune of primeval stones. Fang Yuan frowned after observing for a while. On this counter, fossils with a purple-gold glow numbered up to 20. In which rock was there a hidden mudskin toad? Every rock here was sold at 10 primeval stones each. Right now, Fang Yuan had 98 primeval stones with him, and he could buy up to a maximum of 9 pieces. But realistically, he could not count like this. In any sort of risk and gamble, one had to consider the consequences. Fang Yuan was no longer a greenhorn, like those gamblers who thought they were blessed by heaven. Those who thought they were blessed by fate were usually those who fell under the mischief of fate itself. I am alone, with no relatives or friends that can help me. I have to save some primeval stones to survive, as well as to buy food for my Gu worms. He counted, and under the most basic reservation, he could buy at most 7 pieces of fossils. This rock, the purple gold, is dotted like the stars, but it's flat as a pancake. There's definitely no mudskin toad inside. This piece has striking purple gold color, but it is only fist-sized. If there really is a mudskin toad inside, the rock should be at least 30% larger. This purple gold fossil, well, it's big, but the surface is extremely smooth, while the mudskin toad's skin is supposed to be rough and uneven. This is evidently not the one. Fang Yuan continued to observe and evaluate, using the method of cancellation. When Gu worms hibernate after self-sealing, they would form into a natural fossil, being undetectable from most of the world's detection methods. The remaining detecting methods were too rough, and once used, it would instantly kill the Gu worm within that is barely alive. Thus, when Gu masters choose rocks, they could only rely on their guessing, experience, and luck, sometimes relying on a little bit of instinct. Otherwise, this would not be called gambling. Of course, in this wide world, there are countless wonders, and one cannot exclude the fact that a detection method which is extremely gentle exists, allowing a Gu master to know if the rock contains a Gu worm. Fang Yuan had heard of such rumors in his past life, but after experimenting, found that it was all lies. Fang Yuan assumed privately, if such a method really exists, it has to be a hidden legacy, controlled in the hands of a small number of mysterious people, having no impact on the gambling business. It was still tame around the Qingmao mountain region, but the more one moves east, the more prosperous gambling dens become. At the Bai 3 mountain region, every family village had its own gambling den. In some large-sized forts, there were even large-sized gambling dens built. The 3 villages that were famous for their rock gambling were Panshi 4 village, Gumu 5 village, and Songjing 6 village, where there were even mega-sized gambling dens. These 3 mega-sized gambling dens each had 1,000 years of history. Currently, their business was still blooming, with an endless number of gamblers. There had never been a situation of clean sweep by anyone. Currently, the tent that Fang Yuan was in can only be barely qualified as a small-sized gambling den. If it was any other 15-year-old who came, they would definitely be confused by all the different fossils, and even if they chose it, it would be by random guessing. But Fang Yuan was different. Firstly, he already knew a portion of the answer from the start. Thus his search range shrunk to less than 30 pieces. Of course, to find that one rock out of these 20-odd pieces was extremely difficult as well. But using his 500 years of experience as backing, with such a rich pool of information, he picked out 6 pieces of purple gold fossils that best fit the criteria after observing for a while. He had an 80% chance of confidence that the mudskin toad was hibernating within one of these 6 fossils. 1. Antithetical couplet. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/antithetical_couplet. 2 mu. 1 mu is 666 and 2/3 meters superscript 2. 3. By 2 directly means white head. 4. Panshi is monolith. 5. Gumu means ancient grave, and 6. Songjing is pale whale. To be honest, most of these mountains will never appear again, so you don't have to remember them. Chapter 41. Dissecting rocks. I want to purchase some rocks. Having picked his targets, Fang Yuan said to the female Gu master, "Newbie." The female Gu master immediately thought. Even the shittiest gamblers would pay very close observation when they wanted to buy the rocks. First they would look carefully, then place the stones in their palms and rub to feel the surface and its weight. Even after such actions, if they find that the feeling is off, they would give up. No one would say purchase at the start. And for such a type like Fang Yuan, who said purchase up front, he is undeniably a newbie who is having his first rock gambling experience. Although the female Gu master thought this, she did not show any difference in her expression, but continued to smile like a flower, saying softly to Fang Yuan, "Then which piece are you choosing?" Fang Yuan pointed and said, "This piece." She immediately retrieved it. Fang Yuan pointed again and said, "This piece." She felt perplexed, not expecting this youngster to buy 2 pieces. It seems like this youngster is the type to gamble heavily, she evaluated mentally. But next, Fang Yuan pointed yet again. And this piece, that piece, I'm buying them all. The female Gu master was stunned, feeling extremely surprised. She could not help but assess Fang Yuan again. It seems like this ordinary-looking youngster has a really good family background. Otherwise, how would any ordinary Gu master have the spare cash to spend like this? Thinking of it, the female Gu master's smile became more gentle and friendly. To think that the youngster in front of her was a real customer. This was an unexpected joy. However, Fang Yuan surprised her once again as he pointed to the furthest purple gold rock. Oh yeah, and those 2 pieces as well. The female Gu master could not help but feel shocked internally. Which young master is this from the Gu village? It looks like he's the main family branch's inheritor. If I can hook up with him, I may not need to stay here and slog as a shop clerk anymore. With this thought, the female Gu master's smile became even more gentle, and she even looked towards Fang Yuan seductively. 6 rocks were placed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out 60 primeval stones and passed it to the female Gu master. His act of payment attracted the attention of all the other Gu masters in the tent. Oh, someone is going to rock gamble. We've been watching for over an hour, but we haven't acted yet. Now that someone is giving it a try, we might as well watch. It's a student. He actually took out 60 primeval rocks at once. His family must be affluent. He looks like a greenhorn. Humph, gambling rocks isn't so easy. He's going to get hurt real bad. The Gu masters stood on the spot, discussing softly, all directing their gaze towards Fang Yuan. Young master, do you want to open the rocks on the spot? Our gambling den provides free service to open the rocks. The female Gu master gently advised, sending seductive glances with her eyes. Fang Yuan used the corner of his eye to take a look at the crowd, his lips curling into a mysterious smile. He waved his hand, rejecting the female Gu master. Purple gold is my lucky color, and this is my first time betting. It is very meaningful. I'll open the rocks myself. The female Gu master's eyes shone brighter, thinking, this heroic demeanor, as expected of a rich young master. Never in her dreams would she be able to imagine that Fang Yuan could be said to be kinless in Guyu village, a drifter with no backing, having to rely on himself for everything. Tisk, so what if you have money? I wonder which rich kid this is, coming here to waste his parents' hard-earned money. Ignorant young lad. How can one choose the rocks based on lucky color? Sigh. This act is simply akin to throw primeval stones into the water and waiting to see the ripples for fun. The Gu masters in the tent lost their excitement at once. After thinking that Fang Yuan was a prodigal son, their already low expectations vanished into thin air. Some Gu masters even retracted their gaze and turned around to continue inspecting the fossils on the counter. The changes to his surroundings did not affect Fang Yuan's state of mind at all. He expressionlessly activated the primeval essence within his primeval sea, pouring it into the Moonlight Gu. The next moment, the crescent mark on his right palm emitted a faint water-like blue light. Fang Yuan used this right hand to grab a purple gold rock, holding it in his palm. Next he closed his fingers and slowly rubbed against the surface of the fossil. The blue light continued to shine, the waves of light rippling like water as the purple gold rock shrunk in size. Large amounts of powder from rock shavings falling out from the gaps of Fang Yuan's fingers, landing on the carpet of the tent. Young master has good handiwork. The female Gu master took the chance and immediately praised. This youngster, he isn't a good-for-nothing. What great skills. Seeing this sight, the Gu master's eyes shone across with a complicated glint. They had started to see Fang Yuan in a new light. Fang Yuan used the blue light to rub against the surface of the rock. This was a form of meticulous usage of the Moonlight Gu. Normally, one would have to use the Moonlight Gu for 2 to 3 years to be able to reach this level. With Fang Yuan's age and student identity, being able to do this is really remarkable. See, he's using our Guyu clan's specialty, the Moonlight Gu. Some of the Gu masters found this and instantly felt proud, gaining affection for Fang Yuan. But opening the rocks with this method, it's still too rough. Some of the older and more experienced Gu masters shook their heads. The purple gold rock got smaller and smaller, from being slightly larger than a palm into the size of a fist, being gripped tightly by Fang Yuan's fingers. The blue light intensified as the fossil became pearl-sized, until finally, what was left was a pile of rock powder, falling on the carpet to form a small hill. This was a solid rock. There was no Gu worm inside. As expected, he's unreliable. The Gu masters shook their heads. Young master, there's still 5 pieces left, the female Gu master encouraged. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, being completely unaffected. He grabbed the second piece of purple gold rock and continued to grind. But the result of this piece was still a solid rock. There was no Gu worm inside. The third piece was still the same. The Gu masters grew impatient. Stop looking. By relying on color to pick the rocks, there's no point in this gamble. If he can get a good goo from this, I'll eat the pile of rock powder on the floor. Someone laughed insultingly. Don't lose heart, young master. Isn't there 3 pieces left? You're only halfway through. The female Gu master continued to edge Fang Yuan on. Fang Yuan grabbed the 4th piece, and when he got it to palm size, he suddenly stopped all action. Oh, there's something. The rock composition changed. It's not purple gold sediments, but a kind of ink black color. Don't tell me he really got super lucky from blinding guessing? The surrounding Gu masters exclaimed lightly. Young master, you have to be careful from here onwards. Don't make sudden movements. Hibernating Gu worms are very fragile. If you use too much strength, you'll kill the Gu worm inside. The female Gu master did not expect such a situation to occur. After getting stunned for a moment, she immediately advised carefully. Fang Yuan's movement slowed, his fingers slowly rubbing as small powder slowly fell. Continuously repeating the action with many intervals, he was no longer as fluid as earlier. The black-colored rock powder slowly fell off, and as the rock got smaller, Fang Yuan's movements became slower and gentler. On the carpet, the rock powder continued to gather as Fang Yuan's black-colored rock was finally scrapped clean. Sigh, what a pity, it's a rock in a rock. What a waste of my emotions. I really thought there was a Gu worm inside. You are all too easy to fool. Is rock betting so easy? 9 out of 10 are all empty. How else is the shop going to make money? Young master, your luck is already not bad. Getting a rock in rock the first time, normal people cannot do it. The female Gu master tried another way to console Fang Yuan. Similarly, it was to pave way for the result that awaited him. Getting nothing out of gambling rocks was very common, a 9 out of 10 occurrence. In her opinion, Fang Yuan was choosing at random. The chance of getting a Gu fossil was close to 0. Fang Yuan smiled but did not reply, and he continued to take out the 5th rock. He carefully grinded, and in 10 breaths' time, the surface of purple gold-colored rock were all rubbed away, revealing a rough-surfaced yellow mud ball. Chapter 42. It really is a Gu. Don't tell me it's another rock in the rock. By the looks of it, probably. But it's a little strange. This mud ball is enclosed by a purple gold rock surface. The mud ball's surface should be compressed smoothly, so why is the surface still uneven? The surrounding Gu masters were perplexed. Looking at the mud ball in his hands, Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but in his heart, he was slightly moved. He continued to grind. Under the blue watery light, the powdery sand fell off. Among the powder, there were some soil crumbs mixed in it, falling onto the pile of rock powder beside his leg. Don't tell me there's really something? Upon seeing this, some of the Gu masters stared with their eyes wide opened. It's hard to say. Someone spoke with an uncertain tone. I feel like there's really something. Another spoke softly. The yellow mud ball gradually decreased in size due to the friction, and when it was palm-sized, someone barged into the tent. Young lad, hold up. I, Jia Jin Sheng, will be buying it. Fang Yuan's movement came to a halt. At once, the Gu masters in the tent all focused their attention on this person. He looked young on the outside, his appearance around 20 to 25 years old. He wore a golden-colored robe with a lace belt on his waist, and on the belt there was a square-shaped jade piece. There was a word across the piece of jade, showing the letter 1. Evidently, this was a rank 1 Gu master. To still be a rank 1 Gu master at 20 years old, it seems that his talent isn't good, but the status of this person was rather unique. Seeing him, the Gu masters in the tent all bowed and greeted him, saying together, "Your subordinate greets you, second young master." Second young master? He called himself Jia Jin Sheng earlier. Is he the half-brother of the merchant caravan leader, Jia Fu? This means to say, this rock gambling den is opened by him. But now that he appeared to interfere, it seems that he's breaking the gambling den's rules. The Gu masters softly conversed. That's right, I am this shopkeeper. Little brother, 1, coming out to gamble at such a young age. Aren't you afraid of your family scolding? I will offer 40 primeval stones now to buy that mudball in your hand. What do you think? 40 primeval stones is a lot already, and there may not be a Gu inside. But today, I am in a good mood. Thus, seeing that this is your first time gambling, I don't want you to lose everything. So I'll give you a portion of your capital back. Jia Jin Sheng quickly walked in front of Fang Yuan and said, 40 primeval stones. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and took a look at Jia Jin Sheng with the corner of his eye, coldly laughing. It seems you want to forcefully buy the mudball fossil in my possession? Forceful purchase is spoiling the gambling den's rules. Furthermore, you're now on Qingmao Mountain. You want to bully a Guyu clansman like me in front of everyone? Oh, on hearing Fang Yuan's last sentence, all the other Gu masters could not take it, and animosity grew uncontrollably in them as they looked towards Fang Yuan's direction. Their expression towards Jia Jin Sheng also became unfriendly. Jia Jin Sheng had thought a 15-year-old like Fang Yuan would be easy to deal with, easily persuaded with a few words. But to think this Fang Yuan had such capabilities, and with a single sentence, he caused Jia Jin Sheng to be in such a predicament. Seeing the Gu masters getting ready to interfere, Jia Jin Sheng's expression changed immediately as he changed his tone, quickly waving his hands. Little brother, you're mistaken. I am the shopkeeper of this gambling den. How could I ruin my own reputation by breaking my own rules? How would I be able to conduct business in the future? Hee hee. I just found your mudball a little interesting, thus I wanted to buy it. If you do not wish to sell it, that's fine. But if there's nothing inside later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Fang Yuan paid no more attention to him. He turned around and continued to focus on grinding the mudball in his hands. His movements were very slow and very meticulous. Often, there was only a hint of dry soil powder falling off after a moment or so. Following his movement, a hibernating Gu worm gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. My God, there really is a Gu worm. He really opened a Gu. What the hell? This sort of method of gambling can also work. This young man's luck is off the charts. He actually managed to forcefully luck out on getting a Gu. Immediately, the Gu master's exasperation filled the tent. The female Gu master subconsciously covered her mouth, being unable to believe the scene before her. As shop clerk, along the way she had been to many mountain villages, seen all sorts of people and all kinds of customers, but she had never seen such a comedic scene. There is really a Gu. Cold light flashed across Jia Jin Sheng's eyes as he hated and regretted in his heart. The thing he hated most was to be taken advantage of. This gambling den that he opened, he had placed many surveillance methods. Once a customer was about to open a Gu, he'd receive the news and would normally forcefully buy it. But now Fang Yuan was inside his gambling den, getting a Gu under his very eyes. Jia Jin Sheng could feel his heart bleeding. What he obtained was a toad Gu. Its entire body was yellow from head to foot. The belly was light yellow, and its back was brownish yellow, covered with many pimply boils, full of nodules and warts which were a distinctive characteristic of the toad species. At one glance, it looked slightly horrifying. It was not big, being only palm-sized. Holding it in the palm was akin to holding 2 to 3 eggs. Fang Yuan's expression was calm under all sorts of admiration, envy, and exasperation, carefully deploying his primeval essence and injecting it into the toad's body. At this moment, the Gu was being refined by Fang Yuan. Gu worms obtained from within fossils are normally extremely weak. Not only do they have little to no strength left, their consciousness is also lazy, leaving them defenseless and unable to resist. Thus, they can be easily refined by the Gu masters. Upon being awakened by Fang Yuan, the toad Gu opened its eyes slowly, and its belly slightly vibrated, softly calling out, "Croak." Its voice was soft, but it made everyone's expression very interesting. The difference in value between a Gu that was alive against one that was dead was huge. It's a live Gu. He really opened a live Gu. Someone rubbed his eyes, unable to believe this. This is the mudskin toad. Damn it, it really is the mudskin toad. Someone recognized the toad Gu's identity and screamed agitatedly. This young man really has got luck. Why don't I have such luck on my side? Someone sighed, filled with complicated emotions such as envy, jealousy, and hatred. Young master, congratulations. This is to date my first time seeing such a precious Gu worm. The female Gu master was shocked beyond words, her eyes glistening with life. It's actually the mudskin toad. This is a rare rank 2 Gu worm. Its value worth 500 primeval stones. Damn it, damn. Someone actually managed to open such a Gu worm in my shop. I've lost big time, big time. Jia Jin Sheng's face was pale as he stared daggers at the toad, his heart having a strong urge to just snatch the Gu away. But he knew he couldn't, for if he really did that, it would be asking for trouble. This was not his family's village, but the Gu Yu clan's territory. Maybe I should have paid a bit more primeval stones. Maybe he might have given it to me. That's right, he's just a student. If I offered 100 primeval stones, there's no way he'd not be moved. Why didn't I do that? Jia Jin Sheng was full of regret. No, maybe this young lad does not know his stuff. Even though he opened a mudskin toad, I should be able to suppress the price and buy it. Jia Jin Sheng's heart had renewed hope. But at the next moment, this hint of hope was mercilessly smashed by Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan plainly looked at the mudskin toad in his hands, ignoring the surrounding people's praises and shock. He used an extremely calm tone and said to Jia Jin Sheng, "Mudskin toad, rank 2 Gu worm, requires 500 grams of yellow soil every meal. The more fertile the soil, the better. Its species is few in number, and it is the necessary main Gu in refining the treasure brass toad. The market price is 500 primeval stones. Jia Jin Sheng, do you want to buy this?" "You actually know so clearly," Jia Jin Sheng mumbled. After such a shock, he could not say a word. Fang Yuan laughed lightly and continued, "If you're unwilling, that's fine. I'll sell it to someone else. I'm sure someone will be interested." "Hold it. Wait, I'll buy it. But can't this price be cheaper? Jia Jin Sheng's smile turned bitter. Fang Yuan turned around and walked away. Jia Jin Sheng hurriedly chased after him. Don't go. I'll buy it. Fang Yuan had no plans to nurture this mudskin toad. It was a rank 2 Gu, but Fang Yuan was still a rank 1 initial stage. Although it ate yellow soil, Qingmao Mountain was full of green soil, hence finding food for it would be troublesome. Moreover, if he does not sell this Gu worm, Fang Yuan would have to feed 3 Gu worms himself. Putting aside the increased primeval stone expenditure, even the current amount of primeval stones in his possession would not be enough to feed them. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan was to immediately sell away the mudskin toad, get the 500 primeval stones, and earn a fortune. To a rank 1 initial stage like Fang Yuan, 500 primeval stones was considered a large amount already. The transaction was quickly completed, and Fang Yuan transferred the mudskin toad to Jia Jin Sheng in front of the crowd, at the same time accepting 5 heavy money bags. Each bag had 100 primeval stones. Fang Yuan originally had 98 primeval stones, and after spending 60 on gambling rocks, he had 38 left. Now, his fortune multiplied many times, and he owned 538 primeval stones. Upon seeing this, many Gu masters turned green with envy. Fang Yuan put the 5 bags in his bosom before taking the last piece of purple gold fossil and walked out of the tent. Young master, you're not opening that fossil? The female Gu master blinked rapidly and stared at Fang Yuan's back, loudly reminding him. Fang Yuan paid no heed and left the gambling den without turning back. He left behind a gang of stunned Gu masters, staring at each other silently. Jin Jiasheng calling Fang Yuan little brother is a way of greeting. They are not related in any way. Chapter 43. The final 6th purple gold rock. The green copper primeval sea had tides rising and falling, ebbing and flowing. Above the sea level, the liquor worm curled into a ball, emitting the wine vapor that gradually developed into white mist. A surge of primeval essence with a swoosh rushed up against the tide and into the wine mist. When the tide receded, there was already half left, and the color was even darker. From initial stage jade green, 1, it had converted into middle stage pale green. Middle stage primeval essence fell into the sea, but it did not mix with the initial stage primeval essence. As if it was denser, it sank to the bottom. Thus, the situation became that the upper layer of the primeval sea was filled with initial stage primeval essence, while the lower half was middle stage primeval essence. As time flowed, the wine mist circulated within the aperture. Under the refinement of the liquor worm, eventually, the initial stage primeval essence continued to decrease, while the middle stage primeval essence gradually increased. It could be seen with the naked eye where the lower layer middle stage primeval essence gradually rose, while the upper layer initial stage primeval essence continued to decrease, but also rose in sea level. As Fang Yuan refined his primeval essence, he extracted the natural essence from the primeval stones at the same time, quickly replenishing the dwindling primeval essence in his aperture. Finally, the 45% primeval sea in his aperture was fully refined into middle stage primeval essence. Much thanks to the middle stage primeval essence, or else I would not have been able to open the rocks 5 times in the gambling den. Sitting in a lotus position on his bed, Fang Yuan gradually opened his eyes. It was currently late at night. After he walked out of the gambling den, he did not tour around any of the other shops, but instead headed back to the academy. Although it was at the fringe of the Guyu Mountain village, as a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, owning 538 primeval stones is still too much. This is not only because the primeval stones were heavy and a hassle to bring around. It also attracts other people's coveting. In another sense, it would endanger his life. If there was a rank 1 upper stage, or even a rank 2 who coveted his assets, with Fang Yuan's current ability, he would not be able to contend. Wealth comes and goes, but humans die because of wealth. It's pathetic. What's laughable is that many people in this world cannot comprehend that. The boat of benefits carries many people, but has also sunk many others. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smirk as he looked at the gray-white primeval stones in his hands. A complete primeval stone was around the size of a duck egg, but the stone in his hand, as it had been extracted of half of its essence, was an entire circle smaller. Fang Yuan did not regret it. Everything has its gains and losses. Fang Yuan was only a C-grade talent, yet he was using the liquor Gu to refine his primeval essence, and his primeval stone's expenditure was multiple times of the people of his age. Yet it was because of this that he was able to overcome the lack of his talent. If the real cultivation pace could be counted, he would be able to rank first 3. Fang Yuan put the primeval stones back into his money bag and took out that final purple gold fossil. He bought a total of 6 fossils at the gambling den and opened 5 on the spot, bringing the last one back with him. His eyes shone as he activated the Moonlight Gu, grinding with 5 fingers, slowly dissecting the rock. The purple gold fossil gradually shrunk under the blue ripples, and finally was grinded to nothingness, leaving behind a pile of powder on the ground. Fang Yuan was not surprised, because in rock gambling, you lose 9 out of 10 times. Even with his 500 years of experience, he could only manage 8 losses out of 10 times. And in the remaining 2 times, it depended on whether it was a live Gu or a dead Gu. Dead Gu had basically no value. As for live Gu, they might not be a rare type of Gu worm, and even if it was a tremendously precious Gu, one might attract a life-threatening crisis because of it. Fang Yuan's current cultivation level was still very low. It was at the bottom tier of the Gu masters. The mudskin toad that he obtained earlier, if it weren't for the fact that this was the Guyu mountain village, it might have been forcefully snatched away by that Jia Jin Sheng. Gambling was never the way for developing family wealth, and in fact it was a bigger cause of bankruptcy and debt. This was not the development path that Fang Yuan wanted to take. Although the final purple gold fossil did not have a Gu worm, Fang Yuan was not disappointed. In fact, he looked at the pile of rock powder and gradually broke into a smile. Indeed, his ultimate motive in entering the gambling den was all for this pile of rock powder. That mudskin toad was only something he had gotten out of convenience. He privately opened the fossil, and other than him, nobody knew the truth of this result. From that day forth, he could claim that the liquor worm was awakened and subdued from the purple gold fossil. This idea was fabulous. Firstly, nobody could confirm what Gu worm really exists in the fossils. Who would dare say that the liquor worm could not hibernate within the purple gold fossil? That's completely possible. Secondly, he had several eyewitnesses. He opened the mudskin toad, which would have left a strong impression on the Gu masters in the gambling den. Thirdly, even if someone relentlessly questioned him, he could push everything onto his luck. Luck was something unfathomable. Even if someone suspected that this was the flower wine monk's liquor worm, against an excuse like luck, they'd have no idea how to argue against Fang Yuan. Within the dark room, Fang Yuan's expression was ominous. One-sided covering up was akin to covering fire with paper. There would be a day where he would be exposed. To get rid of a hidden threat like the liquor worm, he'd have to strike first. This is Fang Yuan's style. Moreover, he had thought about it carefully, and in the cultivation process that was to follow, he would need to expose the liquor worm. For a rank 1 Gu like the liquor worm, it is extremely precious to rank 1 Gu masters. But for rank 2 Gu masters, it is no longer compatible for them. Thus, even if this was exposed, all I would get is some attention, but it would not affect the overall situation, thus becoming nothing to be concerned over. It is not like the spring and autumn cicada. If the spring and autumn cicada is exposed, I might die a horrible death at the very next moment. 500 years of experience in handling problems had already made Fang Yuan extremely familiar with human mentality, with their every thought clear as day to him. The flower wine traveler's legacy and the mudskin toad. Among my memories, these are the only 2 treasures here, and now that they have been obtained by me, what I can do next is only gradual and steadfast cultivation. Fang Yuan sighed a deep breath and relaxed his body, feeling a strong sense of fatigue engulfing him. A Gu master's primeval sea cultivation could not replace sleep. Fang Yuan pulled his blanket and lay down on his bed, his eyes still half open. Although there were 500 primeval stones hidden under the bed, as well as many pots of green bamboo wine, he still felt a sense of urgency and danger. These 500 over primeval stones were already a form of limit. From flourish to decline, Fang Yuan was clear that henceforth his primeval stone expenditure would only get bigger. But his income was mostly from extorting his classmates. He had been increasingly feeling the growth and improvement of his classmates. Especially in the recent few extortions, Guyu Mo Chun, Chi Chun, and his brother Guyu Fang Zheng had greatly improved in their kicks and punches. Previously, he only needed 1 or 2 strikes to take them down, but now he needed 5 or 6. Another 3 to 4 plunders, and their punches and kicks would have been polished fully. If they challenge me one by one, with my current stamina, I cannot endure that kind of round-robin battle. 500 primeval stones might seem a lot, but with my current expenditure of 4 stones a day, it is actually not that much. Qingmao Mountain already has no treasures left, but nearby on the Baigu, too, mountain, there is a secretly built strength inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master of the righteous path. Sigh, it still boils down to the flower wine monk's treasure being too little, only giving me a liquor worm. There is still that film image wall. Maybe I can sell it to a certain merchant in the caravan. Fang Yuan thought as his eyelids grew heavier until he finally fell asleep. Chapter 44. Monkey Wine. Not yielding the opportunity of the liquor worm on the second day in the afternoon during lunch break, Fang Yuan went to the shopping district outside the mountain village again. As many of them had to work in the day, there was not many villagers at the tendage area. Fang Yuan walked to the area where the vendor was selling intimate grass last night, according to his memory. He reached only to see an empty cart, still on the spot. An ostrich was dragging the cart along. It stood on the spot proudly, its body size as large as an ostrich while having the appearance of a chicken. The back of the creature bulged into a curved angle. A pair of wide wings were collected on the side of its body, the feathers splendidly bright in 7 colors. The chicken head was raised tall, its huge red coxcomb like an agate crown, flashing with the luster of a gem under the sunlight. It seems I was still too late. The intimate grass was sold out. What a pity. If I were able to buy a few caddy of intimate grass, I'd be able to save quite a bit of primeval stones. Fang Yuan's footsteps came to a halt as he walked away and continued to venture deeper into the area. Come, have a taste of the delicious wine from all the different villages. There are more than 100 types of wine here, like the lantern grass wine, the 9-tune wine with a strong aftertaste, the light and elegant ancient dragon well, the sweet and sour flower rock tune, the mouth-watering 100-spring-old cellar, the rich and heavy fragrant intoxication of 3 autumns. In front of a blue round bucket before the tent, a shop assistant was hawking with gusto. A light flashed through Fang Yuan's gaze as he immediately grew interested. With a turn, he entered the wine shop. The decor in the wine shop was very unique. At the most inner part of the tent, there was a long counter. A Gu master was stationed there, with tins of crystal ladybugs around the size of wicker baskets behind him, sticking onto the tent's cloth walls. On the floor there was no carpet, but rather the uncovered mountain rocks and soil. Among the soil, vibrant colored mushrooms grew. These mushrooms had all sorts of colors, looking round and slightly cute. Some were as large as tables, while others were short like benches. They were often distributed where a large table mushroom was surrounded by a few shorter bench mushrooms. This is the innocent mushroom, purposely grown by a Gu master. It has the ability to absorb dust and particles in the air to purify it, and it's a type of grass Gu. Fang Yuan could recognize the mushroom's origins immediately upon seeing them. He chose one of the short mushrooms and sat down. The mushroom's surface immediately sank down a little, making Fang Yuan feel like he was sitting on a sofa like those on Earth. Young master, this is the wine catalog. Would you like to take a look? A shop assistant walked over. Fang Yuan glanced at the wine catalog and realized that the wine here was more expensive than the green bamboo wine. I'll have a cup of monkey wine. Fang Yuan put down the catalog. A cup of monkey wine. The shop assistant turned around and shouted. At the counter, the rank 1 Gu master heard and immediately bent down to take out a bamboo wine cup. Next he took the wine cup and turned around, facing the tentage. On the blue tent walls were the tins of crystal ladybugs, head facing downwards and tail facing upwards, quietly latched onto the walls as if they were merely decorations for the tent. These crystal ladybugs were also a type of Gu. Its stomach was empty, as they were often used by Gu masters to carry precious liquids. Their bodies were transparent, as if they were made of crystals. From the outside, one could see that within the ladybug's stomach, different kinds of liquor could be found. The Gu master quickly found the crystal ladybug that contained the monkey wine among them. He placed the bamboo wine cup at the mouthpiece of the ladybug and gently stroked the exoskeleton of the ladybug with his other hand. A small amount of primeval essence entered the crystal ladybug's body, and afterwards it opened its mouth and a gush of liquor flowed into the bamboo wine cup. The liquor splattered around in the cup until it was full. The Gu master placed the bamboo wine cup, which was filled with monkey wine, on the counter. The shop assistant, who had already been waiting for a while, quickly held up the cup meticulously and walked a few steps to deliver it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only took a tiny sip. The monkey wine was indeed a fruit liquor, being sweet and refreshing and delicate on the palate. He stopped drinking, but instead, with a thought, Fang Yuan summoned the liquor worm. The white and fat liquor worm turned into a flash of white light and curved an arc in the air. With a plop, it landed in the wine cup. The wine splattered everywhere, sprinkling onto the mushroom table. The liquor worm joyfully beat about in the wine cup, and the monkey wine could be seen decreasing with the naked eye. In a few breaths' time, the cup had dried out, with not a single drop left. It's the liquor worm, the Gu master at the counter shouted, his eyes sparkling. He was a rank 1 Gu master with grade D talent, only able to follow the merchant caravan and work in this wine shop. His objective was to sightsee while finding his chances. The liquor worm can refine primeval essence and raise it by an entire realm. To a rank 1 Gu master, it can be said to be an extremely precious Gu worm. Isn't this the chance he's been painstakingly searching for? This young master, do you have any plans to sell this liquor worm? He excitedly approached, a look of sincerity in his eyes. Fang Yuan shook his head, rejecting him with a determined attitude, getting up to leave after that. His motive this time was to reveal the liquor worm in his possession. He had never thought of selling it. Young master, please hold on. I am really sincere about this. Maybe we can sit down and have a discussion. The Gu master reluctantly followed Fang Yuan to the tentage entrance, but Fang Yuan did not show any response to him. In the end, he could only stand on the spot, his expression extremely regretful as he watched Fang Yuan's rear view turn around a corner and disappear into the midst of the horizon. Unconsciously, the sun gradually set as the crescent moon took its place. In the night, the moonlight shone brightly but was overpowered by the numerous street lights in the merchant shops. The merchant shop tonight was swarming with business. Fang Yuan was squeezed left and right as he entered, hearing all sorts of conversations inadvertently. The stores normally open for 3 days and 3 nights. Tonight is already the second night. By the morning of the day after, the merchant caravan would have left on their journey already. Thus, we have to hurry if we want to buy anything. I saw a golden bell gu yesterday, sigh. Too bad it was too expensive. After haggling with the shopkeeper for a long time, it did not get any cheaper. I'll go and take a look tonight. Did you guys hear? Last night, a young man opened a mudskin toad and earned a profit of 500 primeval stones. Fang Yuan listened attentively, feeling disappointment in his heart as he did not hear anything about the liquor worm. The liquor worm is only a rank 1 gu worm, but it is extremely meaningful to a rank 1 gu master, yet it's useless to a rank 2 or rank 3 gu master, as they are unable to refine their primeval essence any further with it. Thus it is normal that no one paid attention to this. However, taking the initiative to expose the matter of the liquor worm cannot be rushed for a period of time. If I overdo it, it might end up letting the cat out of the bag. As Fang Yuan walked, he pondered silently in his heart. At this point, there was a hustle in front of him. Next, Fang Yuan heard someone shout, "Quickly come and see, there's a dishonest merchant here selling fake gu." To our clansmen, anger stirred among the crowd. Oh, there's something like that happening. Go and see quickly, which shop dares to cheat our clansmen. Fang Yuan followed the crowd and moved towards the commotion as well. What met his eyes were a group of people surrounding the mouth of a large red tent, the massive crowd swarming it. Some were curiously watching while others stared coldly, but most of the people were enshrouded with a sense of anger. Outside the tent stood 2 people. One of them was a young rank 2 gu master, whose attire showed that he was obviously from the Guyu clan. The other person had a familiar face. It was the owner of the gambling den, Jia Jin Sheng. The young gu master held a black gu worm in his hands, raising it up and shouting to the crowd, "My clansmen, this person in front of me sold me a fake gu yesterday, lying to me that it was a black boar gu, and sold it to me for 250 primeval stones. To think that when I got home to refine it, I realized that it was not a black boar gu, but simply an ordinary stinky fat worm." Jia Jin Sheng laughed coldly. "Don't accuse me falsely. Since when did I tell you it was a black boar gu? What proof do you have?" The young gu master, on seeing Jia Jin Sheng's denial, fell into a rage and grabbed Jia Jin Sheng's wrist. "You cunning merchant, you dare to deny it. You actually dare to lie to me of the Guyu clan on Qingmao Mountain itself. Are you trying to look for death? Let go of me." Jia Jin Sheng was also furious as he flicked his wrist, slapping away the young gu master's hand. "If you want to find trouble and extort money, you should find a better target. I am not afraid of you. My brother is Jia Fu, a rank 4 gu master. What can you do to me?" "You." The young gu master stared with his eyes wide, but did not dare to take action. The name of a rank 4 gu master was enough to intimidate him. "Bah!" Jia Jin Sheng spat on the ground, raising his head and looked at the young gu master, laughing in disdain. "It was you who wanted to take advantage of the cheap gu. Didn't you use your brain to think why a black boar gu, which can raise a gu master's strength, being such a rare gu worm, was sold even more cheaply than a liquor worm? It is normally sold at 600 primeval stones. Did you think that you could buy one for just 250 primeval stones? Dream on, bastard." The young gu master gritted his teeth, his face flushing red as he trembled out of anger, his chest burning with the rage of humiliation. There were chatters among the people as they got restless, discussing furiously. But no one dared to step up, for the rank 4 gu master status of Jia Fu was like a giant hill in front of them, stabilizing the crowd. "This lad is too vicious. What a cunning merchant. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant on Qingmao Mountain. He is actually Jia Fu's little brother. I heard that they are just half-brothers, but even with that rank 1 cultivation, he is able to use this relationship to act unrestrained in the caravan. What happened here exactly?" At this moment, a loud voice spoke out. "Jia Fu is here. The leader is here to settle the dispute. Everyone give way." The discussion came to a halt as everyone separated and formed a narrow path between them. A middle-aged gu master having a muscular short body coupled with a giant belly walked in. He wore a long-sleeved yellow robe, being the leader of the merchant caravan, Jia Fu. "Sir Jia Fu, my regards." The young gu master was furious but did not dare to say anything. He forced himself to endure the anger and paid respects to Jia Fu. Jia Jin Sheng was frozen on the spot, not expecting his brother to arrive. His face suddenly pale as anger flashed across his eyes. This peculiar expression was captured by Fang Yuan, who was observing from afar as he pondered about the situation. Chapter 45. Clear of the schemes, unknowingly trapped in the urn. "Hello, young gu master. What is the problem here? Jia Fu walked to the middle of the crowd and asked amicably. The young Gu master was flattered, and he cupped his fists again. Looking at the surrounding clansmen, he bucked up his courage and explained the entire situation. So that's what happened. Jia Fu nodded while listening. Next, he asked Jia Jin Sheng, "Little brother, is this true?" Jia Jin Sheng turned his head away and snorted coldly, not looking at his brother. Jia Fu pondered solemnly. The surrounding people were silent, not daring to interrupt his thoughts. All awaited in anticipation of his verdict. This matter was in fact due to Jia Jin Sheng's scam, but the young Gu master was also at fault for being greedy and not being vigilant himself, otherwise he would not have gotten cheated. If Jia Fu wanted to defend his brother, with his rank 4 cultivation, even the Gu clan leader could not do anything. Jia Fu thought for a while before finally speaking. I've understood the situation. My brother is at fault for this matter, causing this young man to suffer a loss and buy fake products. I am really sorry. Saying so, he cupped his fists towards the young Gu master. Sir Jia Fu. The young Gu master was largely surprised and quickly said modestly, "You are a rank 4 Gu master. I am merely a rank 2. This is too much for me, too much." Jia Fu waved his hand. Hee. This has nothing to do with cultivation levels. I act impartially regardless of ability. A wrong is a wrong. I apologize to you on behalf of the merchant caravan. As for compensation, how about this? You lost 250 primeval stones, so I will compensate double that amount to you on behalf of the Jia family. He executed his promise immediately, as a follower took out 5 money bags and handed it to the young Gu master in public. Every money bag was filled to the brim, each containing 100 primeval stones. The young Gu master took over the money bag, so overwhelmed that he could not say anything. However, I have a word of advice to you. Jia Fu continued and reminded, a black boar Gu is very rare, for it is able to raise a Gu master's strength permanently. Although it is only rank 1, it is very hard to find on the market. Every time one appears in the market, it would be bought immediately. The pricing is around 600 primeval stones. Trying to get one with 250 primeval stones is impractical. Junior has learnt his lesson. The young Gu master bowed deeply to Jia Fu in gratitude. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Sir Jia Fu is brilliant, magnificent, as expected of Sir Jia Fu. As a rank 4 Gu master, he did not make use of his status to bully the weaker party. Sir Jia Fu really is the role model of the righteous path. No. Jia Fu smiled, cupping his fists towards the crowd, modestly saying, our Jia family business bases our principles on trust and honesty. Everyone, my brother is young and foolish, liking to play pranks on others. He is actually very kind. I hope everyone can be more bearing of him. Don't take it to heart. The crowd's cheers became even louder. Humph. Jia Jin Sheng's expression was ugly as he stomped on the ground and walked into the tent. Next he walked out from the back of the tent. Fang Yuan looked at this silently, thinking in his heart, it seems that the image wall at the Flower Wine Monk's place can be sold. The Flower Wine Monk had used a photo audio Gu to record the ugly acts of the 4th generation Gu clan leader. Before he died, with indignance in his heart, used the photo audio Gu and slapped it on the wall, creating an image wall. The image wall's images continued to loop, showing the truth to the people. With the intention of maximizing his profits, Fang Yuan had wanted to sell this image wall long ago. He believed that the other 2 clan families on Qingmao Mountain, the Bai family and Xiong family, would be very interested in this image wall, but to sell this personally would be very inappropriate. His cultivation was too weak, and if he brought this image wall to the other villages, he could easily be silenced. Even if the transaction was successful and he managed to return safely, there was no secret that would stay a secret forever, and once it was revealed to the Gu Yu's higher-ups, he would be kicked out of the clan family at best. In accordance to Fang Yuan's plans, he still needed to make use of the Gu Yu clan. Thus, the safest way was to sell it to a certain merchant in the caravan. All of them were outsiders, and were not involved in the disputes among the villages, thus it was the best choice for him. In just one day, this caravan would leave the Gu Yu mountain village and lead towards either the Xiong family or the Bai family. Fang Yuan could reduce his risks to the minimum by selling to them. It was the safest method. One more cup. Wine. Where's the wine? Quickly get me the wine. Are you afraid that I'm unable to pay? Jia Jin Sheng slammed the mushroom table as he howled. Young Master Jia, here's your wine. The clerk quickly brought him his wine. Jia Jin Sheng grabbed the bamboo cup and tilted his head and gulped the liquor. Good wine. He laughed loudly, sounding coarse and bleak. With a bang, he placed the cup on the table and howled again. Give me another glass. I want as many as you can supply. The clerks did not dare to offend him and could only do as he said. Luckily, this wine house was already full of people. Not only were the mushroom tables packed with people, even the surrounding streets were packed with people. Jia Jin Sheng's drunkard temperament was not very peculiar in this bustling street. Jia Jin Sheng drank cup by cup, wanting to drown his sorrows. With his back facing the crowd, no one observed that as he drank, 2 clear lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. Who would know of his pain, his sorrow? A hateful person has to have his pitiful side. Conversely, everybody had their own stories. Amongst his brothers, he was the youngest, being the most handsome and resembling his father the most, thus being the most doted by his father. But heaven made fun of him by giving him only D-grade talent. As he grew up, he lived under the pressure of his brothers. He was indignant and wanted to resist, but with that talent, there was nothing he could do. His father felt death approaching and wanted to split his assets. 2 people were to lead a merchant caravan. They pledged to break up the family property in accordance to the results. Jia Jin Sheng wanted to rely on his own method to acquire the family assets and the recognition of his clan. But to think that he became his brother's stepping stone once again. When Jia Fu appeared, he knew he fell into a trap. This was a scheme right from the beginning. But what could he do? Once he entered this caravan, he was doomed to be Jia Fu's fodder. Rank 4 and Rank 1 was such a huge gap that he was powerless to fight again. Jia Fu. He forced this name out of his mouth, his eyes burning with the flames of hatred. He was unable to take it lying down. Do you wish to deal with your brother? I can help you. At this time, he heard a voice. Jia Jin Sheng was stunned, but when he turned around, he saw that for quite a while, there was someone sitting beside him. He shook his head and blinked a few times, finally seeing who it was. Who else if not for Fang Yuan? It's you. He stared at Fang Yuan, slightly angry. I remember you. Lucky lad, getting a mudskin toad from my gambling den. You're here to mock me. Fang Yuan looked at Jia Jin Sheng, his eyes cold as water. I have a huge business, so if you wish to acquire better results and get more assets, why not listen to me? Jia Jin Sheng was suspicious. His back straightened, and he sat up. How do you know about the matter of the assets? This secret was not easily known to outsiders, but Fang Yuan was easily able to guess it. The Jia family's business is not top secret. How can it evade people who wish to know? Fang Yuan laughed coldly and thought of a memory from his previous life. The Jia family head was a legendary figure who started from scratch. He made his fortune through the merchant caravans and revived the Jia family's village. He gradually got old, and when he could feel that his time was up, he got his children to form a caravan in twos and, according to their results, split the assets. The better they did, the more family assets they get. But his eldest son Jia Fu and second son Jia Gui were extremely talented. After competing for 6 to 7 years, they still could not come to a conclusion, and even after the family head died, there was no clear victor. After the Jia family head died, there was an enormous amount of assets. While competing for the assets, the 2 brothers' conflict escalated and both called in external help, causing a large-scale Gu competition. Finally, the both of them died. The Jia family that had prospered quickly also failed quickly, causing people to talk about it in amazement. Jia Jin Sheng squinted his eyes, for Fang Yuan's explanation was irrefutable. He thought, from the time his father declared the asset distribution, it had already been 2 years. There are no impenetrable walls in the world, so even if someone found out about it, it's nothing strange. His real worry was whether this was another trap by Jia Fu. But no matter what, there was no harm listening. Fang Yuan did not speak immediately. He surveyed the surroundings. This was the same wine cellar he came into in the afternoon. The shopkeeper operated independently, and at night, the shop was bustling with business. Discussing here was a far safer place than a quiet environment, as it could avoid the eavesdropping of certain Gu worms. He hooked his fingers at Jia Jin Sheng. Lend me your ear. Jia Jin Sheng unhappily snorted, but still slanted his head forward. After hearing Fang Yuan's description, he frowned and looked at Fang Yuan coldly. This business involves the 3 families on Qingmao Mountain, and we merchants detest getting involved in other people's disputes. Humph, you were sent here by Jia Fu to harm me, right? Fang Yuan had long expected for him to be suspicious. He did not bother to explain, but got up and left. Hee. In that case, I'll go talk to your brother. Jia Jin Sheng squinted his eyes, staring at Fang Yuan. Only until Fang Yuan had left the wine shop did he lose his patience. He chased out of the tent and caught up to Fang Yuan. Don't go. We can have a talk. Fang Yuan placed both hands behind his back, staring at him from the side, coldly saying, I know you are suspicious of me, but now that your brother has you firmly caught, you're almost close to finished. If you choose to believe in me, there's still hope. If not, you're doomed. Are you daring enough to take this bet? Jia Jin Sheng's expression changed as he corrected and said, Jia Fu is but only a little older. I have never acknowledged him as my brother. But you're right. I'm taking this bet. Fang Yuan said solemnly, 2,000 primeval stones. No haggling. Jia Jin Sheng laughed bitterly. Too expensive. This trade involves high risk. The greater the risk, the greater the rewards. Fang Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. If you sell it to those 2 families, you will only earn much more. Jia Jin Sheng nodded, showing a hint of seriousness. This I believe, For these years the Bai family has been growing fast, and an A-grade talent called Bai Ning Bing has appeared recently. He has a great future ahead. Qing Mao Mountain's situation is gradually changing. Your Guyu family's dominance is wavering, and if I sell this to the Bai family, I can at least earn twice as much. Hearing Jia Jin Sheng's understanding of the Qing Mao Mountain's situation, Fang Yuan could not help but evaluate him again, thinking, this Jia Jin Sheng, he is still a merchant family member after all, not those useless second generations. Jia Jin Sheng sighed. Regardless of whether this is a trap, I'm jumping in. I promise you, 2,000 primeval stones it is. However, I want to see the merchandise first. Of course, come with me. Fang Yuan laughed as he led the way. Jia Jin Sheng was already trapped in the urn, and the situation was fully in Fang Yuan's grasp. Chapter 46. Don't think too much when killing people following his memories. Fang Yuan brought Jia Jin Sheng to the cavern in the mountain. The two entered the crack in the stone, and the path became more narrow as their vision was dyed in darkness. Jia Jin Sheng grew more vigilant as he was in an unfamiliar environment. Finally, he could not hold it in any further. I have a question. Jiafu always treats people with honesty and is amicable with a good reputation. On the other hand, I lied and cheated, forcing transactions through coercion. Why did you choose to deal with me and not him? Fang Yuan's voice traveled through the stone crack. Because his cultivation is too high, so if he sees the image wall, he can choose to deal with me, or abandon the deal and just give the image wall to the Guyu clan head. I do not like giving the decision-making to others. Furthermore, I do not believe in integrity. The so-called prestigious reputation is just because the profits are small and are unable to incur his greed. More importantly, it was because Jia Jin Sheng's position was special, for his cultivation was weak and he was easy to manipulate. Fang Yuan was naturally not going to mention this, of course. He. Jia Jin Sheng laughed dryly, his suspicions mostly gone immediately. That last sentence really resonated within me. The two finally got into the secret cave. Jia Jin Sheng saw the image wall at once and could not help but laugh loudly. Haha, I guessed right. You didn't lie to me. Fang Yuan stood behind him, laughing lightly, not saying anything. Jia Jin Sheng looked at the wall, seeing the changing images and the animosity between the flower wine monk and the fourth-generation clan leader. He looked at it once and retracted his gaze, looking at Fang Yuan, mocking, your fourth-generation ancestor doesn't look that strong, huh? Fang Yuan replied, this is nothing. The Guyu clan needed a hero. Thus the fourth generation became a hero. Not long after, the Bai family needs a despicable scum, so the fourth generation will become a degenerate. Hero, scum, all these are just people's opinions. Well said. Jia Jin Sheng laughed as he surveyed the cave. His sight was set on the corpse of the flower wine monk, and he stopped for a while before saying, what a pity, a rank 5 powerhouse. You've gotten much benefits from him, huh? A rank 5 Gu master's inheritance was significant. Jia Jin Sheng's heart beat faster upon thinking of this, and he could not help but ask. Fang Yuan shook his head. It's been so long. Most of the Gu are dead. I only got a liquor worm. Jia Jin Sheng did not believe him. Don't lie to me, brother. As long as this deal goes through, we are accomplices. I won't reveal any information. Tell me honestly, what did you gain from this? Fang Yuan laughed coldly and did not bother replying him. Jia Jin Sheng's response was anticipated, and this was also why Fang Yuan chose him over Jiafu. Jia Jin Sheng continued to say, at the very least, I know the flower wine monk has a 1,000-li earthwolf spider one. That is a rank 5 steed-type Gu, with a large body, and is proficient in burrowing underground. The flower wine monk was a demonic cultivator, and his ability to get about freely was mostly due to this 1,000-li earthwolf spider, allowing him to escape from the righteous cultivators. Oh, there's something like that. Fang Yuan frowned. Regarding the flower wine monk, he did not have much information. Jia Jin Sheng smugly said, I came to your village last year and heard this legend, and I found it interesting, so I went home and researched about it. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider and flower wine monk were inseparable, and in my opinion, this cave should have been dug out by the spider. Otherwise, with the Qing Mao Mountain's rich and heavy soil, how can a cave like this form? Brother, you don't have to conceal it anymore. The flower wine monk died here, so there's definitely his 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Here, Fang Yuan frowned even more deeply, feeling a sense of discomfort, his gaze grim. Yes, there are no other exits here. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider is massive. He would not have been able to squeeze out from the crack we just walked through. However, there is a possibility that the 1,000-li earthwolf was plotted against and killed by the fourth generation. Seeing that image wall, even when the flower wine monk was fighting, he did not summon the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. That makes the situation even more peculiar. This cave is not formed naturally, thus it has to be created by the flower wine monk. Without the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, could there be any other methods? Jia Jin Sheng looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Fang Yuan's frown swelled into a knot as he felt more and more uncertain. From Jia Jin Sheng's information, he found out something. It appears as if there was a crucial point that he had missed out. He could not help but fall into deep thoughts. Jia Jin Sheng was thinking too. The image wall was no longer enough for him. Once he confirmed that the situation was real, he wanted to dig out the flower wine monk's inheritance from Fang Yuan. But at this time, something unexpected to the two of them happened. The image wall, which was playing endlessly, suddenly changed its image. A gravely injured, pale bald Gu master replaced the original video and appeared on the wall. He weakly sprawled on the ground, his back facing the wall. His chest and limbs were deeply cut, but the strange thing was that his wounds did not bleed, as if his entire body's blood had been drained out. I am the flower wine monk. The bald Gu master laughed, his expression distorted with madness. Future person, no matter who you are, to endure this video and let it play for nearly 100 days, it proves that you have no good will towards the Gu family. Very well, you shall be my successor. My entire inheritance is yours, but I have a condition. You must exterminate the Gu clan for me. Murder the entire clan and leave no one alive. Jia Jin Sheng was stunned on the spot, his face frozen with shock. A rank 5 powerhouse, the flower wine monk's inheritance. He was stunned, and for a moment his brains were churning and thinking. My God, a rank 5 powerhouse, what does that mean? Rank 3 is a family elder, rank 4 is a village lord, and a rank 5 is a mountain lord, able to rule over a mountain and do as he pleases. To think that in this tiny place, there is a rank 5 Gu master's power inheritance. Wait, flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator, so if I inherit his powers, is it inappropriate? No, strength has nothing to do with good or evil. The flower wine monk wants his successor to destroy the Gu clan, but do I really have to? He's already dead. I just have to take his inheritance and ignore those issues. This is a godsend opportunity. Even with my D-grade talent, if I inherit the flower wine monk's inheritance, I might be able to improve my talent. Those rare talent-raising Gu worms, they might be part of the inheritance. If I inherit this fortune and become a rank 4 or 5 Gu master, I'd be able to contest with Jia Fu. Wait, I almost forgot. There's an outsider. What should I do? Should I split the inheritance with him? No, kill him. Only by killing him can I protect this secret. Yes, I should calm him down first, and lie that we're going to split the treasure. Getting rid of his guard, then assaulting him and killing him here. This place is so hidden, it's great. Even if I kill him, nobody would know. Although he thought of all these, it was merely a moment in real life. Having a plan, he squinted and revealed a fake smile. He slowly turned around and faced Fang Yuan, but just as he was about to speak, he saw 2 blue moonblades flying towards him. His pupils dilated into the size of a pin. The distance was too small. He could not respond in time. You. His voice came to a halt. The moonblade aimed accurately for his neck, and in an instant, his skull flew into the air, fresh blood pouring out like a fountain. After 2 seconds, his corpse plopped on the ground. The scalding blood poured on the mountain walls, dyeing the withering vines red. Don't think so much when killing people. Fang Yuan looked at the corpse plainly, and then shifted his gaze towards the image wall. To think there was such a twist here. How interesting, he muttered as his eyes emitted an eerie glow. The rain crashed down heavily. Gray clouds covered the sky, and the continuous mountains far away blended into a mass of black ink. The rain curtain interwove the heavens and earth together. Crack! The sky flashed bright abruptly, and a bolt of lightning cut across the sky like a silver snake. Then in an instant it was gone. Summer was approaching, and the end of spring's heavy rain seemed to bring about a trace of the warmth of summer. On Qingmao Mountain, huge expanses of jade-green spear bamboo stood tall and straight, resisting the winds and rain. The bodies of the bamboo straight like a spear as ever, the tips of the bamboo pointing towards the blue sky dome. In the Guyu village, row upon row of innumerable tall pillared houses endured against the great rain's washing. Outside the village, the caravan had already set out on their journey once again. The rain is heavy. Take note of the pavement. Don't fall behind. Gu masters better pull your Gu properly, especially the fat beetle. Don't block the mountain road anymore. You bunch of mortal martial fighters, better open your eyes wide and pay careful attention. Lose a single thing, and you'll be paying for that. There was an endless stream of shouts rising and falling in succession from the merchant caravans. After stopping over at the Guyu village for 3 days, it was time for this merchant caravan to leave the place and follow the mountain path through Qingmao Mountain and head for their next destination. The heavy rain cleansed the heaven and earth, and the roads surrounding the village were paved with cobblestone. This was still all right. However, after around 500 meters the roads would turn into a muddy and narrow mountain path. The head of the proud ostrich chicken was drooping, its colorful rainbow feathers soaking wet under the rain, sticking into clumps, becoming the example of a drenched and bedraggled chicken. The fat beetle worm moved its fat, huge body, walking extremely slow forward. The rainwater beat upon its black armor, forming streams of water flow, sliding down both sides of its body onto the earth. The shaggy mountain spider was also drenched, and its green-black colored fur were adhered together. On the contrary, the toad Gu were happily calling out, carrying out the load, and Gu masters, hopping forward on the mountain. And the winged snake had already put away its wings, the thick snake's body cheerfully traveling on the muddy water. To protect the goods and prevent them from getting drenched wet by the rainwater, the Gu masters were showing their magical abilities at the moment. On a few enormous fat beetles stood Gu masters in the middle. Their 2 hands were raised high, each of them having a one-stretch golden light worm floating in midair 1 inch away from their palms. The green copper primeval essence was like steam evaporating as it concentrated into the one-stretch golden light worm's bodies. The entire Gu flashed like a golden bean, acting as the heart, supporting a tremendous faint gold-colored bubble dome. The hemisphere-shaped bubble dome had a rather huge scope. It was able to completely cover 1 fat beetle worm and still have some leftover space. As the rain smashed upon the bubble dome, it would bounce away, just like hitting on an umbrella. However, this sort of one-stretch golden light worm continuously consumed primeval essence, and in the long run the rank 1 Gu masters would not be able to take it anymore. As expected, after a while, a Gu master shouted, "No more, my primeval essence is almost exhausted. Who can take over?" "I can." Almost simultaneously, a Gu master rushed forward and replaced his position. A few Gu masters pulling the carriages or riding the mountain spiders activated the green silk Gu in their bodies. Under its influence, their hair started to grow furiously. A normal person's hair had at least 100,000 strands. 100,000 strands of hair, each being 5 to 6 meters, intertwining and covering the Gu master's body along. With the steed, formed an impenetrable hair raincoat. The green silk Gu was a rank 1 Gu worm, often used for defense. It uses 30% of green copper primeval essence to activate, and was not a continuous expenditure type like the one-stretch golden light worm. This green silk Gu can be combined with the rank 1 black boar Gu to become the rank 2 black mane Gu. The black mane Gu, when activated, would not only involve hair on the head, but also hair on all the pores. Within a few seconds, the Gu master's body would gain a black mane protective armor. The black mane Gu's advancement path was the rank 3 famous Gu, steel mane Gu. Other than the one-stretch golden light worm and green silk Gu, many of the Caravan Gu masters also chose the water spider Gu. It can be seen that there was a thin layer of blue raincoat on their bodies. On the raincoat's surface, the water circulated randomly. As the raindrops hit onto the raincoat, it would immediately become part of the raincoat. Since the Gu masters were continuously soaking under the rain, the raincoat on their bodies would grow thicker. Every now and then the Gu masters would have to urge the water spider Gu and discharge away the excess water. At this moment, the thick raincoats would be reduced to the original thin layer. As for those mortal warriors, they were constantly on the move, watching over the goods on the muddy road. Most of them wore raincoats made of straw, but in their rush and confusion the straw raincoats had limited effect from avoiding the rain, so they were already drenched wet by the rainwater. This accursed weather, the warriors cursed in their hearts. In the rainy weather, the mountain trail becomes even harder to walk on. Under this weather, martial artists might be strong physically, but they are still mortals. Once their bodies are drenched by rain and coupled with intensive labor, they would easily catch a cold. Getting a serious illness was the lightest consequence. Perhaps they might catch repercussions, and if they catch a certain tough disease, it might cause them to get gravely ill and abandoned on the trip itself. If they encounter slippery roads on the mountain trails, or encounter wild beasts and Gu worms attacks, they might lose their lives. The caravan may be big and have many Gu masters, but every time they went on a journey, there would always be a great decrease in numbers. Mortal martial artists die the most, while Gu masters also have injuries and casualties. If the caravan was unlucky enough to encounter large-scale migrating beasts, they might even get wiped out completely. Other than natural disasters, there were also human-caused problems. Among the villages, there might be those who do not welcome the caravan. Some villages like to rob the outsiders. "We're leaving, see you next year." Some of the Gu masters sat on the Gu worms and turned their bodies to bid farewell. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered as they sent the caravan off with their gazes. "You must come again next year." Reluctant to see them depart, the children shouted loudly. The adults had more complicated expressions. The road ahead is unforeseen. In these hard times, for those who are able to come to the village next year, how many would still be familiar faces? Be it at the merchant caravan or in the village, it is not easy to earn a living. As the caravan left further and further, as the crowd dispersed, the cheerful and light-hearted market atmosphere had also subsequently disappeared. The original spot that had erected tents and shops was left now with a huge mess. The grass turf had been walked upon continuously by the crowd, grassroots and mud soil trampled out. The rainwater hit on its surface, immediately forming mud and numerous little potholes that collected muddy water. In addition to that, there was a lot of garbage left over. Fang Yuan stood on a secluded hillside, watching the merchant caravan from far away alone. The merchant caravan was like a fat and colorful flower python, snaking through the narrow mountain road under the gray heavy rain, slowly entering the dense mountain forest. The heavens are sending their blessings, Fang Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter-yellow paper umbrella, quietly standing in the rain. Fang Yuan wore the most plain flax cloth garment, his body slim, his skin bringing about the pale whiteness of a 15-year-old teenager, a settled clump of clean and short black hair atop his head. The ends of his hair trembled slightly in the wind under his umbrella. While others cursed the weather, he was lamenting the timely appearance of the rain. He killed Jia Jin Sheng last night and cleaned up the scene, but because it happened so unexpectedly, there was bound to be areas of neglect. Especially with the bloody smell, because the cave is not ventilated, the smell could not disperse easily. With this rain, it cleaned up the air and environment, greatly reducing the chances of getting exposed by smell tracking methods. The crack was bound to have a small cascade of water flowing down, and once the fresh water vapor diluted the air, he would not be exposed for the short time being. Of course, once time passes, the chance of getting exposed increases. In this world there were all sorts of goo worms, and investigative methods were abundant. Even Fang Yuan only knew a portion of them. The rain produced pitter-patter sounds as it hit on the yellow umbrella. Then, following the shape of the umbrella, streams of water flowed down onto the limestones beneath Fang Yuan's feet, hitting and creating splashes. Seeing the caravan curve into a corner, completely disappearing into the forests, Fang Yuan did not show a sign of relief, but instead looked grim. Although Jia Jin Sheng's cultivation was weak and had little talent, he had a special status. The caravan's people are all busy with business, thus no one found out that he's missing. But once some time passes, it'd definitely be found out. By then, Jia Fu would return to investigate, and the real challenge would be then. The Jia family had intentionally arranged Jia Jin Sheng and Jia Fu to be on the same caravan. He had deep intentions. In terms of cultivation, they are worlds apart. In terms of cunningness, they're also incomparable. Such an arrangement is to inflict a blow to Jia Jin Sheng and let him be clear of reality and live life peacefully. At the same time, he is testing Jia Fu's nature. For if he is too overbearing on Jia Jin Sheng, how can he hand the position of clan head to him? Jia Jin Sheng never truly understood his father's intentions. Although he had some intelligence, he only managed to scratch the surface of a merchant's wits. What a pity. A pity of such a good pawn piece. Fang Yuan felt regrettable in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he could easily see past the surface and understand the true nature of the situation. When he saw the dispute between the two that night, he could tell the complicated relationship between Jia Jin Sheng and Jia Fu, and thus he had a vague plan formed in his heart from then on. In his plan, Jia Jin Sheng was a very suitable pawn. His cultivation was weak, but he held a high position in the caravan, and although he had some wits, he had little experience, thus Fang Yuan could easily manipulate him. Once controlled, this pawn would be extremely useful. For one, he could build a strong network of smuggling through his relationship, preparing up for usurping treasures from future killings. Secondly, Fang Yuan could hide in the background and use the image wall to stir up conflict among the Qing Mao Mountain's three families, causing a civil war and enabling him to be able to reap the rewards. Thirdly, Fang Yuan could rely on him to make his way into the Jia family interior. The future Jia family dispute caused a large-scale Gu fighting competition. It will be a huge affair with lots of benefits to gain. Fang Yuan could make use of this to acquire the greatest reward for himself. My cultivation is still too low, restraining me greatly in doing things. If there was a pawn for me to use, I can do some things that I cannot attempt myself. It is not only convenient, but also lowers the risk of doing so. If I get exposed, I can simply discard the pawn and stay safe myself. The surrounding people know the situation well and are loyal to the family. Thus they aren't good to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jin Sheng can be used more efficiently to execute my plans. Unfortunately, I did not expect the flower wine monk to leave behind his power inheritance. The flower wine monk is a rank 5 Gu master. His inheritance is definitely more valuable than this pawn. Of course, it'd be good if he could get the best of both worlds. But in face of such treasure, Jia Jin Sheng could not longer be controlled. Thus he had to be discarded. Nothing will go smoothly forever in this world. Fang Yuan sighed and shook his head. The flower wine monk's inheritance appeared and disrupted Fang Yuan's original plans. In addition, after the changes to the image wall, the videos and images were all gone, only showing a line written in blood. telling Fang Yuan to destroy the image wall and reveal a cavern entrance. Following the trail, he would be able to get the inheritance. The blood writing only appeared for a few breaths before vanishing, and the image wall also turned back into the most ordinary mountain wall. Fang Yuan spent the entire night cleaning up the murder scene and had no time to break the wall. Killing Jia Jin Sheng in a hurry. This would leave many problems for me in the future, and I am but only temporarily safe. Although I succeeded in getting rid of the evidence, there is bound to be trouble coming for me in the future. In this case, I would have to change my way of exposing the liquor worm. I cannot go to the secret cave behind the wall crack either. I have to stay in the mountain village for some time to anticipate investigation in the near future. Fang Yuan turned around and held his umbrella, walking in the rain towards the village. But this is fine too. I can spend a large amount of primeval stones during this period to refine to middle stage primeval essence. Using it, I can nurture my aperture and break through into the middle stage. Once I reach the middle stage, my power will double, allowing me to get the inheritance more easily and with greater confidence. A demonic cultivator's inheritance was not as mild and gentle as a righteous cultivator's, for there was often dangerous tests and tasks, and if one cannot get through, they'd have to pay the price with their life. The world is hard to predict, but it is precisely this that makes it interesting. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The green mountain beneath the heavy rain extended continuously and unending, its green mixed with gray, appearing stifling and heavy. A gust of wind blew, and the raindrops inclined a little, hitting onto Fang Yuan's shoulder and attacking him with a burst of chilliness. He thought about Jia Jin Sheng again. Sighing in his heart, he thought, Jia Jin Sheng, actually I did not want to kill you. What a waste of a good pawn. Chapter 48. A little cute. It rained for 4 days before stopping. The sun rose high into the sky, tearing away the rain curtain, seemingly like it was unveiling summer itself. The breath of summer had faintly started to come around. The weather became increasingly sunny and cloudless, sweeping away the sentimental breath of spring, and the temperatures slowly rose. In the night of spring, the lively dragonpill crickets had retreated, cowering away into the deep ground to lay eggs. The green spear bamboo, specially found on Qingmao Mountain, had started to grow wildly, and nearly every day it would show an obvious increase in height. The grass and the trees began to change from emerald green into a dark green color. The never-ending green mountains started to look even more verdant and lush. The weather was clear for thousands of miles, blue like a crystal. Bang, bang, bang. At the training grounds in the academy, sounds of punches and kicks could be heard. After exchanging over 10 blows, Gu Mo Bei was kicked in the abdomen by Fang Yuan, taking 5 to 6 steps backwards, leaving the designated circle drawn in the arena. The martial arts instructor stood before the stage and evaluated the situation. Seeing this, he immediately declared, Gu Mo Bei has exited the stage. Gu Fang Yuan wins for the 33rd consecutive time. Oomph, I lost to you again. Gu Mo Bei gritted his teeth, his eyes staring right at Fang Yuan. But don't be arrogant. One day, I will defeat you. I can already feel it. That day is nearing. Fang Yuan looked at him expressionlessly, and then his eyelids drooped downwards. That kick earlier caused you to have internal bleeding. I'd advise you to treat that injury first. This small injury is nothing. Gu Mo Bei was retorting halfway, when suddenly his expression changed and his throat gulped, vomiting a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. This was the first time he suffered this level of injury. His eyes could not help but show signs of fear. The martial arts instructor hurried over and pacified him. Don't worry about this level of injury. You just need to rest for a few days. Just stop practicing your punches and do not do vigorous exercises during this period. The moment he finished saying so, 2 healing Gu masters who were waiting outside rushed over and meticulously helped Gu Mo Bei out. Gu Mo Bei did not dare to say anything else, but he looked at Fang Yuan deeply in his eyes, filled with anger, hatred, regret, and indignance. Mo Bei has good martial techniques, but he couldn't beat Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is too good, basically no one can beat him. Mo Bei actually vomited blood. How scary. I don't want to fight a guy like this. Sigh, but the instructor said today is practice combat, up on the arena. Each of us needs to go up and fight once. The students stood outside the arena, some looking towards Fang Yuan in fear, some sighing nonstop. Some were pale, while others felt trepidation. Among them, some were injured. A few held their bruised faces, some held their limbs, gasping for breath. Others laid on the ground, rubbing their thigh. Next, seeing that there were no challengers coming up, the instructor yelled. However, no one answered. Usually those who were courageous to challenge Fang Yuan were only Gu Mo Bei, Gu Qichun, and Gu Fangzheng. But these 3 were already beaten. Silence swept across the students as others even retracted their steps slightly. The instructor frowned on seeing their fearful expression. He could not help but think of the academy elder's words. These days, Fang Yuan has gotten too dominant. We have to suppress him. The other students cannot even raise their heads under his pressure, and if this goes on, the courage in their hearts will be simmered. Our academy nurtures courageous tigers and wolves to fight enemies, not fearful sheeps and lambs. What's wrong with all of you? No matter how strong he is, Fang Yuan is only 15 years old. He's one of your peers. He has the same age as you, eats the same food as you, and drinks the same water. He does not have 3 heads or 6 arms. He's not a monster. Pluck up your courage and show me the pride of the Gu clan within you. The instructor yelled, trying his best to motivate the students. But he is too strong. We cannot beat him. The classmates who fought him are in such a pitiful state. Mo Bei got beaten until he vomited blood. Fang Yuan is getting more ruthless with his strikes. Instructor, we do not dare to fight him. The students spoke softly, weakly retorting. The instructor was stomping with anger. These ignorant youngsters. He was clear as a bystander. Fang Yuan had gone through 33 consecutive fights without any rest in the middle. Although he was constantly adjusting his breathing, his stamina had already depleted. Fang Yuan's attacks getting merciless proves this fact even further. He could no longer take it easy like before. He is losing control of his strength and the situation. If someone tries harder, his fatigue will be revealed. With just a few more people, he could be defeated on the stage. Once Fang Yuan is beaten, his dominating presence will be reduced sharply, the students' courage ignited and the motive to suppress Fang Yuan achieved. But now, the students were deterred by Fang Yuan's tough front. At times, what defeats a person is not a strong enemy, but one's own heart. The instructor was anxious in his thoughts and continued to motivate them. But he was not good with his words. In the beginning, he said these same words to ignite the hot-bloodedness in the youngsters and stirred up some challengers. But now that he had said this so many times, the youngsters are all numb already. Fang Yuan folded his arms and stared at this coldly. Although he was standing in the center of the stage, he was acting like a complete bystander. The instructor encouraged for ages, but the students were still looking at each other's. Not one had moved. The martial instructor could not help but be angry and helpless. He turned to Fang Yuan, unhappily chiding. Fang Yuan, you're also at fault. Your blows are getting more vicious among classmates. You should be more gentle and friendly. How can you deal such vicious blows? Be careful from now on and attack carefully. If you cause another classmate to vomit blood, I will declare your loss and evict you from the stage. Instructor, you are wrong. Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze not showing any weakness, looking right at the instructor. Practicing and fighting, we naturally have to give it our all. Otherwise, how can it achieve the aim of training? Don't tell me that when we are in battle, we also have to request our enemies to be more gentle and friendly. The instructor flew into a rage. Humph, your attacks are vicious. You are harming your classmates, and you dare to use twisted logic. Instructor, you're wrong again. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. You arranged this practice match and raised the winning prize to 20 primeval stones. Without your encouragement, would these people have gotten hurt? Bastard. The martial arts instructor was not good with words, and he pointed at Fang Yuan and scowled. Do you still want the prize or not? If you argue any further, even if you get first place, I will declare you a loser. You are so uncooperative and antisocial, and you dare to argue with your teachers. You have no rights to claim the 20 primeval stones as reward. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It is but a competition that merely gives 20 primeval stones. Do you think I give a damn? Saying so, he turned around and left. Under the class' distraught gaze, he walked out of the center of arena. Although he did not manage to sell the image wall, Fang Yuan still had several hundreds of primeval stones in his possession. Furthermore, his aim this time was not primeval stones. Seeing Fang Yuan really walking down the stage, the instructor was stunned without words, showing an expression of shock and confusion. A 15-year-old teenager, shouldn't he be competitive and full of vigor? Fang Yuan having such fighting talents, shouldn't his character be even more so? How could he just back out of the competition like this? Furthermore, Fang Yuan has no background. He should be tight on primeval stones. Why was the 20 primeval stones unable to attract him? At this point, the martial arts instructor stood on the spot, unsure of what to do. Fang Yuan did not step into the trap, but left the stage immediately. The instructor suddenly realized there was nothing he could do to Fang Yuan. With his status, he could not find problems with Fang Yuan directly and force him onto the stage, right? The surrounding students retreated, maintaining a distance away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on the grounds, with no one around him. With him as the center, the radius of 5 steps around him became a vacuum. What a pity. If they were beside Fang Yuan, they would hear Fang Yuan's panting sound. My stamina is depleted, Fang Yuan sighed. Although he showed an energetic outward appearance, under his clothes, his body was slightly shivering. After all, he was only 15 years old and had no relevant Gu worm as support. After 33 matches, he was close to his limits. Although he had his rich fighting experience from his past life, during this time, the other youngsters' combat abilities had improved significantly. From them, Fang Yuan could already feel a strengthening sense of pressure. This kind of pressure reflected in Fang Yuan's attacks. His attacks got tougher as he gradually lost control of his strength. Compared to the past, when they were still too weak and he could defeat them easily, the youngsters would only end up in minor injuries. But now, his control over the arena was getting weaker, thus he had to strike harder to maintain his image. Experience is, after all, not omnipotent. Any thoughts or technique require a body with sufficient foundation before the value can be apparent. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. In actuality, he had long seen through the martial instructor's thoughts. Fang Yuan was not surprised. As if he had expected this from the start, the academy elder's pressure on him. After he killed Gao Wan, the people who dared to challenge him diminished. When he extorted them, even more people oppressed by Fang Yuan's dominance did not dare resist, and they obediently handed over their primeval stones. After a long period, Fang Yuan's unbeatable image would be formed. This would leave some psychological trauma in the youngsters and make them unconfident in their martial arts techniques. This was what the academy elder did not want to see. He needed Fang Yuan to motivate and force the students to improve, not to completely extinguish their passion for battle. He wanted to see Fang Yuan's defeat. Once Fang Yuan was defeated, the image of invincibility that he had erected would be instantly destroyed. At the same time, it would awaken the students' fighting spirit. After some setbacks, it would mold their wills to be indomitable. But to Fang Yuan, he needed this form of pressure so that he could extort primeval stones with greater ease. If he was defeated, the youngsters would realize his weakness and attack together at once. Although Fang Yuan had ample of primeval stones in his hands, extortion was his main source of income. Without this source, he would be digging into his reserves. Thus, Fang Yuan's appearance in the arena and 33 consecutive victories was merely to maintain his deterrence towards the students, and not for the 20 primeval stones reward. If he avoided combat from the start, it would show his weakness, and if it raged on, he would expose his weakness. What are you all waiting for? Why is nobody getting up on the stage? Go on. The first prize is 20 primeval stones. You all don't want it anymore. The instructor yelled after snapping out of his thoughts. The rest of the students began to get motivated. Fang Yuan had already left the stage, and to them, it was a huge rock off their minds. I'll go. I'll come. Two youngsters squeezed their way up the stage and began to spar. Sigh. If I had known this, I would have waited and not rushed up the stage. Then I would not have been thrown off the stage by Fang Yuan. What a pity to think Fang Yuan left. He's really daring. See, even the instructor is at a loss for what to do with him. Hearing their whispers, the instructor felt his reputation crumbling. He was extremely agitated in his heart and wanted to punish Fang Yuan thoroughly. However, Fang Yuan had done nothing wrong, and leaving the stage on his own accord was allowed. The instructor was both helpless and moody. Finally, he looked at Fang Yuan and stared angrily at the latter. Fang Yuan's lips slightly curled up into an angle as he thought, such boorish methods. This instructor is a little cute. Chapter 49. Not afraid of Fang Yuan breaking out of their grasp, a pair of solemn eyes were staring at the faraway training grounds. The academy elder stood at the window of the third story, looking at everything that had transpired at the arena. He frowned deeply. The instant Fang Yuan left the stage, he felt a sense of peculiarity in his heart, not expecting Fang Yuan to do this. This lad, he is rather hard to catch. He is proficient in the academy's rules, and normally will not commit any wrongdoings. Although he sleeps in class, once he is asked a question, he can answer properly, leaving others with no flaws to pick on. Trying to get a hold of a weakness of his to suppress his dominance is going to be difficult. The academy elder could not help but develop a faint sense of loathing towards Fang Yuan. As a teacher, he naturally liked obedient and smart students, and hated those naughty students who did not obey the rules. But being the academy elder for so many years, his experience was extremely rich. He had seen many different types of students. Among them, he had seen extremely obedient ones who followed orders without question. There were also those who caused problems day and night, constantly breaking the rules. His heart had already become still as water, impartial to all. At the same time, he carved the phrase, as a teacher, one must treat all students fairly, onto the right corner of his desk, treating it as his motto. He had never felt such disgust for a student. Feeling that sense of detest in his heart, the academy elder was also slightly shocked. In previous years, even towards the most naughty students, he was able to handle it with a big heart, tolerating their actions. But when it came to Fang Yuan, why did he lose this sense of impartialness? He thought about it again and finally realized the reason. This lad called Fang Yuan, he had a form of arrogance in his blood. It seemed from the fundamentals that Fang Yuan did not respect his teachers for their status. Towards the martial arts instructor earlier, he not only disobeyed him, but even rebuked him in public. Actually, such cases of retorting against teachers were commonly seen in previous years. However, those kids always had an agitated state of mind. They were either rebellious, furious, or stubborn, etc. The academy elder was clear that the more agitated the youngsters were, the more it implied that they were fearful in their hearts. But Fang Yuan was not. He had no fear in his heart at all, as if he had seen through the tricks of the academy. His expression was aloof, and even after he left the stage, his expression showed no signs of changing, as if he had done something insignificant. Yes, he treated the matter of disobeying his teachers as a trivial matter that was insignificant. In simple terms, he was not afraid. It was just this point that caused the academy elder to already feel unhappy, developing a sense of disgust for him. The academy elder could endure a student more rebellious than Fang Yuan, or a teenager 10 times naughtier than him. That was because these students knew fear and were moving based on their agitated emotions. As long as they were fearful, as long as they were impulsive, they would be easily manipulated and will not go out of control. But Fang Yuan was not. He was calm and uncaring, not treating his teachers with reverence. He was not respectful. Someone who has no reverence for the clan, even if they are nurtured, how can they be useful for the clan? Once they appear, this sort of person, they have to be suppressed. They must be suppressed. Otherwise, his existence will create a sense of irresistibility in the students. In the long run, it will affect the others, causing them to lose their reverence for their teachers. And as the academy, how else are we going to manage the students? The academy elder squinted his eyes, making up the decision in his mind. But then, his face showed a troubled expression very quickly. How was he going to suppress Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan had done nothing wrong. There was no weakness that he could exploit. Fang Yuan's cunning demeanor gave him a sense of helplessness. He had never met a student like this, one who was so familiar with the academy's rules and regulations. As the academy elder, he was always impartial to all students. He could not be like a slum gangster and purposely find trouble with a youngster like Fang Yuan. He had placed his hopes on the martial arts instructor, but now he was deeply disappointed. It seems that to suppress Fang Yuan's domination, we can only wait until all the other students advance to rank 1 middle stage. A Gu master's advancement is mostly influenced by their talents. With his rich experience as the academy elder, he had calculated before in his heart. The ones who had the greatest chance to advance first are Gu Yu Fang Zheng, Qi Chun, and Mo Bei. They were in A rank and 2B grades respectively, and with their elders' help behind them, they had no lack of primeval stones. No matter which one of the three, they were mostly likely to be the first to advance to rank 1 middle stage cultivation. Gu Yu Fang Zheng, Qi Chun, and Mo Bei. These three are our hopeful seeds this season. The academy elder looked at the arena and sighed. With his experienced gaze, he could tell. In the arena, although the students seemed to be standing casually, they had subtly already split into 3 factions. In one circle was Gu Yu Qi Chun and a bunch of similarly aged clansmen, all crowding around him. The second circle's core was Gu Yu Fang Zheng, and the clan leader's faction's younger generation were subtly supporting this a-grade talent genius. The third circle was led by Gu Yu Mo Bei. He had already been treated of his internal injury and stood on the arena with a pale face. The classmates beside him were asking him about his condition. This is the meaning of letting them compete with each other. Seeing the 3 factions, the academy elder was overjoyed and laughed. Allowing the students free rein to compete, this was not just to nurture their battle senses, but also to prematurely choose the leader-type characters. In past seasons, they had to wait until the end of the year to have the capacity to develop their own circles. But in this year, because of Fang Yuan's appearance, his extortion had brought forth the divergence much faster. Against Fang Yuan, the only ones who dared to compete against him were Fang Zheng, Mo Bei, and Qi Chun. After a long time under imperceptible influence, the other youngsters would automatically regard these 3 as the leaders. As long as there were no mishaps, these 3 social circles would be the layout of the future family's higher-ups. But these factions are still not stable. Within them, there are still students moving around. Once the 3 take the lead and advance to the middle stage first, I will give them the positions of class chairman and vice chairman. With that differentiation, they would gain authority, and this will strengthen their social circles, the academy elder thought. Of course, there was someone not within either factions. Just one person, and that was Fang Yuan. Getting close to stronger people is human nature. In fact, although Fang Yuan extorted the students and acted against the students, there were a number of youngsters who wanted to attach themselves to him. However, they were rejected by Fang Yuan. To him, only those who were useful were pawns, and these youngsters had too little value. This was also another reason the academy elder hated Fang Yuan. He was too antisocial, not willing to integrate into the team. To such people like him, the clan's control over them was not as much as the other youngsters. The academy elder's gaze once again shot towards Fang Yuan in the arena. Fang Yuan stood alone at one corner with his hands behind his back, his eyelids slightly closed, allowing the students to fight for their prize. Even with the heated competition, his expression did not change the slightest. His surrounding was vacant. No youngster was willing to stand with him. Very evidently, he also did not wish for these people to be near him. Fang Yuan stood there alone, enshrouded in loneliness. He floated outside the factions. But I don't have to be too worried. This Fang Yuan is still young and can be changed slowly. The Academy Elder's gaze shone, and he thought deeply. Next up will be the establishment of the class chairman and vice chairman. A year later, we will split into groups, creating team leaders and assistant leaders. Every academic year also has all sorts of honor and rewards, like the small Red Flower Award, Blue Neckcloth Prize, and 5 Outstanding Student Prize. He wants to cultivate, so he needs resources. Thus he has to compete for these positions and prizes. As time passes, with interaction among the students, he is bound to have kinship, friendship, and love as his restraints. I don't have to worry about him going beyond the clan's control. These years, the Academy Elder had gradually understood something. When a new clan member is born, they would be brainwashed by the clan. First, they would be taught the clan's utmost value system. Next, they would go into moral education and learn about the beauty and importance of kinship, friendship, love. After that, they would be taught honor, and in the process of growing up, many resources such as prizes would be used to attract them. Using the family's assigned roles, they would choose and recruit the most loyal clansmen into their factions. Do not look down on the small roles like chairman or vice chairman, for once they become one of these roles, they would be part of the clan's administration. Under such a system with constant influence, on one hand it brings about the benefits of having authority and the sweetness of power, while on the other hand, it brings the problem of detaching from the system. A carrot in hand and a stick in the other, who can break away from this system? Even the wildest of people or the most lonesome ones would gradually become a part of the family. One without loyalty would also be nurtured into one with loyalty. Without kinship, friendship, or love, they would still be developed. This is the power of the system. This is the power of rules. This is the clan's way of survival. Chapter 50, Middle Stage. Nightfall arrived. The moon was like a silver plate, appearing among the clouds. The thinly spread stars decorated the surroundings. Gu Umo Bei stood in the courtyard, raising his head up, his eyes glistening under the reflection of the moon. Little brother, I heard you got injured today. Behind him, his sister Gu Mo Yan's voice resounded. Sister, you are worried that after being beaten till I vomited blood today, I would have long-lasting trauma? Mo Bei turned around and curled his lips. Seeing her brother laughing, Mo Yan's heart felt at ease. Although she had truly worried, she said instead, No way, big sis here understands you best. Good brother, you have an indomitable will, the future head of our Mo family. How can you be frightened off by such a small injury? I knew sister doted on me the most. Mo Bei scratched the back of his head as he laughed sheepishly. You know what, sister? Under the glow of the moonlight, this 15-year-old teenager's eyes radiated brightly. Although I failed this time, I heard Fang Yuan panting during the match. Back then he easily beaten me in 2 or 3 strikes within calm and composed manner. But his gasping already revealed his weakness. He is definitely not as strong as everyone else thinks. One day, I will defeat him fair and square. Good, as expected of a good man from my Mo bloodline. Mo Yin laughed, patting her brother's head, showing concern on her face. However, you suffered internal injuries, so please don't practice your martial arts these few days. Don't touch my head, sister. I am already old enough. Mo Bei shrugged his head, using an unhappy tone. I understand what you are saying. I have a plan. These few days, I'm going to nurture my aperture walls to completely break through from initial stage to middle stage and obtain the position of class chairman and suppress Fang Yuan's dominance. I'll let him know that what truly matters to a Gu master's cultivation is still talent. I'm glad you can think this way. I was only a vice chairman last time. If you manage to become chairman, it will fulfill my regrets too. Don't worry, sister. The position of chairman, I certainly must obtain it. At the same time, in the Qi family, inside the secret room, there was only one torch, attached to an opening in the limestone walls. The flame burned on, illuminating this small room. One of the 2 elders in power, Gu Yuqi Lian, was sitting facing his grandson, Gu Yuqi Cheng. The 2 sat on a praying mat with their shadows projected on the ground, wavering with the flickering of the flame. Gu Yuqi Lian stretched out his hand, using his palm to touch Qi Cheng's abdomen area. Gu Yuqi Chen's face was full of anxiety, his mind entering his aperture, suppressing the ripples in his primeval sea with all his concentration. In this world, there are no 2 identical tree leaves. Similarly to Gu masters, there is no identical primeval essence as well. Once primeval essence from an external source enters the aperture, it will result in the natural resistance of the original primeval essence in the aperture. If Gu Cheng does not suppress it, and instead allows his primeval essence to resist, it will result in a clash between the essences. Such intensive reaction can cause great damage to the aperture. The aperture's primeval C is the foundation and roots of a Gu master's cultivation, and is of utmost importance. Once the aperture is damaged, at the very least one's cultivation may lower, but if it is severe, their latent talent may be lowered as well. Once the aperture is completely shattered, the Gu master would die immediately. After a while, Gu Lien gradually stopped transmitting his primeval essence, slowly taking back his hand. Gu Cheng took a deep breath of relief, his tense body relaxing. Thank you, grandfather, for nurturing my aperture and transfusing primeval essence to me every 3 days. It has been hard on you. Gu Lien's forehead was full of sweat, and he sighed and said, "This is inevitable. Your talent is only C grade, so if we rely on your ability alone to rise to middle stage, it'll take a long time. The time will usually be twice of a B grade and 4 times of an A grade. In such a situation, your talent will be exposed. Thus, even if this method is dangerous, we have to use it. Grandson understands grandfather's intentions. As long as you understand." The old man sighed. "This method also has another sequela. After your aperture has been nurtured by my silver primeval essence. Although the silver primeval essence has a greater effect, it is still an external source of primeval essence to you. Henceforth, even if your aperture walls change from a light wall to a water wall, it would still be mixed with my energy. The more external energy there is, the more impure your aperture will be, and this will stifle your talent, limiting your development in the future." Gu Cheng bit his lips. "Grandfather, for the future of the Qi family, I am willing to sacrifice my future prospects." Gu Lien was pleased, stroking his beard. "It is good that you have such thoughts, but the heavens always leave a glimmer of hope for you are not hopeless yet. If we can find the cleansing water Gu, it will be able to cleanse your aperture walls and flush out all the external energies in your aperture C, removing this sequela. In addition, I have also used my relationships to search for a liquor worm for you. This worm is able to help a rank 1 Gu master refine their primeval essence and raise it by 1 small realm. In this way, the primeval essence that is refined will be your body's own primeval essence and not an external one. Using this way to nurture your aperture leaves no repercussions and risks. It is a much better nurturing effect." Gu Lien was overjoyed. "Thank you, grandfather. However, the liquor worm is hard to find. Among the rank 1 Gu worms, the liquor worm, boar Gu, and bookworm etc. are all extremely rare Gu. Once they appear in the market, they would be snatched up immediately. Of course, there are also some Gu in this world that are rumored to change a Gu master's talent. But at this age, grandfather has never seen one, only hearing occasional rumors about them." The old man explained. The night winds blew in gently from the windows and into the room. Gu Fangzheng sat on his bed with his eyes shut, holding a primeval stone in both hands. The green copper primeval sea was raging without any winds, the waves crashing towards the white aperture walls. He has a grade rank talent, and his primeval essence occupied 80% of the aperture. His natural rate of recovery was twice of Fang Yuan. With such God-blessed advantage, he is already close to rank 1 middle stage. Phew. A while later, Gu Fangzheng puffed out a breath of air and opened his eyes. The moon was bright and stars sparse outside the window, the bluish-green bamboo houses arranged in a line. A scene of peace and harmony. Time always flies when cultivating. In the blink of an eye, it is already late into the night, Fangzheng muttered softly. He slowly opened his hands, and 2 piles of rock powder fell onto the floor in front of his bed. After a primeval stone's essence had been fully retrieved, it would turn into a pile of powder. Looking at the powder pile, Fangzheng frowned. He took out his money bag. It was already close to empty. Opening it, he saw 3 primeval stones left inside. Fangzheng would retrieve 3 pieces every 7 days from the academy as resources, but since Fang Yuan would snatch a piece from him, he only had 2 left every week. Uncle and aunt would also give him living expenses, but it was also 3 stones every 7 days. Just with these primeval stones, how is it enough? Fangzheng was determined to surpass his brother Fang Yuan. Thus he took the initiative to approach his uncle and aunt multiple times to beg for some primeval stones. After many times, his aunt would look for him to have a heart-to-heart chat, telling him about how poor the family was, and how they had cash flow difficulties, having no spare money left. Since then, Fangzheng did not have the desire to continue asking. Father and mother are already doing all they can to support my cultivation. I cannot make things difficult for them and ask for more primeval stones. I only have 3 left. I can only be more thrifty. If I use 1 piece a day, I'll have enough for 3 days. I have a feeling that in 3 or 4 days, I will definitely advance to middle stage. The only thing is, what is Big Brother's progress now? Thinking so, Fang Zheng subconsciously looked towards to Academy living quarters. I have a grade talent, while Big Brother only has C grade talent. His speed is definitely slower than me. Big Brother is not my match this time. Big Brother, I will let you know the true power of an A grade talent. Thinking of this, Fang Zheng clenched his fists. Academy dormitory. Fang Yuan's door was shut tight. In the darkness, he was not asleep, but sitting on his bed. A Gu master's cultivation cannot replace sleep. Normally at this time, Fang Yuan would already have fallen asleep. But in cultivating earlier today, he already felt that he was just one step away from middle stage. I might as well not sleep tonight. I'll rush straight for middle stage. His eyes shone with determination. Soon after, he shut his eyes and his mind went into the aperture. 44% of green copper primeval C. Just a moment ago, they were all refined into pale green-colored middle-stage primeval essence by the liquor worm. Rise. With a thought, the peaceful green copper primeval C began to stir. The commotion got larger and larger until waves were formed. Splash, splash, splash. The tides raced against each other, rushing towards the surrounding aperture walls. Like crashing on a reef, most of the primeval essence would break into emerald ripples and fuse back into the sea. A small amount of primeval essence was expended, turning into a small hint of invisible energy, penetrating into the white-colored light aperture wall. Rise again, Fang Yuan thought as the emerald ripples became larger in scale. The waves earlier were like rabbits and dogs, but now they were like troops of horses, marching towards the aperture walls. A horse-like dragon, the waves like the heavens. The primeval essence was expended quickly, and the water level fell sharply. Splash, splash, splash. The waves struck relentlessly, finally resulting in a change. The white-colored wall shook suddenly, the originally mild white color radiating an eye-piercing brilliance. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan was overjoyed as he knew that the crucial part had arrived, and he quickly activated all of his primeval essence to rush at the walls. The white light grew brighter, the light rays distorted and tangling together, giving people a feeling of thickness. After more than 10 breaths, white strips of light bands appeared on the light wall, and the strips collided with each other like water flowing non-stop. In the process of collision, they continued to combine and merge, forming a white flowing light. Finally, the flowing light gathered into one piece and completely covered the light wall. The white light dimmed, and the original white light wall of the aperture was gone, replaced by a layer of spherical-shaped white water wall. The light wall surface was smooth with no impurities. The water wall, however, was thicker than the light wall, the ripples of light flowing and flickering on it. The primeval sea regained its peace, the aperture still having 20% primeval essence left. I advanced to middle stage. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, opening his eyes. The bright sunlight creeped in through the openings in the curtains. Unknowingly, the night had passed, and it was already morning.